The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club.
Of the most brilliant minds in the chess world are gathered here for the 2025 Cairns Cup. I'm at the World Chess Hall of Fame, and the round is about to begin. Let's send it over to the studio.
Some of the best women chess players in the world have come to the St. Louis Chess Club for this 5th edition of the Cairns Cup. 9 rounds of classical chess will determine a new champion in one of the richest women's chess tournaments in the world. Action from the Chess Hall of Fame in St. Louis starts right now. Hello everyone, I'm Women Grandmaster Katerina Nemcova, and I am joined by International Master Almira Skripchenko and International Master Nazi Paikidze. Ladies, it's so great to be here with you.
Hello, both of you. I'm so happy to be with you both.
Hello, Katerina. Hello, Nazi. I am so happy to be back. And what a studio do you have here? And well, hello, everyone. Sending all the checkmate vibes to you, or your way, I think. Yes, that's how you say it. I am so glad to be here, and we are absolutely delighted to bring this event, this exceptional event to you, featuring the best chess players in the world. And for the first time ever in the history of this tournament, the commentary is going to be provided by our all-women expert team.
What a privilege to be here with you, ladies.
I'm just honored to be a part of it.
Well, let's have a look at the players, Katerina.
Yes, we talked about the best players in the world being here in St. Louis, so let's take a look at the roster. Here we have the returning Cairns Cup champion Ten Zhongyi, then Humpy Koneru, Bibisara Assaubayeva, Nana Dzagnidze, Mariya Muzychuk, Harika Dronavalli, Nino Batsiashvili, Alina Kashlinskaya, and 2 of our own, Carissa and Alice. Now let's look at the format of this event. We play a 10-player round robin, which means each player plays everybody else in the field. The time control is 90 minutes for first 40 moves, followed by 30 minutes for rest of the game, and there is a 30-second increment from move 1. In all those games, no draw offers are allowed. And the traditional scoring system, 1 point for a win, half a point for a draw, and 0 points for loss.
Katerina, no draw offers. This is such a unique rule, and I really hope and we will see a lot of decisive games.
A lot of battles, yes, and let's take a look at the schedule. In this tournament, we always play 1 round a day. Today, Tuesday, June the 10th, we start with round 1. And then on Sunday, June 15th, players will get to have a rest day. And on Friday, June 20th, if necessary, we will see playoffs. And Nazi, what specials do you have for us?
Thank you, Kate. Well, as you already talked about, this is shaping up to be an incredibly strong event, and we are all so excited to watch the games unfold. But before we dive into the action, let's take a look at some quick and very interesting facts. We have a total of 8 grandmasters participating, which makes this one of the strongest female events in chess history. As you can see, Bibisara Assaubayeva, she's a GM-elect. She just recently made her last GM norm. Big congrats to her. She's only 21 years old. Another interesting fact is that out of 10 participants, they're representing 7 countries. We have Ukraine, China, Georgia, India, Kazakhstan, Poland, and USA. Let's talk a little bit about a returning reigning champion, Ten Zhongyi. She's a Chinese superstar. She's 33 years old. Her FIDE rating is 2546. And she will definitely try to win this event back-to-back. But can she do it? We'll have to wait and see. Another mention, we have to talk about the youngest participant, American superstar Alice Lee. She's only 15 years old. Her FIDE rating is 2389, and she already won the American Cup twice in the women's section. And even though she's the youngest, she will still definitely be fighting for that first place and a GM norm. And now for more news and insights straight from the playing hall, we go to one and only Yasser Seirawan.
Well, thank you very much, Nasi. It's a pleasure to be with you, considering how advanced women's chess has become. To be on your broadcast is very, very special for me. Yesterday, we had the opening ceremony. It was very nicely done as the players all came in and chose their lot number. I have never been in an opening ceremony where the number one seed, Zhongyi, picked number one. Then Humpy, Koneru, she came up and she picked her number two. And then the third lady, Bibi, she came up and picked her number, and she picked her necklace, and it was number 3. Never that you get 1, 2, 3 right out of the bat. At the opening dinner yesterday, I was sitting with Rex, told him this, and he quickly calculated that it was 1 in 1,000 that it would happen. So this is going to be an extraordinary special tournament. Just some advice that I'd like to share with Almira, who is taking my seat. And Almira, as you know, from Singing in the Rain, from Gene Kelly, he said, I've tried to live my life always with dignity, dignity, dignity. I set the example for you.
Yes,
Over to
sir.
you in studio.
But I'm so glad that they found a job for you, Yasser.
My pleasure to be with you.
It's great to have you on the team, Yasser, even if it's long distance. Thank you so much for all the insights. And let's take a look at pairings of the round 1 to see which players are facing whom. So first, Zhongyi against Alina Kashlinskaya. Humpy Koneru against Nana Dzagnidze. Bibisara Assaubayeva against Mariya Muzychuk. Alice Lee playing Nino Batsiashvili. And Harika Dronavalli against Carissa.
So what is going to be our key matchup for today?
I mean, I think the Americans have the advantage of being here, not fighting the jet lag. So maybe they have a small advantage, but everybody here is to fight. So this is going to be an exciting event. And let's take a look at what the players are fighting for, because there is a very generous prize fund. The total prize fund of $250,000. Thank you to St. Louis Chess Club for the first place winning $60,000, second place $50,000, third place $40,000, all the way to the 10th place $7,000. And if there is a clear winner of the tournament, they get a bonus, the winner's bonus of $5,000. Incredible prize money.
Wow.
Again, thank you so much to the St. Louis Chess Club.
This is such an impressive prize fund, of course. Players are going, to fight.
They're taking their seats. And we see Carissa now being won, just being sure that she has no electronic devices on her.
She seems in a good mood.
Carissa always seems to be in a good mood.
And in chess, those are the fair play measures. Every player gets scanned, so you cannot bring anything to your game, of course. So no watches, no pens, nothing.
I'm upset about that because I always had a lucky pen.
So no headphones, of course. It's very important that you have a safe environment.
Absolutely.
I have to say the wall is so beautiful. It's so calming. It's like you are near to an ocean, and anytime the game is stressed, you can look at the wall and just try to be relaxed.
Which is so important because we know how stressed we can get.
I don't know how are you ladies, but I get very, very nervous before the first move is played. And then after second or third, then I forget about everything.
Yes, anticipation is worse than the actual playing the game. Yes, I agree with you. Once the game starts, then we're in the zone.
And especially before the tournament, I think the first round is always very crucial because you don't know what to expect. Everybody is kind of just returning or arriving to the hall. And
we see former world champion Mariya Muzychuk with the black pieces. She's facing the 21-year-old Bibisara Assaubayeva from Kazakhstan.
So maybe let's look at the top seed, Zhongyi, what she is up to, if she's already at the board. No.
Nino is waiting for her.
Nino Batsiashvili, she is waiting. And Nino, she's number 2 in Georgia. So we have the best players of each country.
So Zhongyi He's
Alice.
facing Alina
Yes.
Kashlinskaya.
Nino's waiting for Alice Lee, who just arrived.
And Alice Lee has this Cairns Cup jacket, let's say jacket. And yesterday at the opening ceremony, she was saying how it's her favorite thing to wear. And we have Dr. Ginny Sinquefield, who is going to be ringing the bell. She is ready, and it is after her that this tournament is named Cairns Cup.
And it is such a beautiful ritual, Katerina. Like, I love it.
I'm happy that the men have the Sinquefield Cup and the women have the Cairns Cup. And it is here. The round has started.
How many e4s do we expect?
Well, the thing is, the top players can easily start the game with e4 and d4.
Here we go, e4. Nazi, you called for it. I was expecting more d4. Oh, e6. We may see French.
Yeah, actually, I've studied their repertoire, and I think that Zhongyi, well, she can start with e4 and d4, but she targets her opponent's preparation, of course. And Alina recently has played a lot of French defenses. That's why I think she narrowed it down to the French defense in this game. She can also play the Petrov, but recently, yes, I've seen Alina playing the French defense. Coming from France, you know.
So you're honored?
Yes, it's making me very happy. So French defense, of course, is defined by the first black's move. e4, e6 is the reply, and after knight c3, Alina went for knight f6 and not bishop b4, which is another very sharp line in the French defense. So here white can continue with e5, bishop g5 is also the main line, and I'm very curious to see like what is going to be
so bishop g5 on the board.
Bishop g5. So bishop b7 is
Or d takes
expected.
e4 is also a common move.
So, but I think that Alina, d takes e4, you see?
It's my lucky day. I've been guessing moves so far.
So knight is going to recapture to kind of put more pressure on that pinned knight.
So I guess this is going to be our main game of the round. And of course, yes, we will provide thorough analysis of all of the games. But it's very important because Zhongyi, she's a former world champion, but let's not forget, she just played a match against Zhu in June. And even though she has lost this match, but it takes a lot of preparation. So this luggage that she has...
Yes, the Women's World Championship is just such a big tournament to play. And being a challenger, it's still a huge achievement.
Of course, and so that she prepared for it, I think, for 6 months. And she was not able, I think, to use all the ideas. So this will serve her this whole year. And let's see if she has something in store in this game. So knight bd7 is a natural continuation here. You also had bishop b7. So let's have a look.
So what if we just leave them be for a second and look around what other games are playing?
I can show you another
Yeah,
game
Nazi,
that
let's
I
go for
have
it.
ready. I've been following this game because Almira was happy that we got French. I was happy we got Cairns. This is my opening, and we see Bibisara against Mariya Muzychuk. They started with Cairns, d4, d5, e5, the main advanced line, which is the most challenging option for white, bishop f5, and h4. This move I've been seeing since I was 5 years old, but it goes in and out of style. I think it's back now for, it's popular again. And black here can play h6 or h5. After a lot of theoretical analysis, they've established that h5 is a better move. And let's see, c4, e6, knight c3. And as you can see in the database, we still have more than 1,500 games. So quite popular line, but I expect a very sharp game. Would you think after, oh, they take c4? That's actually unexpected. I always play either 97 or 97 to finish development first and not open things up in the center yet. I sometimes wait for bishop to develop and then take on c4 to win a tempo. But we see this immediately, d takes c4. And also notice Mariya's time. She hasn't really spent any time yet. This is still her prep. We are going to see bishop c4, maybe then knight d7. Knight will come to b6 with a tempo. What do you ladies think? Would you rather be white or black here?
Well, Nazi, I think the element of surprise is very important here, and Bibisara is more of a D4 player. And I've studied their repertoire as well, so I thought that Bibisara is going to play D4 here because Mariya recently, she started to play a lot of openings, so she has quite an interesting opening repertoire, so you cannot narrow it down like we had in our previous game to the French defense. She can play C5, E5, C6, so it means, first of all, that Bibisara prepared for a few hours or even more for this game. And even though white plays H4 in this line, very interestingly, it comes to a very positional game lately. You know, you would expect that H4, aggressive, G4, but H5 stops everything.
Yes.
And
but
then
maybe, Nazi, you want to show viewers what the H4 trick is if black is not careful and plays, for example, E6.
Yes.
Very good point, Katerina. So the trick is if black develops E6, which is a normal move, white goes G4, and bishop is trapped. You can include bishop E4, but after F3 and H5, beautiful pawn chain, and bishop is completely trapped.
I won this piece several times in blitz games when I played H4, because sometimes people pre-move E6 and they just forget that the bishop can be really quickly trapped.
Absolutely. So that's why H5 was played, and it all stops completely G4 ideas altogether.
So you asked about the move D takes C4. What's important to understand that then after bishop takes C4, knight can also develop, white knight can also develop to E2. Yes, knight E2, knight G3, and you have this very important E4 square, which is now free.
Yes.
And, you know, reaching for the outpost on D6. And I remember, I think Steinitz said, you know, give me this knight on D6 and I will win every game. So if white reaches this square and, you know, black wouldn't be able to take on D6, I think that this is it. So you have to watch out, you know.
Definitely have to be careful, not allow white knight to get all the way to D6. And we'll see. I mean, it could be that this is still prep. I've myself, even though I played Caro-Kann for 20 years, I still confuse move orders all the time. So sometimes I take on C4 prematurely. So this could be the case, but let's see. We still have a lot of games in this position, almost 500 games. We expect knight D7. As Almira mentioned, knight E2 is the best move for white. Maybe bishop E7. Here, would you go bishop G6 or bishop G4? Probably F3, right?
I like bishop G6, but then this knight on G8, you know, I'm wondering, is it going on H6 and knight F5? Yes.
At this point, it has to, I'm guessing.
This is such an unusual setup.
In a way, H4 is hanging, but in this type of positions, like both of these pawns are hanging, and sometimes it's better not to take them. So let's see what the idea is. There's already only 20 games, so I don't even know if I'm following strong players' games. And let's see what the engine says here in the analysis. After bishop E2, engine says after queen B6, black is fine. Even though H5 is hanging, we're not worried about that. Should we look at knight H5? Because it also hangs G7. Wow, computer says after long castle, black is actually better. Black is ahead in development. D4 pawn, H4 pawn are both targets. And yeah, wow, after, as you can see, if knight comes back, we already are threatening some tactics, knight E5. And yeah, black does look much better here. So I wouldn't be touching this pawn. Maybe bishop E3. White can afford to sacrifice this pawn, I believe, after queen B2. Knight comes to E4, looking at D6 ideas, as you said. And this can be very sharp.
Let's have a closer look at the white player, Bibisara Assaubayeva. So she's an international master, but she is a grandmaster-elect right now, pending the award of the grandmaster title by FIDE. She's 21 years old, from Kazakhstan, really strong player of Kazakhstan, FIDE rating 2509, and she's a two-time women's world blitz champion. So she would probably appreciate a shorter time control than this really long classical chess, but it shows that she is ready to fight the best players in the world, and she actually is able to beat them. No matter the time control, I think this always gives you a lot of confidence to face these players.
Katerina, and I talked to Bibisara recently before she made her last Grandmaster No, and she confessed that she has been training so hard in order to fulfill those requirements, but also to get the necessary rating. And
right,
so
because you need to get the norms, you also need to get the rating.
And I think this is the first time, you know, that she got over 2500, and it's absolutely amazing. 2509. 3 norms accomplished. She's a 2 times World Blitz champion, and she is also one of the players who could easily win this event. So let's have a look.
Let's take a look at the next board. Humpy Koneru against Nana Dzagnidze.
So
we have the strong Indian player against #1 player of Georgia.
Katerina, please
yes.
help me.
Yes.
Should I go here, the event games? Okay, so Nana Dzagnidze, because I wanted to have the game, to have a look at the game between Humpy Koneru. Yes, a little bit up. Yes. So Nana Dzagnidze.
Okay, so here we go. So that was a d4 opening.
Well, I can see that, of course, this was a Miran structure, the main line where Black took on c4. Let's have a. Should we have a look at the moves?
Let's see how we got here.
Yes, let's see how we got here. So d4, knight f6. But first of all, Nana Dzagnidze threatened to play the Nemcovich. Knight f3 was placed. Humpy Koneru usually avoids this. Knight c3, then c6. This is what is defined in the Miran structure. e3. All this has been played like so many times. This is the tabia of this opening. Knight bd7, of course, bishop d3. Then, as I've said previously, so d takes d4.
Once the bishop moved from f1,
Yes.
it wasted a tempo, and now we can capture.
So bishop c4, then you play b5, bishop goes back to d3, then bishop b7, castle. You need to play a6 in this position because, of course, Black's idea is to play c5 here to free the bishop on b7 here and to challenge the center. So White goes e4 here, where very often this is all theory. And you have to play c5 anyway, where...
So now the bishop is finally open from b7 and Black is targeting the center.
And almost always, of course, White replies d5. This is the most challenging continuation. And I think queen c7 was played, so d takes e6. I just wanted to say that d takes e6 is a natural continuation. So I remember a game that Aronian won in this opening, and Vishy Anand plays this opening very regularly. So a lot of World Championship matches were played.
Right, and Black has this kind of weak pawn on e6, right? We can maybe highlight it.
Yes, let's highlight it.
But on the other side, we can have some tension on the king side after bishop d6. But right now, we need to defend that pawn.
Of course, and Humpy goes for this pawn immediately. So let's ask Nazi if the computer has like the only continuation in this position, or the queen just will defend this pawn from c6. What do you think?
Well, according to the computer, immediately knight g5 was not the best move for White. White's supposed to play bishop c2 here, and then bishop d6, then go knight g5 and follow up with f4. So this is the position that computer really likes for White. Immediately knight g5, even in the database, it's dramatically changed from like 1,000 games to only 40. And here queen c6 is the best move, which I believe Nana just played. So it looks like she's still in the book. As you can see, Nana has hour and 34 minutes. So very well prepared.
So what's the difference? If White goes now f4, why it is that Black is suddenly better?
Let's take a look. Maybe because Black didn't spend a tempo developing bishop on d6, and now they can go bishop c5 immediately with a check. So that saves a tempo for Black, which can be very important in this sharp position, of course. I do see Humpy made a move. I think she played bishop e2. Wow, I wouldn't have guessed that move. Let's take a look. So
probably she's anticipating h6. And if you do that, then I have bishop h5.
Yeah, that's a nice idea for sure. And if Black doesn't play h6, maybe you still want to play bishop h5 and just provoke g6.
And what if you play b4? I guess they want to take the pawn on e4. Is it possible?
Take which one?
On e4, but I'm not sure that's possible immediately. So
knight
you have
a4.
to play knight e4. No,
let's
then
take a look. Why not knight e4?
Or bishop
yes,
h5,
check, g6 and bishop f3 is the idea, and we pin the knight and Black is not going to get out of this situation. Maybe knight f6, but then you're still pinned with the other knight, and oh, this looks terrible.
The king in the center, this is uncomfortable.
Yes, so b4 is a good move, but then Black shouldn't take the pawn on e4. Maybe now h6. Let's take a look what the difference
Allowing
is.
bishop h5.
Oh, this is getting absolutely crazy. There's such computer lines that we would never think of. g6, sacrifice a pawn for some reason, then go king e7, not immediately king e7. I have to check why.
Oh, I think you want the g file maybe to be open,
Yes,
so rook g8 can just go for
I see.
counterattack.
Because now when we play knight f7, I guess the rook is terrible.
Maybe you can take on h5 first.
Take on
What
h5,
can you
knight
do here?
h8, queen e4.
The computer says
my God.
equal. Wow, this is
Yeah,
going to be a
this is
very
triple
messy
zeros.
game.
That's so obvious. Queen h7 only moved. Yeah, this is absolute mess. So computer was saying g6 first so that we have open g file and have some counterplay here. But now, yeah, computer likes black a lot, says almost -1. Knight takes e6 being the best move. And then guess what piece you take with? Not the queen.
You take with the king?
You take with the king.
To develop the dark square bishop to d6. Wow.
Yeah, this is incredible. So we might see all this excitement, or maybe Nana will choose something more peaceful. How can black maybe just develop castle and not start this mess? They can't go immediately castle because of knight f7 fork, right?
Nazi, actually, I like the b4 move. It's not so much because of the e4 pawn, because first of all, the knight on e4 is very awkwardly placed.
Yes.
And in some lines in this variation, when the rook is on e1, then if you don't play b4 in time, I can play knight d5. So I think they want, yes, to deprive you of this option. But what amazes me is how much room for creativity we still have, even though the players are preparing for hours. Yeah. What I've noticed, Humpy Koneru recently was going for very rare lines. So this move, bishop e2, actually doesn't surprise me, because I think maybe she intentionally picked it and has a few ideas in mind.
For sure, I think you're absolutely right, because you're not going to play this move at the board after just thinking for 2 minutes. This is definitely her prep. And as you can see on the screen, Nana looks surprised. She was not expecting bishop e2. And this is a very tough position to deal with at the board if you haven't looked at this with the engine before.
Absolutely. So let's take a look at the next board. Maybe Alice Lee against Nino Batsiashvili. We were talking about Alice Lee being the youngest player here, only 15 years old, but she is really rising with her chess understanding, with her rating, with her accomplishments. So it's going to be a big battle. So what's happening in this board?
I guess what I wanted to emphasize is how important is this to play in those tournaments at this young age. You know, like I remember back in the days, so I am doing Yasser's job, you know, it's like back in 1972. So I think that you were dreaming about facing a grandmaster, yet just to be near a grandmaster. And here you have the best chess players in the world, and you have a chance not only to see them, but to measure up to them. And you know, it's one thing when you're studying their games and you think, okay, you can do it. Another is to take those decisions under pressure when you're facing them in flesh.
Yeah, absolutely.
And they have a chance, of course, to make a grandmaster in this event.
And the players must be also nervous because they know they're playing an upcoming talent, somebody who is really on the rise.
So let's have a look at the opening. So we have the game. Alice Lee is playing with the white pieces. She is facing Nino Batsiashvili, so d4, d5.
Queen's Gambit.
I have to say that I also have done my homework. I've studied their repertoire as well. And very often Nino Batsiashvili starts with knight f6 and e6, but actually they've played each other recently in the World Rapid Championship. They made a draw, but Nino went for the Rogozin defense, and I think she didn't like the line that Alice Lee played. She was very well prepared, and she had her on the rope. So let's see. She went for the classical Queen's Gambit in this game. So, oh, c5. Okay, she went
immediately
for the
attacking the center.
Yes, for the immediate c5. She challenged Alice immediately, and maybe she noticed that this was the line that she was not prepared for, didn't play yet, you know. So d takes c5, bishop c5. You know, bishop has lost the tempo. We saw that black played bishop b7 and then c5 and bishop c5. But then what is black's strategy here? Because you developed the knight immediately on c6, and I think she wants to go for the type of position of Queen's Gambit accepted, but the bishop is on f4 here. So you take on c4. Should Alice trade queens? Oh, maybe. I have an idea. Maybe she noticed that Alice likes to keep the queens on the boards and, you know, is striving for the initiative in every game.
Okay, so if Alice captures the queen, queen takes d8.
Yes, let's have this queen.
Because if black captures with the king, then there is no castling. And if you capture with the knight, then you are retreating your piece. Probably retreating still better.
But you can also take on d8, which is very usual for the Queen's Gambit accepted players. You can play, let's say, king d8, and let's say white would castle long. Then you simply find a shelter for your king here on e7. And unless you have those moves which challenge you immediately, let's say knight e4.
So I want to distract the bishop so the other can go to d6.
Actually, like knight e4 is a very unpleasant move. I'm not even sure where you're supposed to go here, because bishop b4, maybe a3, and then bishop d6 is coming. I think Nazi knows more about it, because the computers, you know, they prove us wrong in every line. But if king d8 and king e7 doesn't work, then of course you are forced to take with the knight and then to bring it back, you know, to c6, or even to play b6 and bishop b7 immediately in order to develop.
So if knight captures queen, let's take a look. Do we recapture on c4 immediately, or do we still wait?
Well, you cannot play b5 for the moment, but there is a move which might be unpleasant, is knight d5, you know, so like to force you, and then I will take with the pawn. So maybe you can castle long here. What do you think? Is this an option?
Okay, let's take a look. Castling.
Castle long, and well, you cannot play knight d5 here anymore. Maybe black...
So if I go knight c6 back...
It's interesting, because I wanted to play bishop d7, bishop c6, but then you have knight e5. You know, you are not allowing me to develop this bishop comfortably, so let's play knight c6 in this position. What do you think?
It still feels a little bit more comfortable for white, right? Because black needs to waste some time to castle, to get the bishop on c8, but it can also be kind of equalish, which Alice may want to maybe go for some more fighting chances with queens on the board.
Exactly. So maybe Nino noticed that, you know, those positions do not inspire her as a player. You know, sometimes you understand rationally that the position is maybe slightly better. Okay, maybe like even more, but you're looking at it and you're saying, okay, one open file, you know. So it's like some people, you know, think, oh, this is aesthetically so beautiful. Finally, the rook is on the open file, but this is all you get.
Yeah, and let's take a look at Alice Lee, the youngest player of this tournament. She's an international master, only 15 years old, FIDE rating 2389, and as we said previously, two-time American Cup women's champion. So she's really accomplished. She's back-to-back US girls junior champion, so she has a lot of titles. She's, I think, 2 times world champion in the youth categories. So she already collected a lot of trophies, a lot of accomplishments.
Ladies, I wanted to have your opinion, because I have never played against Alice. Of course, it's a completely different generation, so I never had a chance. But you've played, I think, a lot of games against her. Maybe
I think I played only 1 or 2 games with her at the US Championship, but she was much, much younger, so that was much easier to play her. But nowadays, I stopped playing, so I think Nazi has way more experience.
Yeah, I've been playing her since she started playing chess. It was definitely easier to play her when she was this tiny and 10 years old. But even though she looks so sweet and cute, she is very scary to play against. She's very aggressive, and I think Nino made a good choice to trade queens, well, offer the queen trade early, because like you said, once Alice gets a position where she can play for checkmate, she's so dangerous that not many survive. So her one problem used to be endgames. If we recall the match she had against Irina Krush a couple of times.
The rook endgames, right?
Exactly. That used to be her problem, but she's improved so much now that I'm sure she's worked a lot on the endgame, so she's good at everything now. So I have a few more details about this game to talk about. You already covered most of it, but so they had this main position from the Queen's Gambit, and then c5 is definitely a rare move, because I just want to show you. There's over 11,400 games in this position, and after Nino's move c5, it drops to 240. So a very rare line for sure. Then Alice reacted correctly by taking, but here, most theoretical move is to play immediately a3. Sorry, after e3, knight c6 here, to play a3, but this would transpose to the main lines, which She might not play this line in general. We know after queen a5, white can castle long or play rook d1 and castle short. I'm not sure if Alice normally plays this or not, so she chose to just go bishop e2. And after d takes c, 0 games. This is already a new position, which is shocking because this is such a common opening. And she hasn't responded yet, but your analysis was spot on. She should take the queen, then castle, and then play knight a4, and white is slightly better here. If I really wanted to play bishop d6, it's so tempting.
Yes.
But computer says, no, ignore that, just take bishop c4, and white's up half a pawn, according to the engine.
So black is supposed to play rook d8 in this position?
In this position,
yes.
Best move is maybe a6. So threatening b5 and asking white, what do you do with these pieces? Oh, wow. Look at this. White can go b4 and black can respond with b5.
This is so crazy.
So many pieces are hanging. So all 4 minor pieces are hanging and we don't take anything or move anything. I mean, sorry, we're attacking the 4th one that's not hanging. We play knight d4. It's the best move. And here, line continues with knight a7, b takes, and b takes. How do you like these pawns? We don't see this very often.
I think this looks just visually extremely dangerous for black. Like, I would never go voluntarily to this position. I would be even terrified for some, bishop d6, just offering the piece with some discovered threats. If there was like a discovered checkmate.
I wish this worked, yeah.
Like if I had rook on c1, or just feeling these opportunities, I mean,
it's an open position when we have a bishop pair. Black's king is in the center and knight on a7. So yeah, of course, visually it looks like white should be completely winning. Engine says white's not even +1.
But what about capturing on d8? Is it better to capture with king or knight?
If we just can get back to this position, I wanted to say one more thing because it's a very important element while assessing those positions, especially when the queen is not on the board. The safety of the king is very important. And I was looking at this position and I was asking myself, the king on e7, of course, yes, there are a few checks, but what is the king on c1 doing, especially with all the lines open? And I came up with the idea that I think that the king is supposed to go to a2. Yes, king b2 and king a2, because otherwise, I think that white's position would be dangerous.
It's white king who could end up in trouble. Yes, it's the 2 rooks who would be putting a lot of pressure. So king b2 and hiding on a file, because a file is not opening up anytime soon. That's for sure.
So yes, please, let's continue.
So I think after queen takes d8, as Katerina asked, knight takes d8 is much better. After this, bishop takes c4, and you can come back, knight c6. Here, would you castle short or long at this point?
It's a very interesting question.
Or you can also play king e2. You don't even have to castle.
I like short castling because long castling, I don't feel that comfortable with the king on the c file. I feel like the rooks should be there. But it's a very conservative decision.
Choice for me would be between castle and king e2. Just because bishop's not on g4 and this bishop's not developed, I'm not that afraid. So king e2 or
maybe
short
you
castle.
Can play king e7 here, then you're right in time.
Absolutely. And rook d1, rook d8. And yeah, white has maybe tiniest advantage just because white's up an extra tempo, right?
It's such a funny sequence of moves because now if you take on d8, you would have to take with the knight once again. Yes, so knight d8 and then back knight c6. And even though I think that white is still only maybe a tad better, this is it.
Yeah, if white wants to get something substantial, they have to do something crazy like g4. Yeah.
Oh.
Perfect.
And we know Alice is a fighter, so she's still thinking here. I think she doesn't want to trade queens, but at this point, I don't think she can avoid it. I mean, queen c2 is obviously not a move. There's knight b4. No, it's not an option to not trade queens. You can allow black to take on d1, but...
So let's wait to see what's going to happen, and maybe let's take a look at the last game in the tournament, which is Carissa against Harika Dronavalli.
Let's have a look at this game. Maybe we should have a look at the opening. So Harika, once again, this is a small surprise for me. Of course, every player in this event can play e4, d4, c4. They are such universal players. But Harika plays d4, more often even c4, knight f3. So she might have spotted once again something in Carissa's preparation.
Carissa oftentimes goes for Sicilian or some g6, b6 kind of structure, but now she goes very principled way, e5.
But you know, the thing is, it's very different when you play those closed events and when you play open tournaments or tournaments where you are favorite and when you have to play every game for a win. So what you are supposed to do before such events is to work on your repertoire and to add a few more solid openings, you know, because it's very important. You cannot come there with the black pieces and say, okay, you know, it's like I'm not even equalizing, you know, I'm playing for a win. And this is also small wisdom, you know, which player acquire, you know, when they play those events, they adapt their style, they vary, and they're becoming more patient. I think, what do you think? Because I've seen a few interviews of Carissa's, and I've noticed that she confessed that in some positions, you know, she is becoming impatient.
I mean, she's a very aggressive player, but so let's take a look at her. Carissa, international master. She is one of the best American players. She is the 3-time US Women's Champion, only 21 years old, FIDE rating 24-31. She won the gold medal at the Olympiad, where the USA team got the bronze medal. She's just an extremely accomplished player. And although she's not a grandmaster yet and she's seed number 9 in this tournament, she's looking for some important wins and maybe even trying to win this event and get that grandmaster title. But let's check in with Yasser, see what are his insights from the playing hall.
Well, thank you, ladies, indeed. And the openings, I love them, of a wide variety of variations. I'm looking at the game of Humpy and Nana, and this specific position of the semi-Slav used to be one of the most argued variations. Well before the computers, we'd sit for days and days trying to figure out what should be the major plans. From Black's perspective, it's very clear. He'd like to advance on the queen side, c5, c4, bring the bishop to c5, castle, and everything's very, very nice. White has a majority on the king side, and it's nice to think that the pawn on e6 is weak. How are you going to attack it? Well, the variation that you would really like to play is queen f3 and queen h3. The problem with the immediate queen f3 is knight e5, forks queen and bishop, and you don't like losing the bishop pair so early. So after the move queen c6, the most common move was to play the move bishop c2 as a prelude to this whole idea of queen f3, queen h3, and also to get out of the tempi of b4 and c4. So I found the move bishop e2 really interesting, and I began delving in, just as you did as well. And the variation that I went with the computer was b4, attacking the knight. Knight goes to a4, h7, h6, attacking the knight, bishop h5 check. It took me a while to understand, like yourselves, why the move g6 was important and to be able to play rook g8. You guys nailed it. Bishop takes g6, king e7, knight takes e6. And this is where I really started having some doubts about my abilities in chess. King takes e6. And I'm reminded very forcefully of the Cochrane gambit in the Petrov, where you go knight takes e5, d6, knight takes f7. This looks like a Cochrane gambit going wrong, wrong, wrong for black. But the engine kept saying that black is better throughout. And I kept scratching my head, and I was going down, 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 as you can see, the main moves. And we got to this position, and, you know, it's a very funny moment, because if you think about the bishop, the queen, eyeing this long diagonal, now you understand why the pawn was sacrificed with rook g8. Then just out of the blue move, rook takes e4, bishop takes e4, knight takes e4, and I've been struggling. f3, amazingly, all of these moves are only moves. It's like you have to go down this 1-1 pathway. And the crazy part was, after everything was said and done, that after the move rook g6, the engine said, black is better by just a little bit. And I thought, what kind of terrifying preparation have these ladies made? And what has inspired Humpy to play the move bishop e2? Was it variations like these? Well, it will be quite the Donnybrook. Back to you in studio.
Thank you, Yasser, for the analysis.
I have something for Yasser. You know, this position inspired me to remember the famous quote by Yogi Berra, you know, you cannot hit and think at the same time. So I think this is it. A total chaos on the board. And I think that Nana just played a huge mistake. She played rook d8. Maybe
Nazi, we're going to give it to you. I know you had a different game prepared, but we are starting to go into the era of blunders. So let's start with the game of Nana.
Let's continue this since we're already analyzing it. Wow, rook d8 got 2 question marks. We already know that after bishop e2, b4 was a really good move. But let's take a look why this is such a terrible move. Okay, the reason why it's so bad is queen d3, a quiet move. There is no immediate captures or threats. Just queen d3.
But Yasser mentioned this idea, so you can no longer play queen f3, so the queen goes to h3, I think, via this square, yes.
So it looks like black, maybe rook d8 is a big waste of time. I'm guessing she wants to play knight e5 or some discovery move on the queen, but after this, after queen h3, this problem on e6 becomes very serious, because if you try to just defend, I mean, f4 and white's going all in, and look at black's position, right? Everything's on the last rank. So this is very passive. So after queen d3, according to the engine, b4 is still the best, but now we don't have to play knight a4. Now we have a better square for the knight to go to d1 and maybe come back into the game via e3 and c4. Here, best move is h6. You won't believe this, but the second best is king e7.
No one would play this move ever.
but after
just to defend the e6 pawn.
After h6, you play queen h3 anyway.
Yes,
so how do you defend this pawn?
Best option is either play king e7, but then why did you play h6, right? Yes. Just sacrifice the exchange. Take on e4, and you do have. Okay, if you look at it visually, wait, do we not have bishop f3? What's happening here? Oh wow, look at this. Because I thought queen was just winning. Queen sacrifice, knight e5.
Yeah, now the knight on d1 is a little misplaced,
because
right?
If you saw this in the game, you have to be 100% sure you're okay, because you don't want to get checkmated up a queen.
But what are you supposed to play here? Rook e1 and then king f1?
That's the only move to have the advantage, to play rook e1, walk in right into the fork, knight f3, but the idea is that your king needs some square, right? f1, because you can walk into g2 and in that diagonal. And here black just simply plays king f7. So what's the material right now? White has
a few minor pieces for the queen. That's the
queen and the rook.
Yeah.
There's also a rook. That's a lot of material.
No, it's just kind of free queen, right? Because it's like 2 pieces for a rook.
Yeah,
but
it's just free
pretty much a free queen. But look at the evolve bar; it only says plus 1.4. I mean, this is hard to believe. Let's take a look. Best move: bishop g5. Let's just hang all the pieces. And after bishop e7, white can just give the queen back and be up some material, or go queen h3, give up this, and there's still some compensation here because the minor pieces are actually looking very good for black. I must say, all 4 of them.
But I think it's very dangerous for white to just even allow it, and then for black to go in it. This game is going to be very messy.
Absolutely. And we do have queen d3 on the board. Humpy did find the best move.
The thing is, I'm pretty sure she studied this position. You cannot find the queen d3 even though...
That fast, right?
Yes, that fast, even though you know all the ideas. And the thing is, the line that you've just mentioned that showed on the board, this is so the line that Nana could enter because she has these unusual ideas in her mind. I played her so many times, very often sacrificing the exchange, striving for the initiatives. And she likes those unbalanced positions.
She likes chaos.
Yes, let's see what will happen.
We're going to have chaos for sure in this game. And I had another update before we saw rook d8. In the game of Zhongyi against Alina, Kashlinskaya, We saw Tan play this move c4, which got a question mark, allowing knight b4. And computer really doesn't like it for white. It says that white should have played simply bishop d2 or bishop c1, step back. That does allow blacks to still trade one of the bishops, but it's okay. You can trade, then play even g3, rook e1, and you will have bishop e4 coming soon.
Because it's the light square bishop that is really powerful, even targeting h7 square, right? Maybe looking for some
You could play like c3
battery.
and set up the batteries as well. Yeah, and I mean, white, in this position, I feel like white has no risk. Maybe advantage is tiny, but also no risk. After she played c4.
Nazi,
Yes.
once again, yes, I just wanted also to underline something. And the last position, like after we have, yes, here, rook e1. What's important, of course, is to understand, because our audience, our viewers, they would say, okay, I will trade the bishop on b7 for the knight on f3.
Opposite
and then,
color.
yes, I will have the opposite color bishop, yet very complex middle game. And here, white is always better.
Absolutely. It's because white can attack the king. And unless we trade all the major pieces and go into the bishop endgame, this is nowhere near a draw.
And you will play queen e4 and h4 here.
Yeah, absolutely.
So let's take a look maybe at the predictions for this tournament, because we have Ben Underwood, who always prepares the prediction for us, who has the highest chances to win the tournament. So here we have the pie chart pre-tournament, and it is Humpy Koneru with 22.2% chances of winning. Right behind her is Zhongyi, 18.9%, and then you see a drop. Assaubayeva, Bibisara, 12%, Dzagnidze Nana, 11.6%, Harika, Dronavalli, 8.3%, Muzychuk, 7.3%, Carissa, 6.2%, Batsiashvili, 6%, Anna Kashlinskaya, 5.4%, and honestly, with only 2.3%, but some still chances. So what are your chances? What are your picks for this tournament?
Katerina, I was so surprised because, you know, well, I've picked Humpy Koneru already before because I know the player very well. And actually, I was thinking about her result, her recent results. She has won the World Rapid Championship. We actually played together during this event. She is performing steadily during the Grand Prix events. So all that in mind combined, so I decided that Humpy is going to be my pick for this event. And then I saw the statistics. So
just confirming the chance.
Made me very happy, you know. So like, okay, I'm a good captain of the team.
You know, my pick was coming in before I saw the statistics, but I'm not changing it, was Alice Lee. So I was shocked when I saw she's at 2%. I don't think that's fair. I mean, maybe because she's an IM, she's the youngest, I understand, but we know she can fight and defeat anybody. So my pick is Alice Lee. What about you, Katerina?
So I'm hearing that Yasser Seirawan and Darius Schwiertz, they both picked Carissa. So that means I don't want to pick any players that you ladies did or that the guys did. So I think the tournament is really extremely balanced. And yesterday at the opening ceremony, at the dinner, I had a really nice conversation with Nina Batsiashvili, and she was saying it's her debut here. She's first time in St. Louis, and I felt like she's really excited about this tournament. So I'm gonna pick her as my pick in this tournament.
Nice pick. What can we win, you know? Is there something, you know, for commentators?
And if we can go back, because I didn't finish the analysis, after Tan played this move c4, now Alina is better after she played knight b4, strong move, king a1. Computer was saying knight e1 is the best move, but that's not a human move. King a1 makes more sense. Now knight d3. She will probably take with the rook on d3, although she can take with either. But after queen d3, engine says black is significantly better, -1 after queen f6. I'm guessing it's the two bishops, somewhat an open position, and
it's also difficult for white to even launch an attack, right? Because the bishops are looking at that direction.
Yeah, we can never play g4, so it's very hard to start an attack on the king side. So let's take a look at rook d3, which is a slightly better move than queen takes. Black still plays queen f6.
That's why she played king a1, because she's preparing rook d3.
Absolutely, to not walk into bishop e4. And here, same issue still for white. Kind of hard to find good ideas. Maybe this bishop needs to move to a better diagonal, so let's try that. Bishop d2, maybe just some developing move, rook d8, bishop c3. And, okay,
queen
black
f5.
is better because of the white squares, yes. Since that bishop is gone and that bishop on b7 is an absolute monster, Black controls a lot of the white squares, and I wouldn't say Black will win this, but it's so much more easier and comfortable to play for Black.
But I'm curious, how do you want to continue in this position, Nazi? Because I'm thinking, let's say if I go c5 as Black, whatever, you double the rooks, rook
Sure.
hd1.
Yes.
If I go c5, you may go d5, right? And that's good for white, I assume.
Well, c5 in this position, d takes c would actually be good.
Oh, right, because there's a pin.
But okay, so your
Like,
question
I'm
is
not
how
sure
does Black continue?
Yeah, how does Black continue? Because e5 you don't want to do, c5 I'm not sure, f6,
There's an idea of just going a5, a4, a3. That's a good idea.
to weaken the queen side.
I love this idea, which is bishop a6. How do you defend c4?
Go back with the rook.
Okay, because if you play b3, it's going b5.
Wow. And I cannot block it with c5. I'm just not in time.
Yeah, I think on c5, just immediately b4 should be winning, yeah. So definitely b3 is not a good move after bishop a6, but if you go rook d2, oh, bishop f4 might just be winning, because if you play rook c2, I still take bishop c4. And white
These
pieces
bishops
are,
are monsters.
yeah, absolutely. This just shows the power of two bishops.
The thing is,
That's a very strong idea.
what you need to understand to evaluate this position also correctly is that white will run out of useful moves. That's the very important. While Black, with the pair of bishops, they can wait, even put the rook on e8, we can soften this pawn, soften that pawn. You cannot play
Black can improve
g4,
this position
h4,
for
of
hours.
course. Exactly. And Alina Kashlinskaya has a classical education where she knows that first of all, she develops her pieces, she needs to equalize with Black. And after c4, she understood that she has to seize this opportunity to fight for the advantage.
Absolutely, and we see her at the board. She should be quite happy with her position, but maybe we know this psychological thing. When you play an opponent like Zhongyi, who's extremely strong, sometimes you trust her and you don't think that she already made a mistake. So maybe Alina underestimates her advantage in this position, but according to Engine, it's almost -1.
Wow.
And this is also Alina's debut in this event, and she wants to show that she is up to it.
Yeah, her first time in St. Louis. Welcome, Alina.
So let's go to another game. By the way, in the game of Alice Lee and Nino Batsiashvili, Alice did trade the queens. So we are headed into an endgame.
Katerina, but by the way, we've tried, we didn't finish Carissa's game, just
so let's take a look.
Yes, because we were going through the opening, so the rule opus, classical rule opus after bishop e7. Carissa didn't take on e4. So let's have a look what she prepared. And here, Harika immediately goes for bishop c6. Normally you would have played rook e1, of course, yes, so this would be the classical rule opus, but recently computers especially helped us to understand that the position arising after bishop c6, d takes c6, looks somewhat similar to Rosalima sometimes, and very easy to play. So it depends where you will put your knights. I played something like this against Humpy Koneru also during the World Rapid Championship, and it was the first time, but I saw how easy it is to tangle. So let's have a look what was Harika's idea. So d3.
Defending that pawn on e4.
Of course, a very natural move. So knight d7. Why knight d7? Because of course you will have to protect this pawn, but very often when your bishop goes to d6 to free this knight, the knight goes here, then here. Yes, and then in the d4. It's a very, very important maneuver to
kind of activate the knight somewhere to better pastures.
Of course, one very important move for Black to play here is c5. So completely cementing the position and depriving White of the counterplay, let's say of the counterplay in the center, of the breakthrough on the center. Okay, let me get rid of all the, how do I get rid?
You can just move what happened next.
Okay, what happened next, and it will take off all the, okay, perfect. Bishop b3 is the natural square for the bishop once again. Carissa castled immediately, so knight c3. Sometimes you also can put your knight on d2, but very often you do so before you develop the bishop on e3. So Harika went for knight c3. then maybe she has this maneuver in mind, you know, knight e2, knight g3, or sometimes knight e2, knight d2, and f4. Let's say you can do this, and f4, of course, needs, no, not this, f4, needs to be prepared. Okay, so what happened here? Rook e8 is a very natural move, has been played. Oh, knight e2, okay. So this is it, f6 and knight d2. Okay, I could have played this event, at least in the opening.
Knight f6, rerouting the knight, as you suggested.
And f4, okay. This, you have those ideas in the Rosalima, of course, because when you cannot play on the queen side, you go for f4, then your knight from g3 sometimes go to f5, sometimes to h5. So let's see what happened. We will show it on the board. Oh, she took with the knight on f4, knight e6, interesting. And here Harika is thinking. You know, I've played Carissa also during the World Rapid, and she played so quickly. And I've also watched the US Championships. She plays at such a speed that I had the feeling that the clock is there just for the moral support, you know, so just a loyal companion. But here, as you can see, Harika is way ahead on the clock, and Carissa is spending some time in the opening phase. So what do you think?
I think this is definitely kind of a new style of position that Carissa is playing, because we are used to Carissa having very active, aggressive, and kind of just their pieces having good spots. Right now, she needs to be like moving them around to find the good spots. So she's taking her time to make sure that, you know, she's doing the right thing.
Actually, I have some comment about this position. Harika can play this interesting move, knight to h5, in this current position, with the idea of just bringing the queen to g4 and starting the kingside attack. So it doesn't look too dangerous, but you can feel uncomfortable, especially for a player like Carissa, who loves to attack. She's very aggressive. When I prepare against her, it's usually I try to find a way to attack her, because that's where she's uncomfortable. So I think Harika will play knight h5. And how would you continue here?
I mean, the question is what to do with that bishop on c8, because we need to get it out so the rook can get out.
So does this knight need to go back to f8?
I was thinking about knight d4, but then I thought, okay, what if you play c3? And then what am I supposed to do here? You're forced to retreat to e6.
And maybe you're helping the pawns to go in forward.
Yes, and then you still have to go to f8. So believe it or not, the best move is to just go knight f8, just to stop queen g4 and open up the bishop. Of course, white can start with queen f3 and go to g3. So it's a little bit uncomfortable. I mean, you kind of know that white shouldn't have a winning attack here, but you're still afraid when you're sitting at the board looking at this, right?
What I feel that you have also those positions in the Rosalima when white plays f4, so the Sicilian might have nothing to do with it, but I feel that you shouldn't soften the f6 pawn. So after knight h5, you could have played g6, but is it so easy, you know, to make this decision? So knight g3,
it's definitely
I suppose
a playable move, but you do give me like a hook, right? That I can attack later. And f6, like you said, it's a weaker pawn now. Yeah, it's playable, but let's check in with Yasser, because he has some updates for us.
Thank you. I've been following your analysis in the games. Great start to round one, but in particular, the game of Humpy and Anana has really just captured me. So we were looking at the move of bishop e2, and then rook d8 was played, and the computer gave this move a double question mark. Now, whenever I see a double question mark, I think to myself, oh, that's got to cost material, like it blunders material. No, this doesn't blunder material. So I'm trying to understand why the computer condemns rook d8 so much. Well, actually, the funny part is white has a threat of playing queen d3, queen h3, which is what bishop e2 prepares. So the move rook d8 doesn't address that threat. But what I've come to understand is that b4 is actually critical in order to get the knight offsides over on a4. So I didn't understand that at first, And after the move, rook d8, queen d3, I said, yeah. And again, I've been following your analysis, Nasi. h7, h6, queen h3, king e7. Instead of h takes g5, you had that marvelous variation where you sacrificed a queen for just a minor piece. Queen takes e4, queen f3. Okay, so here we are, king e7, and I'm thinking to myself, the engine just loves white's position. How so? Why? I was experimenting with f4. I eventually came up with the move rook e1, and this was hilarious for me. Remember I was saying it was so crucial to get the knight away to a4. Well, why? What is the move rook e1 threat? Check this out. Knight d5, check. Well, of course, you're going to take the knight. Take the knight. Sorry. E takes d5. And I had e takes d5. I think it was h takes g5. Just a second. H takes g5. Bishop takes c4 check. King f7. D takes c6. Discovered check. B takes c4. Queen takes h3. I was having a ball. Let's go back to the current position and why Nana is thinking so much. So in the variation I just showed you, there's this move knight c3 to d5, which is very disturbing. So let's start with the move b4. Then after b4, we go knight d1, h6, queen h3, now king e7. Now there's none of that knight d5 business, right? Well, check this out. Knight e3, rook g8, knight d5 check anyway. So you can even like lose 2 tempi to get the knight on d1 to e3 to d5. And I got this position. Takes, king d6, queen g3 check, knight e5. And I'm sitting there saying, okay, white is just going to win this game. But white is going to win this variation. But the current position, why Nana has been thinking so much, is because she's looking at these positions where the knight gets driven back to d1. And I actually think it's vital that she does it and does it right away, because those variations I've been looking at with knight d5 are deadly. So big moment for Nana, and she's using her time. Back to you in studio.
Thank you, Yasser, for great analysis. It's so fun to be looking at these variations.
But I think it was so fun to look at Yasser. We enjoyed it so much. Thank you so much.
And it is that time in the show that we're going to check in with our friends at Q Boutique. So this time, effortlessly cool and casually stylish, this short-sleeve denim shirt is a timeless wardrobe essential. Made from soft and breathable cotton denim, it pairs well with jeans or layered over a dress for a laid-back style. Available at qboutiquestl.com or in person at the St. Louis Chess Club. And as we go to break, Yasser catches up with 15-year-old international master and rising star Alice Lee. Let's take a look.
Thank you for making this interview possible, by the way. And I wanted to ask you about your ambitions. You're so young, but you also have some very clear goals. One has got to be to become a grandmaster and to win $100,000 prize. How are you going to do that?
Oh, I'm not sure. I guess like playing in these tournaments, I think this tournament is actually a good tournament to potentially get a norm.
You can get a norm here, absolutely.
Yeah, so I think playing in tournaments where I have opportunities for norms, and playing in like these strong tournaments, I think the Cairns Cup, World Cup, then I'm planning on playing in a couple of norm tournaments after that over the summer, are like how I'm working, not just to aim for like norms or rating, but to gain like the experience because I haven't played in too many like GM norm tournaments, I guess, before.
Right.
But yeah, I think eventually at some point a good result is bound to happen. So.
Absolutely. I was just speaking with Carissa, and she listed the same. She's gunning for her Grandmaster norms, so she's looking at this event, the World Cup, the Grand Swiss. Those latter two events could potentially get her a candidate's position. You've thought about that as well?
Not really. Yeah, but if I qualify, if I have a really great result, I guess that comes with it, like the candidate spot.
Right. So it's something you aspire to, let's say. Yeah. Tell me about your Olympic team, U.S. Olympic team, and the dreams that you might have for that.
I guess like in the Olympiad is next year, so
yeah, 2026.
For that team, I'm hoping that we can continue to improve, and I think with the Cairns award, we have like strong motivation too. So
exactly,
we can like. Also, I think we have Anna Sargassian joining the team. So
yes,
we have like some new players, new strong people on the team, and I mean it's hard to say like because a year is a long time, but as we improve, I think we can aim to hopefully improve our standing from last year, although we did get a medal also.
Exactly. For you yourself, personally, as you're training, obviously you're working on every facet of the game that you can, whether that be your end game technique, knowledge of your openings, maybe some middle game patterns, working on your tactics, working on your calculating ability. If you were to look at yourself objectively and you say, as a chess player, I need to work on what? Where do you see your biggest weakness and strengths?
I think my openings, I sometimes get unprepared. Of course, that's like the case for everybody, but sometimes I don't think I respond in the best way. I also think, I guess sometimes I just make weird decisions. Like, but for my strengths, I think I'm quite good in like boring positions or trying to like find opportunities in positions where it looks like there's not really much, especially if I'm in like a must-win situation and I need to find something. But yeah, I guess like there's a lot of areas for improvement, even in those positions, and like that's what chess is.
There always is areas of improvement, but for one of the things that objectively I've seen about you is you're a great fighter. At the board, you're not giving up until you absolutely positively have to give up. You are resourceful, and that's a great strength to have. Is this something that you've worked on?
I think actually it's just like the experience I've gone through, like not losing, just like holding on to many games. I remember there was a game in 2022 in a norm tournament where I was like down a rook, and it was like basically 2 rooks versus 1 rook, but I found a stalemate idea, and after that I'm like, I'm never resigning again.
And you saved the game.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Alice Lee, very good luck in the 2025 Cairns Cup.
Thank you.
"10 years, one legacy." The Grand Chess Tour marks a decade of mastery where only the strongest chess minds carve their names into history. Each piece has its role, like soldiers in a grand army, with commanders to lead them into the tour's 10th year and a prize fund of $1.6 million. The Grand Chess Tour starts in Warsaw with the Superbet Rapid and Blitz Poland, immediately followed by the Superbet Chess Classic Romania in Bucharest. Then off to Zagreb for the Super United Rapid and Blitz Croatia, followed by back-to-back events in St. Louis, Missouri with the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz and the Sinquefield Cup. And the culmination of the grand finale in the city of Sao Paulo, Brazil, will determine the 2025 Grand Chess Tour champion. Fight with every ounce of strength for victory. This isn't just a moment. This is history.
Corporate Chess League started in 2018, and we started it because we wanted to get the corporations around St. Louis to get together, casually play chess, and network together. So each corporation has their own team. They bring 4 to 6 people every week, and they play over the board in-person chess.
In our team, for all of us to be here, we don't see each other throughout our week. We work in different departments in different areas. So yeah, I think it's a good thing to hang out with your other peers at the club.
So what myself and my coworkers get out of playing in the Corporate Chess League is camaraderie, getting to hang out with people from work, from different departments, getting to meet people from other companies, learn what they do, and obviously just enjoy the game of chess that we all love.
We have about 10 teams right now. We average 10 to 12 teams every year. So if your corporation is interested, or if you work for a corporation and you're trying to get a team, all you need to do is go to our website, stlouischessclub.org, and all the information is there.
You know Q Boutique at the World Chess Hall of Fame has the region's best selection of chess sets. But this store is so much more. Discover our masterfully curated selection of unique jewelry, clever kids games that nurture critical thinking and creativity, quirky greeting cards, books for all ages, and a wide variety of locally made goods. Find just what you're looking for at Q Boutique at the World Chess Hall of Fame.
If you love playing chess and want to put your skills to the test, the St. Louis Chess Club welcomes you to our monthly open tournaments. This is your chance to compete in a 5-round Swiss system tournament with 2 sections, Open, which is FIDE rated, and Under 1800. Feel the thrill of competition as you contend for a share of $4,200 in prizes every month. To learn more and to register, please visit stlouischessclub.org.
Ladies, are you looking for something fun to do? Do you want to make new friends and broaden your horizons? Ladies' Night is the premier all-female chess event in St. Louis. Every Wednesday night, you can meet and play with new people while learning one of the world's most popular games from a certified woman grandmaster. Plus, St. Louis Chess Club members can attend for free. Whatever your age or skill level, you're welcome at Ladies' Night.
Don't miss the 9th annual Strategy Across the Board Gala, Master of the Arts. Enjoy fine dining and world-class musical entertainment, all while helping to support chess education, cultural exhibits, and public programming at the St. Louis Chess Club and World Chess Hall of Fame and Galleries. Strategy Across the Board, Master of the Arts, is Saturday, August 16th at the Chase Park Plaza Hotel. For sponsorship or ticket information, or to make a gift, please visit stlouischessclub.org.
Welcome back, everyone. We are in the first round of Cairns Cup, but right now we have an extremely special guest in the studio, Dr. Jeannie Sinquefield. Welcome. You are the co-founder of the St. Louis Chess Club, and also this tournament is in your honor.
Yeah.
So thank you so much for being here.
You're welcome.
I want to start by asking about your Cairns Queen Chess Award, about your commitment to women's chess, because you established it last year.
Mm-hmm.
What can you tell us about this award, and do you think this year a female player is going to earn this award?
Okay, for those who are out there, it's like the number of female grandmasters is it's about 1,000. Okay, active players, and there's about probably 20,000 male players. So it's on you. In all of the Americas, we have one grandmaster. It tends to be more India and Europe. So the idea was, how do you encourage women to go after the grandmaster? And you guys know it's hard.
It is very hard.
You have to stick with it, right? Mm-hmm. So we decided that if we could provide some incentive, that we could, encourage some of the players to play. And there are a couple of players who, you look at them, some of them have the 2,500, some of them have some norms, right?
Yeah, and we see the first lady here who actually received the award, Irina Krash, who is, as you mentioned, the only female who earned the Grandmaster title.
Yeah. So, but she was from Ukraine originally. So our tournament here is just saying that you have to be an American citizen, because we want we want to grow our own here. Come on, we can do better than one in the entire Americas or the, you know, in the U.S. So the idea is $100,000. We'll have got 5 years to do it, and we can do up to 5.
And what do you think are the chances of somebody receiving it this year or in the upcoming 5 years or 4 years right now?
Well, I think there are 2 that could get it in this year or the next year.
And who are they, in your opinion?
Anna Zatansky.
Because she has already all the Grandmaster titles. She only needs the rating, correct?
I think she has a rating and 1 norm. I think she needs more norms.
Okay.
Okay. I mean, I'm not saying she has that rating now, but she's had it at
She crossed it.
She crossed it. And then Vanessa, yep.
Carissa, yep.
Clarissa Lip, but you don't know. You've seen circumstances where a kid just goes, whoa, right?
Yeah, especially I mean, we have Alice Lee, who is extremely young, and she's
13
looking at that too,
yeah,
right?
Yes, Jeannie, I wanted to ask you one question, which is, at least for me, it's very important to see how the American chess has developed with your help. And these awards are very important, of course, but how important it was for you to ensure this generational transition. You know, I've seen that in France, you know, we don't have it. So there are so many young players in the American chess, you know, everything combined, which are incredibly strong right now.
Well, when we started the club in 2008, okay, there were no grandmasters living in the state of Missouri. Now we have 40 who live here. Okay, and then in 2011, I persuaded the Boy Scouts of America to approve chess as a merit badge. So the first kids to earn the chess merit badge is when we did the opening at the World Chess Hall of Fame that we brought here. And that was sort of so I got 2 Boy Scout troops. I was the first merit badge counselor for chess. So we had 18 boys from my council. So, and then I talked the National to let me have an opening ceremony. And then I got an astronaut who had played chess in outer space and then was an Eagle Scout.
Wow.
And he came out, and at that time it was just Boy Scouts. Girls hadn't been allowed to join scouting in the U.S. yet. So they got, can you think about having your merit badge book signed by an astronaut? Super cool, just super cool. And then in 2019, the girls were allowed to join Boy Scouts. We call it Scouts America now, okay? So I arranged to have them, a troop here in Missouri, to earn the chess merit badge. But this was the exciting thing. It was the first year of the Cairns Cup. So I decided that I didn't want to teach the merit badge anymore. I learned that I had certain standards, but this, you know. So we got the players from the Cairns Cup, the women players, to teach the first girls to earn the chess merit badge. Technically, you couldn't join Scouts till Monday, but I talked to the local council, and they said they could earn it on Saturday and get it on Monday.
Wow, and I see in my cheat sheet here that actually now it's over 300,000 badges that were earned for the chess, for the merit badge. Yeah,
well, it's around there. It might be as much as 350. We're getting about 25,000 a year. We're like, you got 11 equal required, and then we're like number 12.
That's a big jump from those 18 people at the
beginning.
There's
150 merit badges, so chess is. And then if you go to the Scout camps, they'll have a tournament, like our council has a tournament every week at Scout camp. And the winner gets a membership to the chess club for a year.
Where they can attend lessons and participate.
Well,
even
some
more.
of them live pretty far away, so maybe they don't. But it's still sort of cool to win, you know?
Yeah, it's always an achievement for everybody. And I see, Jean, that you brought this Read and Write chess book.
Yes.
What can you tell us about it? I don't know if you are familiar with this booklet.
Yeah, well, okay. I wrote this because this is just to teach the literacy of chess. It's not to teach openings.
Yes,
let's teach you a little bit how to play, but just literacy, okay? It started off in English, okay? It was the hardest thing I ever wrote because I had to write it so the 7-year-old could teach it. It's available for free, the booklet. You just have to You either go on the website, and then, or you can. I guess
they have it
the QR
here on this, and there's a QR code on the screen as well.
Okay, you can use the QR code. So, when we started, a female chess player, Yasser's wife, translated into Dutch. Okay.
But now we see all the languages there.
Yeah,
English, Dutch, Filipino, French.
Dutch was female, French was female player. I helped on the Indonesian was female. Russian was done by a female chess player. And
I see only Czech missing there.
Swahili was, Uzbek was, and yeah, so half of them have been translated, including you doing French, okay?
Yes, I remember. The chess is such a wonderful educational tool.
I pay really, really good rates for translation. Like, you get your name on the bottom of the front page as you were the translator, because we figured. But the idea is for serious chess players, almost all of them learn notation at very young ages. Okay, they maybe had a parent who was a chess player, or in a school like in Russia. You see me? It was very popular, okay?
Yes.
So if you don't learn the notation, you can still play chess. A lot of people play chess for fun. But you're sort of capped. You can't read books, you can't play in tournaments, and you can't replay your games. So I went out and I thought I'd find what books were available, and they just weren't designed for people who don't read well, okay? Children or young adults. So it started with English, and then different people. Like Swahili, I just got in the mail, you know?
I mean, it's amazing that players can, or young kids, or even adults who want to learn how to read and write chess, they can do so with this booklet.
This is a wonderful initiative.
Yeah, well, how many people learned it in French?
Well, a lot of them, you know, and I remember working on this booklet during the pandemics, you know, when everything stopped.
With your daughter, right?
Yes, with my daughter, and it gave us such a sense of purpose. So, like, I am so happy to see this initiative growing, you know, and I was just looking at the screen, I'm thinking, I can read a lot of those languages, so, and I really hope that you will have a few more added to it in the future.
Yeah. Actually, right now, all we can do is see, you know, where someone in their country is downloading off the internet, right? The thing we don't see is somebody gets a copy and sends it to,
of course,
you know,
somebody else.
Okay, and a lot of coaches are using it as homework because you can send it home, and then it's hard to talk to kids if they don't know the notation, right?
Yes,
for
and
those who are not real chess players, you don't. And then it comes with this wonderful paper chessboard.
That's what I wanted to show to our viewers. You have this board, and actually we worked on it with my youngest daughter, and she had, well, every square perfectly, you know, written, yes.
Yeah,
and
you
she
write it.
everything,
A lot of
course.
it's writing and moving, and the only thing is you need bottle caps, okay? So
To put it there, with paper on.
in Osage County, where I live, we have Sam Adams chessboards.
Okay.
You know, that's a beer. That's an American beer. So we have it. But you can do it in Swahili. That's in Tanzania. They just cut little pieces of wood and glue them. Later you can get let's say you learn this and you're going to go home. You may not have a chess set at home.
Yeah, I think this is great for everybody who wants to do it. You can download it online. You can get it at the St. Louis Chess Club, maybe even somewhere else. So great opportunity.
I think if you type up the title on Google,
it will come up.
And then in the very back page is a list of games for chess coaches.
To go over. Ginny, I have one more question for you.
Sure.
This tournament is named in your honor, in your maiden name. Which player are you rooting for?
Well, Anna Zatansky isn't playing this tournament, okay, so...
This time the only Americans are Carissa and Alice Lee.
Yeah.
And then a lot of international
Well, it would be
players.
nice to see the American players earn a norm.
The Grandmaster
You don't
norm.
have to win to earn a norm, do you?
You don't have to. You just have to have a very good performance.
Okay, so that's So what are the chances?
I think both of the players have very good chances, but it depends how they do, of course.
And
what is
how
their shape?
That would be just fun, right?
Making history.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
That is very important, and that's how I feel about these events.
The country that downloads it the most, right, is Indonesia. And I helped translate that the first round until I found a person who spoke better Indonesian than I did.
Jeannie, thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for your commitment to women's chess with the Chess Queens Cairns Cup Award, but also with this tournament and everything you do with the St. Louis Chess Club. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jeannie.
And we will ask Yasser, what are his insights in this tournament right now? Yasser, to you.
Well, thank you, Kate. My first insight is to thank Jeannie herself. For many decades, the United States Chess Federation had been trying desperately to get chess a Boy Scout badge for chess, and was unable when Jeannie and Rex started the St. Louis Chess Club because of her extensive background with Scouts. She managed to do that. So a big shout out and thanks to her. And as a result, well, as you mentioned, 300,000 badges had been awarded. Very, very impressive. Thank you, Jeannie. Turning to our games, I've been looking at the game between Bibi and Mariya. Why? Because I play the Caro-Kann. I have a vested interest, as you might say, in the Caro. And in this position, I actually thought that Mariya was doing just fine. And in particular, I liked Black's position, actually. I preferred Black's position after the move knight f5. Move knight f5. The knight is on a beautiful outpost where it's also hitting the pawns on d4 as well as on h4. So I thought the knight was ideal here. Black would follow it up with moves like knight b6 to maintain the blockade on d5 as well as bishop e7. Nothing is going on. In fact, I kind of think that Mariya got lulled into a false sense of security. She saw the move knight f5 and she thought, well, that's a pretty decent move. And in fact, I like my position. And in fact, I like my position so much, I'm going to play very provocative. I'm going to play the move c5 and I'm going to capture the pawn on d4. I'm going to follow up with the move knight c6 and I'm going to capture the pawn on e5. In other words, she's going to win a pawn. The computer didn't like this move at all, and after this very strong move, castles, I was thinking to myself, well, I like winning pawns. What would happen if Mariya continued with her idea, which is to win a pawn? Takes on d4, knight takes d4, knight takes e5. Not bad. Okay, white, prove your compensation. And where does the compensation lie? Well, look at Black's king. It's stuck in the middle of the board, and it's going to take a couple of moves to get it out of dodge. White takes advantage of the moment to go queen a4 check, queen d7, knight to b5. Now, alert threat, I'm threatening to play the move knight to d6 check. Just imagine, for example, that here, I'm going to just double check something. Yes. Imagine in this position you were to play knight here. Then after, I think it's actually rook d1, knight d5, bishop f4, rook c8, whoop, knight e4. And here you can see how White's advantage in development is really paying off. In particular, there's the threat of knight d6 check, forking king and rook. So this all starts from, from this idea that you're going to follow up and you're going to win this pawn. Queen check, knight, queen d7, knight here, rook d1. And all of these moves had a certain flow to them. So I'm a little bit worried that Mariya is getting on the wrong horse, which is to blow up the center, and it could rebound against her in a kind of a boomerang effect in the sense that her king is still stuck in the center. And also just one other note, that you never want to allow, for example, in a position like this, after the move knight f5, you never want to allow white this pawn push d5. It's way too powerful. Back to you in studio.
Thank you, Yasser. Those were wonderful analysis, and I completely agree with you that c5 looks, well, suicidal to me, because you want to have those squares in the center, you want to put your knight on d5, and what you don't want is to open the position completely. Well, I think that Bibisara's pieces are still blinking, you know, at that move, you know, they saw c5 and they're thinking, okay, the knights are
maybe
going
they have
to
future.
The squares, yes, knight e4, knight f4, everywhere, knight d4. It is very dangerous for black to take this pawn on e5. And I like the way Yasser emphasizes the moves, like, whoop. Like, it's all that I'm going to remember from this first hour.
You know, I was looking at the game of Koneru Humpy against Nana Dzagnidze, and Nana is down to her 30 minutes. So if we can just jump there quickly.
She's still thinking after.
So yes, queen d3 happened, then b4, knight d1, and we are here, and only 28 minutes on the clock for Nana. This looks very dangerous. Nazi, what do you think?
Yeah, we already analyzed the position. Like we said, Nana is in trouble already positionally, but also to not have time on the clock. I mean, we can see Humpy has extra hour, and until move 40, Nana's not going to receive any additional time. So she's going to have that crazy complicated position where she might have to sacrifice a queen with no time on the clock. So I'm thinking Humpy is in a really good spot right now.
And what's important to understand here, of course, we analyze this position thoroughly, and we know how difficult it is to play it with the computer. So when you're facing those lines on the board, it's how much time you have to spend on each move. You know,
Exactly.
so Humpy knows her plans, and Nana has to spend sometimes 20, 30 minutes on each move in order to avoid all the losing complications.
And again, for white, it's very simple, right? We want to go queen h3. And after we go with that queen to h3, we want to target that pawn on e6.
So let me do all those errors, and then I will have, you know.
And that's it.
And
now
there's
it's just difficult for black to do something about
There's no
it.
easy defense. We know with the engine's help that king e7 is the best move, but how easy it is to make that on the board. That's why she's taking so much time.
And what I wanted to show you, wait a second. I will never, you know, make it happen. You know, it's like I'm a perfect replacement for Yasser. But what I wanted to show you, let's have a look. Just a few moves. Just get here. Bishop e2 was played here, and only a few moves have been played after a surprising move, bishop e2, which Nana didn't expect, and she is already finding herself in a losing position. So just, that's it. Bishop e2 was placed. She was completely disarmed. She had to continue on her own, and this is modern chess.
Great prep by Humpy.
And maybe let's go to the game of Alice Lee and Nina, Nino Batsiashvili, because we saw a lot of trades there.
My pick versus your pick.
Exactly. But I'm also rooting for Alice, so it's...
And, well, we can see that Alice went...
So maybe we can go back to where we saw it after queen captures queen on d8.
Queen d8, so knight d8 was played.
That's
of
analysis, Almira. If you refresh, we'll see what happened in the game.
Perfect.
Okay.
Wait, your board's not updated.
That's what I
Or
have.
is it? Okay.
No, and bishop c4.
So immediately capturing that pawn.
Yes, bishop b4. I like this move in the spirit of the Ragozin defense. And very often you play bishop b4 and you do trade on c3.
So we are pinning the knight, right? And maybe we are even thinking about doing something like knight e4 to putting more pressure on that knight later on.
Yes, but I think, for example, if you castle, let's try this move. If you simply make a short castle, will you take bishop c3, you know, modify the pawn structure, and after b takes c3, is it okay for black or not, this position?
I think that was the idea. At least the pawn structure is disrupted. And I have a nice square knight e4 that I can go in the future.
So you have knight e4. Maybe you can even play b6 here. Can you?
Maybe to start with, I like it. To develop the bishop on b7, get the knight out from that passive d8 square.
And so your idea is to play knight b7. Sometimes you also have bishop b7, of course, but then I think that you can, in a way, develop your knight through b7, c5, or
I like
a5.
it, actually.
You have a few maneuvers that you can think about. So maybe bishop c3 is a positional threat in this position.
That's why Alice, she did not castle. She played rook c1.
c1, yes. It was very important to ensure the capture with the rook after bishop c3. But then you can still play knight e4. And it was played. Okay, knight e4, then bishop b5.
So we are seeing how Alice is fighting to keep her structure intact.
So knight c6 and bishop b5. Oh, I love this move.
I'll interrupt you just here. When Alice played bishop b5, she had this interesting option to take on g7. It's something that we might not consider seriously, but it was her best chance to have a small advantage. So if she takes bishop g7, of course, black's going to respond with rook g8, and here the key move for white is to play a3. The idea of this in-between move is if black takes, rook takes g7, we take on b4. Black cannot recapture yet because the knight on e4 is hanging, so black goes knight c3, we take with the pawn, rook g2, black gets the pawn back, but after king e2, this is a pleasant position for white. We change the pawn structure a little bit. We have open a and d files. Black bishop is not developed. Yeah, black is definitely slightly behind in development, and it's not a huge advantage, but in this endgame, this is best that you can hope for. So this was an option, and if Alice had chosen this, then Nino's best option is to take on c3 and play this position. So these pawns are better for black than b4 and c3. And still with slight advantage for white, but in the current position after bishop b5 and bishop d7, the engine says it's just that equal. Because here if you go, let's say king e2, black takes everything and goes king e7, and it's a better version of the position we had. Black is more developed. Thereno open files. When we had open G and A file, there was some kind of, how do you say it?
Like dynamic or like dynamic or
coordination?
It will come to me. Yes. That word will come to me.
Because I was calculating the variation at the same time that you asked me this question. So I was thinking, what was the idea behind bishop b5? Certainly not to trade everything, but maybe she wanted to get into this variation with bishop g7. Can it work here?
Oh,
Let's
here?
say after bishop
That's a good
d7.
question.
Yes.
Let's see what the difference is. So we still play a3, right? And bishop c3, bishop c3. Looks like black here, instead of taking on c3, takes on g2 right away.
And now targeting that f2 square.
Oh, right. We can't play king e2, right? f2 is hanging. Oh, here best move is we have to come back, which is not something we want to do. So that's the issue.
Yes, I can.
Imbalance, that's the word I was looking for. So that would create some kind of imbalance, which is what you want with white to have an advantage. But we see now she played the castle, and Nino can take on c3 with either piece, bishop or the knight. Takes, we take again, king e7, and yeah, this is really fizzling out. Would you consider taking on c6 and maybe play knight versus bishop?
Well, this is not enough here, unfortunately. Very often those positions favor white a little bit, of course, when you have this knight against the bishop. But here I feel that it's not enough. Okay, you will take bishop c6, bishop c6, what should you do? Knight e5 or knight d4, right? Yes. And then you can...
Just rook c8.
Ah, rook c8.
Bishop doesn't even have to move, yeah. Yeah, black has
this
no
looks
weaknesses.
Very equal.
Yeah, in this position. So it looks like Nino has done her job, which is with black to just equalize. We'll see if Alice can come up with something interesting here and create some problems.
And before we look at more games, yesterday there was the opening ceremony, a very beautiful event where all the players met, and also it included a very special gift from Yasser Seirawan's mother. So let's take a look.
Cairns Cup wanted to do something special for the drawing of lots. So Joy came to me and said, do you think your mom could design the necklaces for the women's champions? And I said, she'd be thrilled. So there's my mom, in her 80s. I'm giving her a call. Mom, I got a chess assignment for you. A chess assignment, she says. What on earth do you have for me? We want you to design necklaces, 10 necklaces for the Cairns Cup competitors. These are the most brilliant women in chess, Mom, and they're going to be wearing your necklaces. Oh, I'm so thrilled. This is so good. She wanted to give a message to the players. So let me tell you the message. I am most grateful to the St. Louis Chess Club and the World Chess Hall of Fame for selecting my necklaces as gifts to the Cairns Cup 2025 drawing of lots. I'm truly thrilled that my art will soon be worn by the greatest lady chess champions in the world. I congratulate you all on your challenging journey and for inspiring so many other players. I started designing jewelry decades ago, and it has brought me such great pleasure that I can only hope others will be inspired to make their own. I wish each and every one of you a lovely stay in St. Louis. That's Mom.
Yes, indeed. That is Mom, and she is absolutely thrilled that the ladies took their time in choosing their necklace and their drawing of lots. I just wanted to get quickly to a game between Bibi and Mariya. I consider this game in particular a huge match, as former world champion Mariya Muzychuk is in desperate straits. Remember, she played the move c5, undermining the white pawn on e5 by taking away the defending pawn on d4. She could have captured the pawn, which would have led to difficulty, so she wanted to capture the pawn on her own terms, knight e6, so that she could play bishop e7, castles, and decide which pawn she wants to take. Now, if I gave you this position and said, here, it's a tactical puzzle book, go ahead, white to move and to win, you would find the move, knowing that I'm telling you there's a direct path to victory. It's not that obvious, but when you play enough of these Max Lang attacks as a kid, like I did, it will be second nature to you to find the move knight takes f7. Obviously, forking queen and rook, there's no choice. Black has to capture the knight. Now you're thinking to yourself, okay, follow up, follow up, follow up. Should I go queen f3 check? No. Knight takes e6. Bang! Just a beautiful double sacrifice. Now the queen is hanging. The question is, what happens after king takes e6? It's not good. You're going to have to go on a walk. Queen b3 check. I was looking at the walk with king takes e5. I probably suspect that king e7 is a better move. Bang! Bishop g5, gorgeous. What to say? White's, the black king is in the center of the board. The rooks are going to come to the files with check. Checkmate is virtually inevitable at this point. Mariya got on the wrong foot with the move c5. This is where things went south. She could have gone knight to g6 or knight to f5. And what happened instead after c5, she got into this position and white has a winning move. Did white play it? Let me just... Oh, Bibi is going to be angry with herself. She missed a shot. I think this is still, yes, according to the chess engine that I have on my screen, it's still a very large advantage for white, but it was a missed opportunity knight takes f7 would have been a gorgeous start to the Cairns Cup. Back to you in studio.
Thank you so much, Yasser, for the analysis. I have a question. First of all, I have to say, beautiful jewelry by your mom, really nice. What about us?
Thank you.
What about us?
Funny you should mention it. Funny you should mention it. In fact, when I was talking to my mom about the jewelry and telling her there's 10 competitors, she said, yes, but the ladies that work with you on set, they would like some. And I go, yeah, they would.
Really?
And on the staff, they would like some as well. Yeah, they would. So she ended up making, and I'm not kidding, 41 necklaces.
Wow.
10 are in the Q Boutique store here. The others are in the possession of Rebecca.
Wow.
So make your choices.
What a brilliant woman your
set
mother.
aside for yourselves.
Thank you.
Thank you, yes, sir.
She'll be delighted to know that you approve.
So this is the tournament played by women, you know, commentaries provided by women, ran by women, because our chief arbiter and deputy arbiter, of course, are ladies. A lot of ladies around us helping in the crew. So yes, sir, you all hang on to your seat there. You know?
And Nancy, what do you have for us in the games?
Right, I just want to continue what Yasser was analyzing. Such beautiful lines if Bibisara found knight f7. But after queen a4, she still has a huge advantage. It's +2, and the ideas of knight f7, knight e6 still exist in this position. So for example, if black developed a piece, you can't even do that because knight is hanging on d7, so immediately knight f7. It's hard to find the best move for black. You want to quickly develop and castle, but if you do that, let's say rook d1, and you have a serious problem. The knight is still under attack, so when you castle, I play knight e6. It's not as winning as immediately knight f7 and knight e6 was, because that was leading to checkmates and +6. But here still, of course, huge advantage. We are up 1 pawn at the moment. But we also still we continue the attack. It's all forcing moves for a while. Rook d1, and you can see that black king is not very happy. Our rook, on the other hand, on the 7th rank, very happy. And I guess you have to take and play rook f5. According to the engine, that's like the best option, but attack continues and white is much better. But the line that Yasser was showing, right, after knight f7 and knight e6, and king has to go to e5, I mean, here, this is a completely different game.
But I have a question, Nazi. I mean, if I don't capture on e6, I capture the first knight on f7, and now I don't this is too dangerous. So if I go just queen b6?
This is hanging. So
queen e7.
Queen e7 or queen c8. And here, knight c7, I think I'm threatening e6 and queen d5 and knight a8.
Well, that's a checkmate.
Yeah, right in the middle of the board. That's surprising, but...
So you're supposed to play king g8 here, yes? Because queen d5 is a
just give up the material. So now white is up material and has a better position. So
that's a game over.
This was absolutely game over.
Nazi, what I wanted to say here after queen a4, this is understandable because for me, this is the most human continuation, of course. And those ideas combined with rook d1 are very natural. So we saw them in many games. So I think that Bibisara decided just to get ahead in the development and to play queen a4 and rook d1. And even here, underlining the drawback of the move c6, c5. I wanted to say that it was suicidal. I was a bit more careful. I said, okay, it's dubious. But queen a4 actually is a very interesting move to show you how would you play in those positions if you don't have the immediate sacrifice. You have to bring the rook on the d file, and the knight on d7 is doomed.
Yeah, so playing that early c5 while black king is still on e8 is very risky, specifically for this reason. Queen a4, and then you're in trouble. You can't castle as fast as you'd like. And I don't know how should Mariya play. Actually, this is an interesting move. b5 is suggested by my computer. I see the idea. If you take queen b5, black wants to sacrifice just one pawn just to trade something and develop and finish finish developing, right? So this is the idea.
So if you play queen a4 here back, what is the
Queen a4, maybe the other
continuation?
knight takes on e5 and now f7 is safe. But still complete chaos, right? Because you can continue attack, maybe rook e1. Rook e1 is not the best because of queen b4.
Just developing a bishop, like bishop e3, bishop f4.
Let's say bishop f4 looks good. So again, black is desperately trying to trade queens because we have king in the center and don't want to be checkmated. And he had the best move and to only move actually to keep the big advantage is to play just queen d1. Come right back. Queen did its job on a4. And now we still have, I think queen d1's main idea is that you're still looking at the h5 pawn. So black cannot castle. Let's say you make a simple move like developing move rook e1 and you're attacking this. Black still can't castle even in 2 moves. So
this is so uncomfortable for black. Absolutely. I mean, you cannot castle, your pieces are attacked, you're worried somebody's going to capture on f7, on e6. Yeah.
Yeah, so even though the beautiful tactic was missed, I think Bibisara still has very good chances of winning this game.
Yes, and white's initiative is very dangerous in every position that we've analyzed.
Yeah.
All right, and let's take a look closer here at Mariya Muzychuk, Grandmaster from Ukraine. She's 32 years old, FIDE rating 2492, and she's 2-time Ukrainian women's chess champion. She also has gold medal from the World Team Olympiad. So she's a very accomplished player.
She's a former world champion. Mariya Muzychuk won the title in 2015. So we have quite a field here, Katerina.
Absolutely, and here she's thinking because actually, the first round, she's in trouble. Bibisara playing queen a4, maybe not the best move, but still enough to put a lot of pressure on black.
Well, I'm not sure she's expected e4 on Bibisara's behalf. And c5, actually, it's a clear demonstration. She doesn't feel those positions yet. So you always have to be very careful when you play c5 and try to liberate yourself.
So maybe let's take a look at the next game. Alice Lee, I saw the game of Alice Lee and Nino Batsiashvili. If we have any developments there?
Yes, let's have a look at this position.
So they are exactly in the variation we were looking at, and we are expecting this to go into drawish territory because it's very difficult for white to prove anything in this position.
Once again, draws are not allowed in this event. You still have to play on. And we were expecting bishop c6, bishop c6, knight e5. I think that let's continue this line. So there is a very important, of course, move that after rook c8, we didn't continue with rook c1, but you always have here bishop d7, of course, to save yourself. And if knight d7, then king d7 protects the rook. And you were talking about endgames. So rook endgames and pawn endgames especially, this is a territory where chess is reduced to geometry and pure calculation. So I'm not sure how comfortable are the players, entering the pawn endgame at the very beginning, but we can calculate a little bit, yes, for them. So let's take all those moves. The black's king is already close to the center, so you will have, let's say, you'll try to play king f1, king d7.
No, but this is just the kings going to the center, which is the first kind of rule of endgames. You want to centralize your king because the big difference between middle games and endgames is that in the middle games, you want to hide your king, you want to protect your king, you want to keep it safe. During endgames, you want to activate it. You want the king to be really powerful. If we go back for a second, Almira, I'm only thinking that after bishop d7, and then I heard we have a cool game of Harika Dronavalli, maybe
Rook
something
C7,
happening that rook c7 here. What if I activate my rook to the 7th rank where rooks are the best? I'm putting pressure on the bishop, there is a pin. And what do you do now?
That's quite a puzzle here.
Probably you play rook h to d8.
Yes, but then if you take, then you take maybe on c7. Yes, that's the only way.
Yes, and now if I take with knight the bishop.
So I have to take on c7
You're first going to take the rook,
yes, and then
I'm going to take.
Yes, and we still end up in this endgame.
and black is fine.
You have to take now because, you know, of the mate.
Checkmate, yeah, you have to be careful.
And your king is even closer, you know. So.
And we transpose to the same thing. Yes. Okay, so let's take a look at the game of Harika Dronavalli against Carissa.
Okay, let's have a look. This is our
What
last
is
game.
happening there? So if we move back, the last thing we said was...
we left the game here. Let's see. When knight
after
h5
knight h5.
was played.
And Nazi was saying that moving back the knight to f8 is the best move, and Carissa played it.
I think she understood that, of course, knight d4 was not an option. She was not inclined to play g6. Then knight f8 is the most natural move here, unless you also want to play king h8. What do you think here? Maybe she considered it to be a bit artificial here. You know,
I think we really need to get the bishop from c8 out.
Okay.
Which means if we want to do that, we need to get the knight out of the diagonal.
So knight f8 was played, queen f3, bringing the queen closer to the king, and
finally the bishop is out.
Queen f2. Okay, let me have a look because queen f3 was played and queen f2.
Probably emptying that square so the knight from d2 can jump there.
Let's understand what she had in mind. b6, a4. Okay, she wants to play a5 probably. And no, that's okay. Now I understood, of course, because it was actually very important. You remember I said that black wants to play c5.
Correct.
So queen f2 not only doesn't allow black to play c5 for the moment, and also relieves the square. So queen f2 is a very multifunctional move. So queen f2 was played, so you can no longer play c5. Black played b6 here, and you want to play a4, a5, and targeting this pawn, you know, once again. So what did Harika do in this position? She had to play a5, of course, it was, and then knight f3. Sometimes you also want to go maybe knight d4 and knight a5 here. So knight f3, bishop f7. Watch out for this knight. Of course, now it's on prise. You have.
How would you defend here?
I wouldn't actually. Yes, I would have played knight g3 because I thought that okay, the bishop just left the e6 square, so this square is for grabs.
Would you play something different, Nazi?
Yeah, because I have the engine's help.
G4 you would play?
G4, yes.
Okay.
G4 was very interesting. I mean, it's not winning or anything, but it does put a lot of pressure on black here. So if you take bishop h5, white's immediately better because of the open g file. We'll very quickly play king h1, rook g1, and h6 is coming, and this is very unpleasant. So after g4, I looked at most logical move, maybe queen d7, attack the g4 pawn with a tempo. But guess what? Here, well, I was looking at knight e5. You can, of course, play just queen g2, simple good move, but knight e5 is very interesting as well. Of course, you can't take because of two-move checkmate. So after knight e5, you have to move your queen somewhere. Then I can take on f7. You have this in-between move, and I'm totally giving up this pawn. Knight comes back to g3, king f7, and just king h1. Do we think white has enough compensation here for that one pawn?
That's a very interesting position. For example,
I think it looks dangerous for black because we
E5
do have
is coming.
Yeah, and g file is open. The other rook can go to f5.
Knight f5, rook g1 is coming. Yeah, I was thinking maybe black king can just run back, but I don't think so because g7 is a serious target. So
I really like the move knight e5.
Yeah, knight e5 is beautiful, isn't it?
It's so cool.
And the thing is, yes, you have your like double pawns, and so it's like even if you sacrifice a pawn, it doesn't feel like you have lost something
until the end game.
Yes, exactly.
Feel that. Yes. So g4 was very interesting, and as you can see, queen d7 is recommended as the top move, which allows this knight e5 line. So,
and if I go g6 here,
let's take a look. Now we play knight g3, but I guess it's good that we included g4 because now you'll have both h4, h5 ideas, somewhere maybe even g5. We still have knight e5 available.
And what if you play c5 like
here?
No, I mean before g6, like to continue in a traditional way. So I played b6, c5. What
maybe
can
try
I
to
do?
bring the other knight to f5.
Oh, knight h4. I like this very much. Yes. The thing is, I want to bring the knight to d4. I want to play knight d6, knight d4, but
this poor knight. How
yes,
many times?
How many times? But it's like in order
you have to do this bishop f8, which is a good defense. But yeah, I think I'm just gonna go h4, and then move the king, and g5 is coming.
It just feels the pieces for black on the king side are a little stuck.
Absolutely.
Right? You don't really have those g6. I think you don't even have g6 right now because I capture on f6, right?
Yes, it's a nice tactic because if you take, I have knight h. Oh, I don't have knight h6. What?
What?
Because you're given a piece.
Too many pieces, I guess.
Oh.
So black gets 3 pieces. I was so sure of that, but oh, we have a better move. We start with bishop g5. Okay, so if queen moves, knight h6 wins the game, right?
But if you take?
So if you take, now I play knight h6, and look at this. Black pieces are, oops, my bad. Black pieces are tangled, so I'm winning one of them.
That's so tricky. So we kind of block the dark square bishop,
Yeah,
and
it's a
now
beautiful
we're gonna get
tactic.
the bishop on f7.
You have an in-between move, but that doesn't help because both pieces will still be hanging. That's a beautiful combination.
Yes, and after bishop g7, you take queen g5. You see, the thing is like here, because here after
Here
queen
after
f6,
bishop g7, yes, you take with the queen.
queen g5.
Yes.
Yes.
Very nice. We do have some moves. So Harika played knight g3, and Carissa responded with knight g6. So now if Harika wants to keep the attack going, she has to focus on h4. She can go immediately or after knight f5. But she has to start pushing the pawns on the king side, yes.
Knight f5 looks like a very natural move.
Absolutely.
Right? Just transferring the knight there.
This one, yes.
Then engine still suggests g4, h4 absolutely has to come for the advantage.
I'm just a little nervous about the rook on a1. I would like to develop it, but it seems just
unnecessary at the moment.
Yeah, there are better moves to make.
Yeah,
and we see Carissa is down to 35 minutes compared to Harika's 49 minutes.
Which is unusual for Carissa. She's a very fast player. Yeah, looks like Carissa does not like her position here. She's under attack, low on time. We'll see if Harika can convert this.
So once again, we've seen a very intelligent opening choice on Harika's behalf. e4 was played, and here we are. Carissa is down to her last 30 minutes, and she has to face a lot of difficult choices. Once again, how many useful moves do we have in this position? Because you play knight f8, knight g6, knight e6, knight f8, bishop f7. Then what are you supposed to do? Bishop b6 back or queen d7? You know.
Almira, I'm so sorry to jump in, but I think we have a move in the game of Mariya Muzychuk and Bibisara Assaubayeva. Maybe Nazi, if you want to take a look at that, because I feel now there has to be some tactics.
Okay, so Mariya took her, and now another risk. So she started with c5. Whoa, knight e5, and it's no longer knight f7 or knight e6.
But maybe it transposes to the lines that we analyzed, or you have to play bishop f4.
We start with bishop f4 just to attack the knight. It's already +3 immediately after bishop f4. So best move is bishop d6.
So +3, it means that white is winning
up
a piece
right?
somewhere.
Yeah.
Okay.
Rook d1, queen e7. Looks like maybe black is getting away with it, but here we take, go rook e1.
And now you take on e6.
And you still can't. Can you castle long here? Not really, because a7's hanging.
So if I go rook d8 to defend the knight, so I can castle.
Rook d1.
Probably just rook d1, and you still can't castle. You're never getting out of this.
And now you simply transport the
knight's
knight
gonna come, right?
to e4, d6,
e4, d6, or anywhere really.
f3, e5.
Can I try a6 here? Because I have to play b5, I think, here. Yes.
You won't believe this, but white's not even Russian. G3.
No.
like G3.
So let's go maybe knight e4 now.
So I have to play b5.
Right.
You simply take on a6.
Pawn. So can you castle finally?
Oh, queen a7, another pin.
Queen a7 still wins the knight. Yeah, wow.
Wait, queen a7, I can take on h4. Because
that's
the
why
knight
I was playing g3.
Maybe, yes, because the knight on e4 is hanging.
That's true, that's true. It is still winning for white, though. It's +4 here after queen c7. So we don't have to rush to take, because you're never getting out of now a different pin.
But we are actually pawn down now.
Yes.
That is little
temporary, because knight is
Yasser will tell you that's uncomfortable.
Yeah, we don't have Yasser telling us about the importance of pawns, right? And bishop f4 is, of course, very logical. I mean, she could also play rook d1, right? That's also a very natural move, but turns out it's not as good, because black can play queen b6. And after bishop f4, this idea again of queen b4. Because if you can get rid of that queen on a4, we're no longer pinned. We can finally breathe. Queen c2 is the best move here. Bishop e7. And now we take on e6. This is definitely less clear than all the other ones we're looking at, right? Takes, bishop f6, bishop h4. This is a complete mess. So we'll see what Bibisara chooses. She did play the best move, bishop f4. Yeah, Mariya is in huge trouble
pretty
here.
Quickly, right? Because she still has 47 minutes. So she's comfortable that this is the right path to go.
Yeah, she must know now how better she is to play that move so quickly.
Well, using the sports terminology, I feel that Mariya needs her Hail Mary pass in this position. So let's see if she will manage to get out of this one.
Perfect, and we will take a short break, and right after we will be ready because I think the battles are gonna unfold. So one of the great names in women's chess is Polgar.
We have a question first. Stump the commentators.
Oh, I don't know what that is. Stump the commentators. How many 2025 Cairns Cup players appear in the top 30 women's players of all time by Peak Elo?
Ooh. Huh. How many of these players appeared in the top 30? I would. So that's tough. I would go with 6, right? It has to be 6.
Okay, let's say 4.
But then it's too easy.
Yes, I would go with 4 then.
I would go with 6. I think these are very.
It has to be, right?
I mean, wait, Carissa and Alice Lee probably not. So we have only 8 of them. So I will go. No, I will go with 6. They are still super strong.
Okay, we will find out after.
It's of all time, so let's see.
One of the great names in women's chess is Polgar. In fact, the Polgar sisters continue to be a major influence. Take a look.
When you think of chess, you might picture grandmasters like Garry Kasparov or Bobby Fischer. But 3 sisters from Hungary forever changed the game: Susan, Sofia, and Judith Polgar. Raised under a revolutionary educational philosophy, they shattered barriers, rewrote records, and redefined what was possible for women in chess. Born in Budapest, Hungary, to Laszlo and Klára Polgar, the 3 sisters were part of an experiment in nurturing genius. Laszlo believed that exceptional talent could be developed with the right environment, and instead of traditional schooling, the sisters were homeschooled with chess as a central focus. His philosophy was simple: geniuses are made, not born. The Polgar sisters proved him right. The eldest, Susan Polgar, born in 1969, was the first to make waves in the chess world. A child prodigy, she dominated competitions from a young age and became the first woman to earn the title of International Grandmaster through tournament play in 1991. She also held the Women's World Chess Championship from 1996 to 1999 and was undefeated in Women's Chess Olympiads, playing 56 games without a defeat and leading Hungary to victory in 1988 and 1990. After moving to the United States, Susan helped the American team achieve its best ever finish in the 2004 Chess Olympiad. She later transitioned to coaching, establishing the Texas Tech Knight Raiders, and later building a championship dynasty with the Webster University Gorloks. Through the Susan Polgar Foundation, she has introduced thousands of children to chess, emphasizing its role in education and personal development. Recognized for her impact, Susan has been inducted into both the World and U.S. Chess Halls of Fame. Sofia Polgar, born in 1974, was known as the artist of the family for her imaginative and dynamic style of play. While she did not pursue chess professionally to the same extent as her sisters, her brilliance on the board was undeniable. At the age of 14, she stunned the chess world with an extraordinary performance at a tournament in Rome, scoring 8.5 out of 9 against a field of grandmasters. This feat, known as the Sack of Rome, cemented her reputation as a prodigy. Sofia was also part of Hungary's gold medal-winning Olympiad teams in 1988 and 1990. Though she later focused more on coaching and teaching, her contributions to chess remain profound. Her artistic nature extends beyond the game, as she has a deep appreciation for visual arts and creative expression, complementing her inventive approach to chess. The youngest, Judith Polgar, born in 1976, was the most dominant of the 3. She holds the record for being the youngest to be ranked in the FIDE Top 100 players. Judith achieved this on the January 1989 rating list, when at the age of 12, she was tied for number 55 in the world. No player before or since has cracked the top 100 in the world at such a young age. Then at 15, Judith became the youngest grandmaster in the history at the time, breaking Bobby Fischer's record. Unlike most female players, Judith refused to compete in women-only tournaments, believing chess should be about skill, not gender. She played and triumphed against the very best, defeating multiple world champions, including Anatoly Karpov and Vishwanathan Anand. Judith remains the only woman to ever surpass a 2,700 rating, to be ranked in the top 10 in the world, and to compete in a candidates tournament, the next to last stage in the World Championship cycle. She was also the first woman to seriously contend for the Open World Chess Championship, participating in the 2005 tournament for FIDE's version of the Crown. Since retiring in 2014, Judith has become a leading advocate for chess and education, using the game to teach critical thinking and problem-solving skills. In 2021, her legacy was cemented with her induction into the World Chess Hall of Fame. The Polgar sisters didn't just play chess, they transformed it. Their achievements paved the way for a new generation of women in chess, proving that gender should never be a barrier in the game of intellect. From Susan's trailblazing victories to Sophia's creative genius and Judith's groundbreaking dominance, their legacy is one of brilliance, perseverance, and breaking boundaries.
"10 years, one legacy." The Grand Chess Tour marks a decade of mastery where only the strongest chess minds carve their names into history. Each piece has its role, like soldiers in a grand army, with commanders to lead them into the tour's 10th year and a prize fund of $1.6 million. The Grand Chess Tour starts in Warsaw with the Superbet Rapid and Blitz Poland, immediately followed by the Superbet Chess Classic Romania in Bucharest. Then off to Zagreb for the Super United Rapid and Blitz Croatia, followed by back-to-back events in St. Louis, Missouri with the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz and the Sinquefield Cup. And the culmination of the grand finale in the city of Sao Paulo, Brazil, will determine the 2025 Grand Chess Tour champion. Fight with every ounce of strength for victory. This isn't just a moment. This is history.
Corporate Chess League started in 2018, and we started it because we wanted to get the corporations around St. Louis to get together, casually play chess, and network together. So each corporation has their own team. They bring 4 to 6 people every week, and they play over the board in-person chess.
And our team, for all of us to be here, we don't see each other throughout our week. We work in different departments in different areas. So yeah, I think it's a good thing to hang out with your other peers at the club.
So what myself and my coworkers get out of playing in the Corporate Chess League is camaraderie, getting to hang out with people from work, from different departments, getting to meet people from other companies, learn what they do, and obviously just enjoy the game of chess that we all love.
We have about 10 teams right now. We average 10 to 12 teams every year. So if your corporation is interested, or if you work for a corporation and you're trying to get a team, all you need to do is go to our website, stlouischessclub.org, and all the information is there.
You know Q Boutique at the World Chess Hall of Fame has the region's best selection of chess sets. But this store is so much more. Discover our masterfully curated selection of unique jewelry, clever kids games that nurture critical thinking and creativity, quirky greeting cards, books for all ages, and a wide variety of locally made goods. Find just what you're looking for at Q Boutique at the World Chess Hall of Fame.
Welcome back to round 1 of Cairns Cup. And we have answered to the questions that we were asked. So let's take a look.
So I'm going with C.
I'm going with c6 as well.
Well, in spirit of contradiction, I went with 4, so let's have a look, because C seems to be such an easy answer.
You're probably right, Almira.
No, that was an easy answer, yes.
We start with an easy question. It's going to get harder each
So
day.
it's Koneru, Dzagnidze, Muzychuk, Dronavalli, 10, and Batsiashvili, the 6 players who are in the top 30 women's players of all time. Very strong tournament we have. And if you just joined us, let's take a look at the roster of this tournament, because we have extremely strong players from 7 countries. Zhongyi, who is the defending champion of the Cairns Cup, Humpy Koneru, Bibisara Assaubayeva, Nana Dzagnidze, Mariya Muzychuk, Harika Dronavalli, Nino Batsiashvili, Alina Kashlinskaya, and our own Carissa and Alice Lee. And now let's look at the format of this event, because we have a 10-player round robin, which means each player plays everybody else in the field. Classical time control, 90 minutes for first 40 moves, followed by 30 minutes for rest of the game, and 30-second increment from move 1. In all those games, no draw are allowed. And we are in the middle of day 1, so let's take a look at the schedule. We always have 1 round a day, and then on Sunday, June 15, players and the whole production crew will also get a rest day, and if necessary, on Friday, June 20th, we will see playoffs.
Katerina, I was looking, at the schedule and at the format. First of all, I've played a few times in tournaments where draws were not allowed, and I have to confirm that this free day is important because you're looking forward to it, because you keep on playing, and games, are long.
Absolutely.
So you will play like for 6-7 hours, and then
extremely exhausting.
Of course, and that proves how physical chess is. Yeah,
and speaking about exhaustion, I think, Nazi, you had some blunders for us, or some really exciting game to see.
We have, out of these 5 games we have going on, in 3 of them there's already a big advantage for one of the players. We know that Bibisara is already winning against Mariya Muzychuk. We know that Humpy has been putting a lot of pressure on Nana Dzagnidze. But I want to draw your attention to this game, the tournament first seed and the reigning champion Zhongyi, who was slightly worse against Alina, but let's see how that developed. We're actually looking at this exact position, if you remember, Katerina. And we're looking at it slightly, it was rook A on d8, but not a big difference. And then you were asking, well, black looks better, but how does black continue? What's the idea? Well, Alina found exactly what she's supposed to do, a5, and start some attack on the queen side. And believe it or not, during the break, I got a tip from Grandmaster Dariush here that best move for white was a4, just to stop black's attack, hide the king on a2, and just try to hold the position. This was white's best option, but I don't know, I would never play a4.
It's very risky, pushing pawn in front of your king.
Very difficult to find that move. So instead, we see 10 played h3. I think she's planning to create a counterplay with g4 and maybe attack on the king side. Best move in the position found again by Alina. She played bishop a6. And right now, it's more than -1 for black. I must say, Alina is playing a very good game. Great start for her. What do we do here with the pawn on c4? Of course, we are not going to play b3 now that a4 is available. We already know that if rook d2, bishop f4 wins the pawn, rook c2, and bishop takes c4. So is white just losing this pawn?
So bishop, the rook e3, can we move that?
Oh. Rook e3, same thing, right? Bishop f4.
But now I have g4 maybe?
Okay, in between move. I'll just go to h4 and still the same thing. If you go rook e4, bishop c4 is still hanging.
My question was, what if you play g4? But right now I got the answer. You still play queen h7.
Exactly. Yes. Yeah, hide the queen here so there is no more in-between moves like knight h4 or knight e5.
So guys, that's why you play h6.
Exactly. She knew that this was going to be important. Yeah, those two bishops and the queen are absolutely dominating this position. We see she played g4, which got a question mark. And now if Alina plays queen h7, which is the most logical move, she has a huge advantage. It's going to get close to -2.
This is the great thing about long-distance pieces, right? They can be far away and they're still putting pressure on the targets.
Absolutely. Let's take a look what Engine suggests here. I think it's just giving up a pawn and hoping for some opposite bishop endgame that they can survive.
So rook takes d3.
Rook takes d3. We have to take with the queen. Of course, rook d3 walks to bishop c4. Takes. Okay, maybe this doesn't look so terrible because we have opposite color bishops, but according to the engine, it is really bad. First, we defend this pawn.
Then we want to lock the rook, maybe bishop d5, and then trap the rook.
Oh, that's a good idea. So I think rook has to drop right back, right? I would run away as fast as possible. But still, we have a fantastic bishop. White has a more passive bishop. What do we think? Chances of winning this? Of course, Black's going to enjoy this for many hours and keep improving. But is it actually winning?
I think the chances are great because Black has a lot of kind of space advantage. And I think she will just improve the king and then slowly start pushing the pawns.
And h3, g4 was played.
Yep.
You know, I think that this...
She's going to regret this later also.
Yes, this is a very responsible decision, of course. So great job, Nazi. I think that Peter has to hang on to this job as well.
Thank you. It's a huge compliment.
Yeah.
So now, what about the game between Alice Lee? Because you were saying that it's equal and now she's a pawn up. Nazi, you want to show us?
Sorry, which game?
Alice Lee.
Oh, yes. We left here. We're thinking this is going to be a draw. Right? After 95, we're expecting rook a to c8, and you guys did a great job analyzing this position, bishop d7, and if rook c7, there is just rook d8, everything gets traded, a draw. Well, Nino played the wrong rook on c8, and now after rook c1,
oh, she can no longer make this move.
She can no longer play bishop d7 because rook c7 would just win the game. So now she was kind of forced to give up the pawn. Best option was to play rook b8 to create a counterplay on b2. And after b3, white is still a little bit better. Black has to survive this. Would be unpleasant. But she decided to just give up the pawn right away. And I'm sure Alice is very free going from that very drawish position to having an extra pawn. I mean, we know rook endgames with one extra pawn is still oftentimes a draw. But here, I would enjoy playing this against the Grandmaster. What about you?
I mean, extra pawn in an endgame, just 2 results.
And it's 4 against 4 here, right? It's not 3. It's still a lot more pawns. We can play g4 and create chances here. Yeah, this is going to be...
And it looks like Black will go, let's say, rook d1.
Check.
Give a check.
King g2.
Rook d2. I'm going after that pawn.
I'm going to take a7. You take b2. And yeah, I mean, we know that this is probably a draw, but not easy. Absolutely. And I got a g4 in because we know the best setup is h5, g6 for Black. If we don't allow that, maybe it's actually a lot more uncomfortable than we think it is.
So you want to put your rook on a2 behind the pawn, but White hasn't played, a4 yet.
I think the best move is just h5 here. Still h5.
Because if I take, you go rook b8?
Rook b5. Yeah, right. I will take this. Should we play h6 here? Probably, right?
Oh, you could, of course.
h6 and have this position, yeah. But it's very tricky. I'm not rushing pushing the a-pawn. I can play on both sides. Yeah, we'll see if Alice can trick Nino because she can test her for a long
And Nino
time.
has only 19 minutes to make 20 moves, so she will need to kind of speed up with her decisions.
And it's also a psychological moment because Nino knows she had a completely equal position. She didn't have to go into this endgame. Sometimes, if you're much worse, this would be a relief to go to the rook endgame and then defend. But she walked into this on her own.
Of course, and that's how important, to put the rook, the perfect rook on the square, the right rook on the square. How many times we ask ourselves this question?
Yeah, it's. I think there's a whole book about that, which rook to move on d1 and c1, right? Yeah, it's a great example of that.
So maybe let's take a look at the other American in the competition, which is Carissa. Because we were talking, or Nazi was showing us that strong move g4, and suddenly Harika played the move in different position, but similar idea, starting an attack on the king side.
Harika's decided actually to go for the light square bishop. She played knight g5. So in this position, when she played knight g3, Carissa went knight g6. She brought the knight back because sort of you're dancing together. Knight h5, knight g3, knight f8, knight e6, knight g6. So what do you do next here? How do you break through? And Harika decided to go for knight g5. Of course, let's show that she was hoping that she could play this. And this position is, of course, very much in White's favor.
Imagine if Black goes now, let's say rook g8.
Yes.
We could try to go with rook f3.
And rook h3.
And if you play, let's say bishop f6, you just move the bishop away. Now we can go queen takes g6.
So immediately. Yes,
Immediately.
queen g6.
And then checkmate on the h file.
The beautiful mate on h3.
Just showing how those triple pawns are not best defenders. Okay, but this would never happen, but cool idea, just trying to clear the f file. But Carissa did not capture.
I wanted to show here is just that after queen f7, let's say knight f5, then if you play bishop f6 here, I guess you still have bishop g5 here, you know, winning.
A lot of tactics here because now the g7 square is weak. You cannot recapture the bishop.
So that's why Carissa went after knight g5, rook f8. It was important, yes, to protect the bishop. Knight f7, rook f7, knight f5 here.
Activating the knight.
Bishop d6 and g4. Harika felt that she needed, you know, to get rid of this defender. So now that she weakens, first of all, the king and also the white squares, you know, that's okay because she can play king h1. You know, the light square is no longer on the board, and then rook g1. She will never have any mating threats on the big diagonal. So this is the idea, actually, that you can play king h1. And so this diagonal is actually, even though it's open, you know, there are no dangerous threats. That's why I feel that she went knight g5 and she took on f7.
Once we move the king, we can also move the rook to g1. And finally, the rook from a1, that's kind of annoying me in that corner, can be developed finally into the attack.
So queen d7 was played, protecting the rook on f7, and Harika is still thinking how she should proceed. What is the follow-up? Should she go for h4 immediately or king h1?
So I really like my pieces to be developed.
So king h1 first, yes? Like, let's see, we are considering h4 or king h1. So let us first move the king on h1, bring in the rook to g1, maybe the other rook to f1, coordinating the rooks and activating them. So king h1. Should I play king h8 here?
Something happened.
But king h8, you allow me to play g5 already, so maybe you should play rook f8 first.
So king h1 happened.
King h1 happened
Harika
already?
played it. Yeah, you can refresh. And Harika just played king h1. So she's thinking about moving the rooks. One rook to the g file, the other rook to the f file.
So let's see, because I thought king h1, king h8. Can you... Maybe g5, you know, is not working here yet, so rook g1. How are you supposed to continue? c5 is a natural continuation. Let's say if we are not blundering something, let's... no, that's what I thought. Yes, let's see. c5, I in this pawn, so let's see if this is possible. So maybe we can play b3 first,
just
you know,
to defend
cement,
that pawn.
yes, the structure. Then rook where? Let's say rook f8 and rook f1. I feel we should play h4, yes, at some point.
Kind of agree. You know, one more idea, if we move back a few moves, instead of rook g1,
here,
yes, I was thinking about, in that case, we wouldn't need the king h1 move, but I thought maybe queen g2.
So queen g2 first, and you want to double the rooks on
No,
the
I
f5?
actually want to go rook f3 and rook h3. If you can just show the arrow to go there and to go there.
Same idea.
And some attacks on the h7 pawn.
Yes, and you cannot play h6.
Nazi, you have something for us. Show us.
Yeah, great analysis. Harika's better, but I have a big update. Kashlinskaya is now winning against Zhongyi. And I turned off my engine just for a second to ask you ladies a question. So she played queen h7, and then we had knight d2 played by Tang. She's defending this pawn. What's the winning move here for black, which Alina already played? She found it immediately.
She found it immediately, okay.
I thought we were looking for some like b5, b4 ideas.
Yes, that is absolutely correct. And we have it on the board. After b5, as you can see, it's more than a -2. Black is about to win a lot of material or completely destroy white's queenside. What do we even play here? Do we play c5? Do we take on a5? This feels like walking into a checkmate eventually, right? And yet that's Engine's best suggestion. b takes c and rook c3. And I'm here. Bishop b5 is tempting, but according to the engine, rook b8 is better. Start with that, then, oh, you just want to play rook b5 and trap the bishop. That's an unusual way to
I mean,
trap.
one thing you don't want is to open the position when there is a pair of bishops facing you, and also when that those two files are looking at your king.
Yeah, bishop a5 is very difficult to make, but
this line is not obvious because you have to find this move, rook b8 at the end. You have to foresee it, especially that your queen is on h7, and you cannot bring it, you know, into play comfortably. So after bishop e5, you have to foresee the whole sequence, and then rook c3, rook b8.
But even if I don't play rook b8, I feel like you need to have compensation here with these bishops.
There's many good moves for black.
Your queen is misplaced.
Okay, so let's go queen g6.
Okay.
Because I want to go maybe queen g5 and then attack your bishop.
I like it. Queen g6, queen g5 is very natural.
And if I play knight e4, just to stop you from playing queen g5, then here you have to play e5. So again, we're trying to open up the position, so I would close it with d5. Then bishop e7. This is still kind of trapped on a5. That's a terrible bishop on a5. I guess white, to survive, to not give up a full piece, you can do this.
But then you take on d5?
Yeah, even this looks absolutely terrible for white.
Maybe even if I go like rook a6, right? If I try to double the rooks, instead of capturing the pawn, can I do that? Just rook a6?
Let's see. Rook a6, you just want to win. Oh,
no.
There's, for some reason, after queen c4, white is completely fine.
Double the rooks? Oh, c7
you can take on c7, yes.
With a tempo, yes.
Okay,
with a tempo. So that's important difference. But yeah, after b5, I was also considering maybe b3. I know it looks ugly, but at least if you play b4, I want to play bishop b2.
But what if you play a4?
Yeah. Then I start crying. This looks very
Then the
very
world
depressing.
collapses.
And those moves are easy, as you've said. You know, once you found this idea to play a4, like a5, a4, then with all the elements combined, you know, those moves are very easy.
And the big problem is also that now if white moved the rook, let's say rook f3.
In this position?
In this position, you wouldn't capture on c4, right? This is something I would like you to do probably, but you just block it and my bishop is trapped.
Trapping the bishop, yeah. That's why I thought b3 would solve some problems, but no, after a4, my king is now in so much danger and my pieces are so cramped here. They don't have any good squares to go to. And even though, Almira, you mentioned that queen is out of play, it's still doing a great job even from h7.
Attacking the rook on d3, you know?
Yeah.
So if you want to play c5 before, then the rook is actually en prise. So
Maybe soon flying even to c2, targeting that a2 pawn. The queen
going
can be...
for the mate. Absolutely.
That's right.
Alina just completely crushing her opponent in this game. And we have 21 minutes against 34. We might not reach move 40. Because in this game, this attack so far is succeeding. And let's check in with Yasser, because I think he also has some insights to add.
Wow, just watching and seeing what difficulties our defending champion Tan is with the white pieces. That would be a huge start to round one. Another game that I've been keeping my eye on is the Semislav game between Humpy and Nana. They followed some of our analysis up to and including the move King e7, and this was actually a very crucial moment for those of you joining us late on the show. I had been espousing the move Knight e3, and after Rook g8, the knight makes a fantastic landing with the move Knight d5 check. E takes d5, E takes d5, and I went through a sequence of moves where basically you just look at the position and Black's king is in the middle of the board and there's no defenders. Humpy did not play the move Knight e3. She played what I considered a little bit of a softer move. f2, f4 features very prominently in many variations of this line. And so from Humpy's point of view, she's ready to go in for f4, f5, but her opponent found a very good move in terms of g7, g6, as she's looking to play bishop to g7, force the knight away because the rook will then be defended, and then simply capture on e4. I've been having a lot of fun with this one. Check this sequence out, because I think that this is just an amazing sequence. g6, knight f2, bishop g7, knight f3, knight takes e4. So everything makes perfect sense to yourselves, of course. And now we're white and we're thinking, okay, we lost a pawn. Where are the weaknesses? Well, obviously targets, e6 and g6. Well, where do we go? Okay, knight h4. Check this out. In this position, I want to ask yourselves a question. And the question is, what do you do as black after the move knight h4? Quick, quick, quick. Your clock is ticking. What do you do after knight h4? Quick, quick, quick. Well, you play the move king d6. You get on your running shoes. You don't hang around. The problem is, if you try to hang around with king f7, I'm going to hurt your feelings with knight takes g6. And trust me when I say this position is really, really bad for black. The king is stuck. Don't think about going queen takes e4 and bishop d3. But I was just mesmerized by the beautiful move here, not king f7, pardon me, but king d6. Knight takes g6, rook e8. Yes, the engine tells me that Humpy is for choice. Black's king, after all, is still in the center. But if you do get to play the move king c7, it starts to feel that despite white's advantage, it's still a kind of a crazy position where anything can happen. Humpy's at 34 minutes on her clock, 15 minutes for her opponent, so a big advantage for Humpy on the clock. Turning it back to you in studio.
Thank you, Yasser. This really looks like a super exciting game. I'm curious how it's going to continue between Koneru and also between Bibisara. That's another really open position. Nazi, do you want to talk about it? I see you have it prepared.
We have a few more moves that have happened. This is the game where we have the most things happen already, +4 for white. So we left it around here. We're considering rook d1, and Bibisara's found all the best moves, queen e7, and there's so many ways to play here. Knight b5 is tempting, but no, she again played the best move, bishop takes e5, and here now she needs to make one more accurate move just to keep that +4 advantage, and that's knight back to f3, which, as I was talking about it, she already played it. Wow, what a perfect play from her. Now black bishop needs to drop somewhere because it's just hanging. Do we go back to d6 just to block d5? Or
I would like to take a pawn, but I feel like it's very dangerous. On b2?
Yes, I would be so proud. After rook b1, so you don't want to allow rook b7. Do you play b5 in between move?
Yeah, so I can get maybe rook
queen e4, then you're attacking the rook.
Yeah, queen e4, and okay, that just drops the piece. Can we do anything else?
Can I go? Oh, I can go in queen a3, try to defend it, because then I'm no longer defending the knight.
d7, b2, b7,
yeah.
Too many weaknesses. So after knight f3, engine says, wow, long castle. What? I mean, this is suicide,
You know, it
right?
happened to me once at the World Junior Championship. I was like putting so much pressure at my opponent. I thought I was winning. And then I just made like a few quiet moves because I didn't know what she could do with the position. And suddenly she long castled on move like 25. And I just didn't know it's possible. And like she actually got away. And we just made a draw because I completely forgot it was a legal move.
It can be a cold shower sometimes. Yeah.
Well, at least here it's a legal move, you know, because once we had a situation during the European Individual Championship where black castled illegally, but her opponent forgot, you know, that she already moved her king, and then the game continued and in the same way, and then black won the game. And they signed the score sheet, so you could no longer claim
appeal.
That,
that's
yes,
it.
an
You
appeal.
sign
This
the
is
score
it. So please be aware. You know,
it happens even with grandmasters.
Yes.
It can happen, yeah, sometimes. But yeah, here it is a legal move after queen a7. I mean, it's torture to continue to play this position. So let's take a look at maybe going back. Bishop c. No, after rook c1, it's I keep attacking all your minor pieces, and you're running out of good moves to defend it with. Because if you play rook c8. Besides queen a7 now, I just have knight e5. Because both of these are now pinned, and it's just completely
It's a
crushing.
disaster.
And that's why it's important to keep the bishop on this diagonal, because you have to guard the e5 square, because you cannot play bishop
Right.
c7, bishop b6.
So,
Because of 95.
I have a question. Can I do f6? I know it looks very ugly, but at least
Everything here
if
looks
we
ugly,
trade
right?
pieces, at least I have less chances to lose some.
That's a good point. You don't lose the bishop at least, but you still have this problem, right? So in just a couple of moves, you're still going to say goodbye to that knight. And I mean, just look at the position. It's absolutely depressing.
Because if I go rook d8, you go rook c7,
yes,
right?
We might see Mariya resign very soon after just a couple more moves. If you go bishop d6, knight e4, I keep attacking. Bishop f4 again, g3, and I just don't let your bishop stay on this diagonal. And then as soon as you leave, I have knight e5.
And you have knight c5 as well, because
All right.
bishop b8, knight c5 probably
And this is
wins
only
on the
move
spot.
18, so this is Caro-Kann gone really badly. That c5 move that she played earlier was a critical mistake. She maybe got a second chance, but then didn't follow up with the right move. So early c5 can be absolutely disastrous. This is a warning for the Caro-Kann players out there.
So let's look at another
It's a cautionary
game.
tale, yes. The first cautionary tale of this event. And yes, let's have a look at the game.
So what about Tang Zhongyi against Alina Kashlinskaya? What happened there? Because I saw one move. So Alina played that really strong move b5, and Tan responded with d5. So what is this move? So it allows me to capture on c4 for 3. I can also be thinking about b4 pushing the pawn.
So she sort of has the same idea when you take on a5 and then you free your rook. But here, maybe after b takes c4, she wants like simply to move her rook, somewhere.
Black can play b4, like we're looking at it.
Yes, okay. b4.
To try to restrict the bishop, so bishop d4.
And then I take on d5.
Oh, and that's another pin.
Yeah.
That's a very important intermediate move, yes, of course. So you shouldn't hurry, you shouldn't take on c4.
No, this is really game over. So wait, after b4, can I do... If I capture on e6 first,
maybe she
just
decides.
want to muddle the waters.
Okay, let's see. B takes c3.
I take on f7.
Okay, I don't have to take on f7, of course. So what would be the best square here? Maybe even like king f8.
Then I capture with...
Wait. Do you have a... No.
I capture with the rook.
You have to take on c3. I thought that maybe you can have a few ideas when you play c5 and take on d8 and then queen a8, something, but this is not enough. Let's say I will simply bring my queen back into play.
But isn't something here, like knight e4?
What am I missing here? Can I play bishop b5?
I would love you to capture the pawn on f7
No,
so
no,
I can have an open fire towards your king, but yeah, I think...
I want to bring my queen into play, but actually the f7 pawn, this pawn assures the shelter.
So let's go back to Bibisara's game against Muzychuk.
And bishop c7 was played, so she should continue with rook c1, yes?
Yes,
rook c1
is
very
the most
expected.
forcing move that wins very quickly.
Because now you don't have rook c8, and if you move the bishop to b6, I always jump knight e5, and that's... I think we're gonna see a handshake if rook c1 happens.
You have to guard this square on c5, of course, and the square on e5. They're just too much. The black pieces are overloaded with defense, and you have to make concessions, and one concession after another concession simply has brought black to a lost position after 18 moves.
Yeah, that's also the thing when you open up the center without your king being in safety, it's always dangerous. Sometimes you want to take the risk, but this time it did not pay off.
Actually, if the game would have ended before the move 20, it would be considered as a miniature, yes? So, like, very often players are aware of it, so they don't want to enter the selection of the games, like miniature of the centuries. She has to find a few defensive resources. but we know how difficult it is.
But Bibisara is thinking, so probably she's considering instead of rook c1, maybe to really go knight c5 immediately.
She could also double the rooks on d-file. She has a lot of options, yeah.
So knight c5.
Immediately knight c5 actually drops most of the advantage after a long castle.
Ah, look, castle.
There's this long castle again.
Yes,
because I was looking only at queen captures c5, but that's just really bad. If we can just take a look at that. If queen captures the knight.
Second. Yes, so queen captures, but then...
Then queen captures the knight on d7. King f8. And now we have rook ac1, and we're going to get that other piece. So this would be winning. But you're right. Now, if we move back, that will be a cold shower. Knight c5, thinking you are winning.
Yes, and then, oh, sorry, because we're analyzing.
And then Nazi's
both
long
moves.
castle.
Long castle, and
we are back in the
You're
game.
only winning one pawn. You have to take on d7 and then take on a7, but you're also trading a lot of pieces, so attack is disappearing, you know?
Yes, because you can no longer take on a7 here. It's
you just
like
this, you are losing. Knight takes c5 or queen takes c5.
Queen takes c5 here, and you don't have the intermediate rook d7, so it doesn't work. Let's say like here, of course, you would want to take here, but then I would take this queen, so it doesn't work. Then after long castle, you have to take on d7, so rook d7, and here you take on a7.
Yes. And it's +1. You have an extra pawn, but you know you still have to win this.
Given you had +4, 2 moves back, then or 3 moves back.
But at the same time, Mariya only has 7 minutes on her clock, and it is a very unpleasant position that, because Bibisara still has the initiative and a lot of threats. It's not like, you know, you didn't lose immediately. The game is still in progress.
But the rook ac1 just looks way more natural. You have last rook that's not developed.
Maybe she's considering in the current position, if we refresh it, just rook d3. Because she just wants to double
here.
on d. That also looks very winning. What can black do
So
here?
you simply want to bring your rook to d1.
Maybe a6 with the
well,
b5 idea?
can I long castle again?
Well, difference here is that after queen a7, you don't get to trade any pieces.
And
I get to keep your knight is very strong in the center. Got it.
There's rook b3 coming, rook c1.
Rook c1 on the board. If we refresh, we see that Bibisara made the best move. Rook c1, and now Mariya is not in a difficult position, just lost, completely lost.
She has to part with that bishop now, yeah.
Yes, so let's have a look at this game, because it was a very interesting opening choice on Bibisara's behalf. She played e4. She was not surprised when Mariya played the Caro-Kann defense. Nazi, you are the Caro-Kann expert, so you told us that after bishop f5, h4 was played numerous times, and then h5 is a very solid reply. And then Bibisara went for the immediate c4, challenged the structure, and we were surprised that later in the game Mariya has taken on c4.
A little too early.
Yes, which was a very unusual choice. Bishop c4, knight d7, knight f3, bishop g4, because we know that very often you want to trade the slide square bishop against a knight, and bishop e2 was played, so she didn't allow Mariya to take on f3 comfortably. And yes, please have a look at this position. I think that the trouble started here. c5 is a very, like, it's a crazy mistake in this position. Yes, it's a positional mistake, because you don't make these moves lightheartedly. So it's a move which is very responsible. And after
because black is opening up the center too early, while the king is still in the center.
Of course, queen a4 was played with the idea of playing rook d1, but here Bibisara had a wonderful opportunity to sacrifice her both knights, and after this she was completely winning. Please have a look at this at home, of course. But she played a very natural move, queen a4 here. So knight d4, knight g6, queen a4. She wanted to bring the rook on d1. Mariya took the pawn on e5, so bishop f4 was played. Bibisara played all the best moves starting from queen a4. So bishop b4, rook d1, then bishop b5, trading the bishop against the knight. But this knight was defending the knight on d7, of course. It was very important, so knight f3, bishop d6, knight a4 attacking the bishop, bishop c7, and rook c1. Bishop b4 is the last move played by Mariya, and rook c3. So here is your idea, Nazi. She can still play rook c3 and rook d3, so she's combining all the threats.
There's knight c5 also a threat. This is absolutely hopeless for Mariya.
No long castle anymore.
Yes, this is not a legal move. And Mariya, I feel she is about to resign because rook d3 is coming and that's it. Game over.
Yeah, and I think they both know it. It's a beautiful miniature played very well by Bibisara.
So move 19 for the moment?
We're on
or
move
no?
21.
Move 21, okay, after rook c3. It's no longer a miniature, but what a powerful play from Bibisara.
Absolutely, and I think Mariya will be very careful next time she plays c5 in Caro-Kann, because this is how wrong it can go for black.
And really great play for Bibisara. I mean, she did not find the really beautiful sacrifice of two knights, but all the moves she made just are very logical and extremely strong.
Yes, but we are not computers. And I really love this idea. Queen a4, rook d1. Those moves are natural, and you simply don't want to allow black to castle.
Absolutely. She didn't give her opponent any chances to castle or fix the pin knight on d7. And Mariya's, I think, down to just
4 minutes.
4 minutes, yeah.
4 minutes on her clock. And really no...
I think she's looking for a miracle, which unfortunately for her just doesn't exist in this position.
Yeah, no good move to make, because that knight is pinned, you cannot hide your king, and defending it, you are just delaying the inevitable, because you will lose the knight.
And you remember when I've said that Bibisara's pieces, they were blinking after the move c5, and now they're dancing. The knights are dancing all over the board, so knight e4, knight g5, knight e5. This is simply a beautiful position.
Very beautiful. The queen, the rooks. And coming into this, we saw that pre-tournament pie chart, right, with the chances, and Bibisara only had 12%. I'm sure after this win, those chances will increase by a lot.
Yeah, a big win against former women's world champion.
Absolutely.
It's such a boost of confidence.
That's another thing, right? If you start a tournament with such a strong win, very clear in 20 moves against former world women champion, it really boosts your confidence for the rest of the event.
Yeah, absolutely. I wonder if these two have played each other before, or if this is their first classical match.
I have to think about the Grand Prix, because both of them are participating in the Women Grand Prix event. So I hope that we will be able to bring you more head-to-head scores during the next rounds, because I like to have those statistics, you know, so it's like who is the nemesis, you know, who has this dominant score, yes.
Because the players feel it, they know what is their score and how they are going to approach that game. And Mariya only 2 minutes on the clock, so we are expecting a handshake, and that's why we are staying longer in this game. But Mariya is taking her time, because of course you can always resign. So she's looking for a way to try to hold on to the position.
Ladies, I have a question for you. You know, so we've played so many tournaments. So if you have an opponent who is a very uncomfortable opponent for you, when you're preparing for that game, are you looking for a more cautious approach, or you're just being yourself and you still go for it?
I actually take bigger risks against opponents like that, because I feel like no matter what I do, I can still lose, because I've already lost to them so many times. So I play more freely.
So you have nothing to lose.
Yeah, exactly.
Basically.
You know, I didn't play a chess game in like more than 4 years already, classical chess. So I don't know, but I think the last tournaments I played, I was just there, whatever I felt that day, how I wanted to play, not really looking at that opponent. Of course, if that opponent is extremely tactical, maybe you want something different. Like you do want to take it into your consideration, but the huge impact was how I was feeling that day and which opening I wanted to play.
How about you, Almira?
Well, I'm trying actually to be a bit more cautious, but I agree with Katerina. It's very important to understand how are you feeling on that particular day. So if you're ready for a long struggle, you know, a tactical sharp battle. So, and then I try to choose the opening, you know, according, you know, to those elements. And so there are a lot of things to take into consideration.
Definitely.
So we have a move from Mariya Muzychuk. She played a6, so maybe we're going to get back to this game later, because here we are expecting probably against rook d3, just putting pressure, or knight c5. So let's take a look at the Koneru Humpy against Nana.
Well, she played knight c5, Bibisara just now, and I think...
Okay, so let's move back, because
let's move back.
Knight c5 happens, so she is putting more pressure on that knight on c5. And if Mariya has the idea of playing b5, because maybe that was the kind of first move a6, so if b5 happens...
But everything is on air. The bishop is on air, the rook is on...
Oh, we have even the bishop we can take, or
queen
e4.
Maybe queen e4, yes.
When we are attacking that rook on a8, still targeting the knight. And once we trade the knights, we take free bishop.
Yes, that's... How many arrows, you know, can I draw in this position? This is a beautiful canvas, you know, so I'm like Yasser, you know, I feel that Yasser, you know, is just scintillating there. You know, he's analyzing, and I think he's one of the last people on earth who is using the word mesmerized. So here I am with my own canvas, and I can draw all the arrows I want, but...
Yeah, just for a second, let's take a look at the current position. And by the way, b5 happened. So let's refresh. So b5 is on the board. And now, I think white doesn't really want to capture the bishop right now, because if the queen captures the bishop, then the knight captures knight and it's equal. So yes, we have it on the board, queen e4. Now we are targeting the rook. We are delaying the capture of the bishop because we first want to figure out about the tension of the knights and then get a free bishop.
35 seconds left. You cannot avoid the defeat here. You just have to come in terms, yes, with it. You know that you're going to lose. So.
I think you tried your best. You went for some kind of attack with this a6, b5, trying to get rid of that pin. The queen was pinning the knight. We have rook d8, and now it's time to capture the knight. How are we going to capture? Maybe with the rook.
Yeah, we can capture everything and take on f4. Yes. So.
Yeah. So how do
you can?
I wonder if you could also play knight b7.
Knight d7, and then you also have rook c8, just in case.
Oh, wow.
I don't know if you can parry that threat. So let's see, rook d7, you can play
rook c8.
Rook c8, and this is it.
Completely game over. And if Mariya is thinking about knight takes d7 and then returning with the bishop, yeah, but then the knight is free to go anywhere.
Oh, look.
Well, there's bishop h2 idea maybe. So bishop d6 here, let's show it to the audience. And if you play knight b6, maybe she's hoping for bishop h2, although even that should be winning
but
for
I was thinking, yes, I was thinking
let's take a look
about
at knight b6,
d5,
and Nazi was looking at
h2.
discover attack, king captures, and now rook captures d1, but maybe even here I have rook c8
and queen c6. Oh, still
everything here, yeah. But white didn't have to allow this at all, right?
Of course, you can play knight d5 in that position, yes. And
she has taken the bishop right away on f4.
Oh, okay. She simply went for queen f4.
So let's refresh.
What I like about Bibisara's decision is that her hand is steady. You know, she is not getting nervous. She has not enough of time. She calculates, and okay, she went for queen f4 immediately. So let's show the variation which might follow. What happens if black takes on c5?
We capture the rook.
Yes, then you simply capture the rook. And the problem is that you cannot capture with your king because you have this terrible queen b8.
And 8 seconds for Mariya Muzychuk. We see a castle. So finally the king is getting into safety.
But for what cost?
For what? A piece.
She's already down a piece, and yeah, I
And now we're going to start trading. Knight takes d7.
I don't see any compensation whatsoever for black. I do have an update. I don't know if we're going to wait for the handshake.
I don't think we are going to see handshake anytime soon.
All right, so let's go to, I have an update in Humpy Koneru's game against Anna Dzagnidze. We know that Humpy was much better for a very long time, but in this position, she had to play a very specific move, bishop e3, which is a slow, quiet, developing move, which even sacrifices the pawn on b2. But instead, she made a natural-looking move, knight g4. It turns out it's a mistake, and now if Nana plays g5, even black is slightly better, which is very hard to believe. g5 is not necessary, however. Black can play, we saw Yasser many times say, put on your running shoes, go king d6. King d6 in this case equalizes. Black can also play, I believe, h5, also somewhat equal. There's many moves now after knight g4. What looks most natural to you?
I think it's here, I feel that Nana is in her element, so I think that she will actually find the move g5.
Right?
I would like g5 too, because we are getting some control over the e5 as well, and we want to open files.
I'll just show people why we just can't take this hanging pawn, because our queen is actually trapped on the h file.
So even if bishop captures with check,
and then, and then you go.
Then we capture and
okay, your queen comes out, but you're down a piece. So after knight g4, g5, white needs to play something like knight e5. After which black can take with the knight or the bishop even. Wow.
I would take with the knight.
Yeah, I wouldn't consider bishop takes, right? Bishop takes, pawn takes, and just simply rook f8. King is actually quite okay in the center now. We love the knight on e4. This setup is, I know it's not threatening mate, but it looks very good. And white's queen is now suddenly out of play completely.
At the same time, maybe now that you're blocking the bishop on g7, you can continue with bishop b3, simply finishing the development, and then rook c1. What is the evaluation?
King b7, king c8.
I like this. Yes.
Evaluation is minus 0.3.
But I like to put pressure on that pawn on e5. So
right
if
away?
I go
bishop, queen c7,
queen c7 or rook d5, okay, queen c7.
Yeah, looks good. But you are leaving e6 pawn a little bit unprotected.
But you can play bishop d5 here.
Yeah, bishop d5 is good. And yeah, it's not easy. If I play rook c1, you just take on e5, right?
Yes.
Yeah,
I know I'm potentially opening the file on my king, but also I'm activating my queen, and then my bishop on d5 can be active.
Yeah, we're starting to see why engine says black is better after g5.
And at the same time, I think that you cannot win a game if you're not taking any risks. So here we are. At some point, Nana has to fight for the initiative, and if she plays g5,
time will be absolutely crucial in this position. And she has 9 minutes against 17, and we still have 19 moves to go.
But let's say, what if she plays king d6, the second move that you suggested? Then what should we do here?
Still 95 is a good move. And then take. Oh, wow.
Don't tell me you were taking on e5.
No, king c7, not touching the e5 pawn. No, I can see that black is completely fine now. King will hide. I really like the knight, bishop, and queen setup. I don't see why white would be better at all, even if black didn't have the extra pawn. Yeah.
Girls, I think we're going to see the end of the game between Bibisara and Mariya Muzychuk. Can we just jump there quickly, Nazi, maybe with your board?
Sure.
Because it looks like Bibisara was not happy enough to have one extra knight. She wants 2 extra knights.
And we can see them on the screen. I think Bibisara, there we go, the handshake. Great
Congratulations. Win. Very good game by Assaubayeva. Bibisara kind of pinning the other knight, getting 2 extra pieces. And what a start to the tournament.
Katerina, you were talking about 1 extra knight and 2 extra knight. I was thinking once again about this famous quote by Yogi Berra. He said when he was asked, so what do you do if you come to a fork on the road? And he said, you take it. So Bibisara took both knights and won convincingly.
So let's take a look at the game between maybe Tang Zhongyi and Alina Kashlinskaya. That is the game we didn't see for some time.
And Alina was playing very confidently. Yes, let's see. It's just up here. And what is the position? That was our analysis. And after d5, Alina went for, so she
captured immediately on
captured
c4.
immediately.
Nazi was telling us how it's better to actually play b4 instead.
But at the same time, she won the pawn on c4 and another pawn on d5. So I think it's a wise choice.
If black manages to get c5 and d4, if you can show that, that would be real nice, because then these pawns in the center
c5 is the best move right now.
And actually,
we have it on the board.
On the board, it was important to play bishop f8, of course, to protect the pawn on d5, so you could play c5.
You know what's a very cute move here for white? You can show on your board. Not g6 if you take that back. She could have started with...
I haven't played it. Sorry.
No, can just play g6. Rook e6.
Oh, rook e6.
Rook e6.
Right, because you can't take it.
So if I take, queen takes.
And knight h4?
Knight e5.
Knight e5, even, yes.
Wow, you want to go g6 and then knight f7.
Well, turns out even that is winning, because I thought white would be fine here, but queen c2 and black is still winning.
Queen c2 and white... Wait, how is that possible? So, knight f7, king h7.
And knight g6, you also have this king h7. So, okay, that's why you played h6, you know. So first you had to play queen h7, and now you have this square for your king. But somehow you're not forced to play on e6. Yes, this
so maybe that's why Tan went
all.
with g6 instead.
But g6, then if I take queen g6,
so maybe rook g1 is the idea?
So rook g1.
So I'm sacrificing a pawn to get on the file with the tempo. Because I'm really scared about black playing d4. Pushing the pawn, it's a fork, but it's also stopping the bishop. Then it's activating the light square bishop for black. So where do you go now with your queen?
Well, that is the question. You know, I was thinking about h5. You know, didn't want to allow you to play knight e5. But then maybe you can play rook e5. Let's continue here. So queen h5, rook, rook e5.
So another pawn, queen take h3?
Yes. And how can you continue here? Because you need to sacrifice on g7. You need to double your rooks on the g file. So, and all your pieces are completely misplaced, especially that after rook e5, you know, you've closed the bishop on c3. So you cannot coordinate your pieces.
I don't see anything.
Yeah, Alina's doing great. And I have another update. Now, Alice Lee is winning in her rook endgame. Let's take a look. It was a very concrete endgame, I would say. Nino had to play accurate moves. In this position, I mean, we see, so Alice shows a different path than we were analyzing, right? We were sacrificing b2 pawn for the a7. She decided not to trade and keep the 2 pawns versus 1. But that allowed Nino to activate the rook and the king. However, natural looking move like king e4, you want to keep going forward, is a terrible move. And now white is winning after a4. Strong move. Black played f4. And now if Alice plays correctly, I mean, we have to take on f4, right? That's obvious. Would you take with the pawn or the king? Either way, white's winning, but leads to a different type of positions.
So I think I would take maybe with the king, so I can go then e5,
pawn, right?
e4.
Right, but how do you catch my pawn on the queen side?
So who's faster? Let's go.
e5, a5,
Let's
e4,
go.
b5. So I'm absolutely not worried about e3. Here, I think even immediately b6 is winning, but I'll throw in a check. Rook b4, king e5. And here I can play king f3 or king f1. So
yeah, because if I push e2 now, you have rook e4 check.
And if you take, I'll just come back king g2. This is pretty much over. You can't continue here, and my pawn's completely unstoppable. But we do have Yasser with our first winner.
Thank you. What a round we have. And we have in studio Bibi. Congratulations.
Thank you.
A beautiful game. Tell us about it.
Thank you. I didn't expect Karakan much. I thought she would play 45, and I forgot the opening completely after maybe 6 moves.
Okay.
And I thought that at some moment the position should be equal. Also after knight e2 she can play knight f5, and I'm not sure that I have something much.
Right.
And after c5, at some moment I thought I'm even worse because I tried to save my pawn.
Right.
But then I realized that I just can play castle and sacrifice the pawn, and I have good initiative, and it's very hard to play by black because after c takes d4, knight d4, and if she will play knight e5, I think I can play bishop f4, and it's probably maybe a very unpleasant position.
Oh, I have some very good news for you. When you go home to your hotel and play over the game, you're going to see a lot of exclamation marks on your moves. Tell us what it means, winning the first game with white against such a strong opponent as a former world champion.
Yeah, it's always nice. I think in classical game it's my first win against her. Before we played twice, and at some moment I have advantage a little bit, but both games ended in a draw, so it's very pleasant to win the first game.
Absolutely. How did you like the playing hall at the World Chess Hall of Fame?
Yeah, it was very good place and very nice venue to play there.
Yeah. When you're at board, do you go around and see the other games? Did you find any of the other games attractive?
Not much, because I can I can watch on the screen the games, and it's very easy.
Exactly.
And I don't want to disturb other players much. Yeah.
But did you see how exciting the games were, and the many
chances
for victories?
Women's chess always excited.
Well, what a wonderful start it is for you, Bibi. Good luck.
Thank you.
Well, keep up that form, and you'll be doing formidably. Thank you.
Thank you.
Back to you in studio.
Thank you so much, and again, congratulations to Bibi for a really spectacular game. And I think when we move to the game of Harika Dronavalli, I heard that maybe Carissa made a mistake. Let's take a look.
Yes, let's have a look, because Harika...
I have it here for you if you like to see. So this move, King h8, which is a very natural looking move, and you were suggesting it at some point, right, for black to just get out of this. But King h8 got a question mark, and now if Harika finds this exact sequence, which is simply take on d4 first, and then play g5, looks like it's going to be a very one-sided game. It's not completely over yet. As you can see, advantage is only +1. But maybe for an engine, it's easier to defend this than it is for a human being, because everything seems like very easy here for white. We play maybe h5, g6, and just checkmate, right? And it's the case of good knight versus good-looking bishop, but kind of a useless bishop at the same time, right? Yeah, I think. And we also have time advantage. Harika has 20 minutes against 9. Right, 9 minutes for Carissa after King h8. But if Harika doesn't take on d4 first and goes g5 immediately, that's a completely different story, because without that knight on f5, the advantage is basically non-existent.
I think we will see that the dark square bishop is not that strong in attacking, right, compared to that knight that can jump everywhere around.
Exactly. We'd much rather have knight on f5 than this bishop on g5. So absolutely critical moment for Harika to take on d4 first and then go g5. And I just saw it on the screen. She just took. She's got this. She knows what to do. And we'll see how well Carissa can defend this. She's in trouble.
And is it for sure better to capture with pawn on d4? Can I capture with the bishop to maybe create more squares for my pieces?
You can definitely take with the bishop. I was taking with the pawn because, you know, we can finally not have the double pawns. But you're right. I mean, c takes d did make our bishop even worse. But still the same thing. After g5, what do you do?
So I capture with pawn.
Oh, you take. Now h5 is completely open. Are you planning to play g6 at some point?
I thought queen e5.
Queen e5. Let's have a look.
Oh, no.
Ooh,
but no,
your idea,
no.
yes?
No. Ready for the checkmates?
Let's see what I missed.
H7. G6 check. King has to go g8.
Yes. Otherwise,
simply queen h3, because you can't really go to f-file anyways.
And the king can never escape to e7 because the knight is guarding it.
Just to show you, this is just mate in 1, and that's it. You do have beautiful queen and the bishop.
Yeah, so the h-file is really dangerous. So maybe helping to open it up is not the best decision.
Right, maybe f takes g is very dangerous. Maybe you should just stand and wait for white to continue the attack.
It's so interesting, Katerina, because that was the idea you've been looking at yourself, and you are the player who walked into this idea, you know, rook h3, rook h7.
Yeah. We have some moves, and we see
h5.
a mistake was made. So Carissa did take with the pawn, and here we know g5 was the best option, but Harika rushed with h5.
Her idea is to play knight h4, knight g6, of course.
Yes,
but
guess what? Black can completely allow that. I will happily let you play knight g6, because how do you break through afterwards? Because I think black can manage to just keep h and g files closed, and is very happy with the outcome. Let's say you go here, king h7, knight g6, and I'm just standing. I don't know, some waiting moves, right?
Can I have a g5 now?
Right now?
Because you cannot take with the f pawn.
Let's show why.
Because there is a brilliant knight
f8, right? Even here, black has some compensation, but we don't want to be down material, so let's take with the h pawn. Do you play h6?
Yeah, but you capture my knight.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's just not good enough. I just don't have enough pieces to support this attack.
But I do think Carissa needs to play h6 herself here. Needs to accept, okay, I'll give you all the control of white squares, but I'm holding. You can't break through afterwards.
I wanted to say that after bishop d4, you know that, well, you have a lot of students, so that could be a perfect example which illustrates what pieces do you need to exchange, so the art of the exchange. So bishop d4, we illustrated the point, but immediately Harika, she made the move which allows black to close the position. So g5 was the natural continuation here. And let's see, maybe Carissa will...
She played h6.
Will play h6, okay, that's it.
Yes, looks like now I would say she can hold this. And Harika will be frustrated because she had such a pleasant position, and now everything is completely closed up.
Well, and Nazi, can you take a look at the game between Koneru, Humpy and Nana Dzagnidze? Because Nana has only 3 minutes, and it looks like a very complicated position. So...
Wow, yes, a lot has happened here. Let's take a look. So after knight g4, we're looking at g5, which we know is the best move. Nana played rook f8. It's not a bad move, but missed opportunity. And immediately, knight h4 was the best option, which makes a lot of sense, right? How does black even defend this now? I think you have to sacrifice an exchange. So I don't know how this was missed. Humpy played bishop e3. Bishop takes b2 now. Good move. It's not greediness, you should take that pawn. And after rook d1, wow, Nana played the best move, g5. Such a messy position. And we have 11 minutes against 3.
And still 17 moves to make.
I don't even know what's going on. By first look, I think black looks so much better than they did before, right? So I'm sure Nana's relieved, but she's still in big time trouble, so it's dangerous.
Same time, the king on the 7 is not safe anymore.
No, still not safe. I agree.
So what if I go knight f to e5?
Knight f to e5. Let's have a look.
Because I want your knight to capture it. Okay, pawn.
What if I take twice?
No, I want to capture with pawn.
The pawn. All right. No. And here after rook f1,
rook takes. Why is the computer so happy for black?
Bishop d4, and it says that. Wait, don't we have queen f3? Just ignores it. Whoa, just ignores it. I thought the rook on h8 was hanging, you know, that there would be some queen f6, but no, none of that exists, and black is winning here. It's -2.
Really? It looks still that white has some attack somewhere, no?
Well, black has 2 extra pawns. King is running to safety, and I mean, white king is not super safe either. So I think this is game on 3 results at this point. Interesting move is rook takes d7. If you take with the king, obviously 95 is winning. So we have to take with the queen. And here we go knight f to e5. Computer's not taking, but I'm hearing that there's a lot happening in tense games. So let's jump to that. I think Alina is putting final touches after d4.
So there was this pawn sacrifice.
Queen g6 was played.
Queen g6, knight e5.
Queen f5, knight g4, and d4.
And Alina managed to get this d4 move, which is extremely important, blocking the bishop from any attack on the king side and just having extremely strong pawn center. Rook g1. Now you have to be careful. Now, if you are black, you do not want to capture the bishop. Let's say if pawn captures bishop or pawn captures rook, it's one of the last tricks that white has, which is knight captures h6, and we have a royal fork. And
So
black
king
is going to be actually
h7,
losing
yes,
here
and
in this
knight
position.
h5. Of course, you have to be careful till the very end. So, but d4 was such an important move just to close this big diagonal. Yes, so this one.
So now we need to
Mm-hmm.
we need to defend that h6 pawn. So either we move the king, or we can play rook d6. Maybe just activate the rook.
Mm-hmm.
So what if we play rook d6?
Let me just get to the move. So okay, rook g1 and rook d6. Doesn't want to get rid of this. Okay, perfect.
So now we are guarding that h6 pawn, which is super important, and we are still threatening with capturing one of the white pieces.
So the rook is hanging, the bishop is on prise.
Rook e5, I guess, on the move.
Okay, rook e5 we can make here.
And now maybe queen f4. But it looks like we're going to have a big upset. They have almost 100 points difference between them.
But Alina is such a strong player. Not so long ago, she won one of the tournaments of the Grand Prix series. And that was also her first participation in that event. And I'm pretty sure she's motivated. You know, that's her debut in the Cairns Cup. And as we know, every player wants to come back.
Right. And we always see that whoever is kind of getting from the World Championship match is always exhausted. Whether they win it or not, it's difficult for them to continue the next year because there was just so much pressure and so much aspirations in that match.
And so that's the position on the board. And
Alina has 10 minutes, so she's still thinking whether it's better to play rook d6 or move the king.
And we don't have to switch, but I'll give you an update. Alice is completely winning her game.
Okay, so how many decisive games are we going to have
At
today?
least 3, maybe 4, maybe 5.
So far, we see all the kind of weaker players, at least by rating in the games, actually winning the game, whether it's with white or with black.
But that's what I wanted to say, you know, sometimes being the underdog, you know, actually, well, helps you, yes, of course. You have absolutely nothing to lose and everything to learn.
Absolutely.
Like in many, I think, competitive sports, especially in teams competitions, that's the strategy that teams adopt, even though they have already won, you know, the championships. It's important, you know, to be humble again.
Yeah.
So Alina is still thinking. I think she wants to be precise. She knows how important this moment is, probably the last critical moment in the game. She needs to be precise and to clinch the victory.
Because possibly the drawback of playing rook d6 is that you are blocking the bishop. That will no longer be guarding that pawn on c5.
And what about king h7? So the simple move, you know? So
king h7. Okay, so if I still go rook e5.
I was just thinking maybe she was afraid, like that black will not be able to defend the f7 pawn, but I think like that's nothing special here. So let's play rook e5, the move that you suggested here. But the rook is not protected, you know? Maybe I can still play queen g6 here. Now that's all your pieces.
And you don't really have a discovered attack as white because the rook on g1 is not defended.
Yeah, so that's, this rook is... Maybe I will go for your knight on g4 now, so you don't have rook e6 or something. Maybe I can play f5 here as well. So let's say maybe my next move.
And we will see rook d6 on the board.
That was the best move.
Okay, so...
There's many defensive moves, but that was by far the best.
Yeah, I usually like when we can bring more attack, more defenders to the defense than just moving simply the king away.
But then rook e5, we can play queen g6 as well.
I thought queen f4, or do you want
queen f4? Is, like you have many options. Okay, so queen g6, queen f4.
But you are right, queen g6, we are maybe making a pin on that knight.
And also, I like your move rook d6 because it is guarding the e6 square. So now let's say the bishop goes somewhere. Wait. But now after bishop d2, I am threatening knight h6.
But you have to be careful also c3.
c3 is coming, of course.
Because at some moment, I will not be afraid about knight h6 at all because I will have so many extra pieces plus a pawn maybe on the second rank.
So let's continue after c3. One last desperate move.
Okay, I capture your queen. Bishop captures e2.
It's a check, first of all.
Oh, it's a check.
Yes, 1 second. I was like, we need a break. Yes,
okay. So I'm going to capture the knight.
Yes,
queen
then-
captures.
Queen captures. Okay, so what are we supposed to do here? And here it is, so I cannot capture the... Well, I can,
Okay.
but then you can simply capture on e2, and then rook e2, you can take on h6, and you have an extra piece. Yes, so after knight h6, that was just a completely desperate attempt. So just in case your opponent will fall from the chair. But here after c3,
That's the
black is
thing, that
completely
after
winning.
d4, it's not just we are attacking these two pieces, but we are allowing the other pawn to run as well, c3, d3. Everything is going to be a big threat, and activating that bishop from a6.
And also like f5 is a threat. you know?
Yeah,
You
because the
want
knight
to-
is pinned, right? So we can try to put more pressure and then get
this.
that rook on g1. Yeah, beautiful.
So
So
we're
let's see.
expecting another resignation, or what?
I think Tan will try to complicate stuff. So where are we exactly in the position? Can you please just refresh?
Yes,
to
that's the position. Rook d6 was the last move.
Oh, so no rook. So rook e5, rook f3. Yeah, but there's just nothing.
Yeah, the only player who's holding for now is Carissa. Every other game we're expecting a decisive result.
Yes, this h6 cement in the position actually.
So do you want to go to the, Nancy, do you want to show us Alice's position right now? We will then come to this position later.
Yeah, I don't think this game will end immediately, so I'll show you how Alice is winning this endgame. We saw that king e4 was a mistake, and she played the best move a4. They followed our lines. b4, e5 was played, a5. By the way, notice how you could play b5, but a5 is more accurate, and Alice is playing the most accurate moves. a5, now b5, rook b4 check first, very nice. Then we take, and now king f3. King e6 was just played, and there's many ways to win here with white. You can start immediately a6, rook b6 check, rook b7. There's many moves, and it's +4. It's not, we just have one extra pawn, so you think it'd be +1, +2? No, +4. Rook b6 looks natural. And if, which move would you play? Good. I'll ask you, because I'm, objectivity leaves me when I'm looking at the engine the whole time.
Yeah, I'm even looking at move like h4. Like I don't
H4.
see how black can improve, so I would just like push my pawn. I guess it's not a great move when I see the bar dropping.
Maybe because after this you want to play king e4, right?
Yes.
But then rook d4 you can.
Oh,
I
cannot
keep
improve.
annoying you with the checks until you go back, and that's slight improvement for black.
Okay, in that case, I do want to play rook b6 to just force the king to go either backward.
There's also rook b7 that's also a problem, because if we win this pawn, then it's completely over, right? And you can't play h6, so what do? Do you go rook a2?
Rook a2, yeah. You
Right,
go
and
after my
here-
pawn, I go after yours.
Actually, this is easier to win. You take this, I take that, and here, I don't know why, yeah, I was going
You
to say
check
rook
and then
h6,
g5. Right?
h4, g5, and this is two connected passers now. Yeah. Of course, if this pawn was on g5, it would be a completely different story, but here we have one extra pawn, but those are two connected passers that are completely unstoppable. Should be very easy to convert this. And we have 2 minutes for Nino, although they're close to move 40, so we'll see.
And I'm hearing that Koneru Humpy made a mistake. So maybe let's take a look at that game, Almira.
Yes, that's the position on the board, and Nana just played c4, so I assume that...
Oh, pardon me, so Nana made a mistake.
Yes, so let's have a look at this position. So h take g5, queen g3, and Nana just played c4. This is such a chaotic position. Like, I feel that every piece is hanging, mates are threatened, but what is the objective evaluation, Nazi?
Yeah, after c4, white is better now, but instead of c4, if Nana played queen
Let's have a
d6,
look.
it's -2.
Queen where?
-2.
Queen d6.
Queen d6.
It's a very difficult move to make because of the
Allowing
d-file.
trading the queen, so queen captures on d6.
Yes, it's not the human
There are
move,
just no discovered attack that you are afraid of, so bishop captures
I can cover on d5 with the
a6,
bishop.
and that's it. Okay, I just capture a pawn.
Yeah, so if like bishop a6, it doesn't bring you anywhere, and then your a2 pawn is going to be very weak. But I feel that this move is impossible, to find, especially with 1 minute on the clock. Queen d6.
Okay, so we have c4. Now I'm starting to feel that there will be some
White has
some
many
royal
good moves
forks.
here. Bishop c2, bishop b1, knight takes f6. They're all close to +2.
I like bishop b1. We just move the bishop away. So if we do that, now I have a direct threat. I mean, bishop takes g5, but also rook takes d7 in the future.
She's taking on f6.
Okay, knight takes f6.
Let's just update this position.
Computer
So
really
C4.
likes that move. Wow. Exclamation
Oh,
point.
knight f6. And you know why the computer is so categorical after c4? Is it because like it was important to trade queens and not to open all the diagonals? You know, c4 just changes the evaluation completely.
So now if black, so let's say black, Almira, let's say black captures. Knight captures f6,
Knight captures,
right?
yes, I wanted to, because
I mean,
you
we can
have
do it
also
with
the bishop on.
too.
Yes,
so maybe
because
with the bishop, let's bring the bishop back.
how often do you have 4 captures? You know, you have knight, you have the bishop, you have the rook, and you have, okay, the king, I will leave it on the 7, but you know, it's a very colorful position. You have 4 captures on the
Bishop
board.
f6 loses immediately to bishop e4.
Ah, okay, let's show it. Okay, first. So bishop f6, bishop e4, and then
Wow.
queen d6. And
So after queen captures, we have this queen d6 strong move. And now you cannot go king f7, because after king f7,
yes, but then it's
there is knight take g5.
You have to go.
Yes, you have to go.
I mean,
king
you have to go,
f7,
but then
yes.
this is kind of over, because if you go to e8 or
Yes,
d8,
it's mate in
then we
one.
have a checkmate in one. Wow.
Okay, so bishop f6 doesn't work. Then is knight f6 is the only move, or you can take rook f6, but then you have bishop g5.
So maybe let's go back for a second. Now we will visit this game again, but the game between Zhongyi and Alina Kashlinskaya looks like it's reaching its final stage. Because Ten sacrificed another piece, and there is just nothing to do.
King h7. Very cold-blooded move.
So
but
black is a piece up right now. Rook is hanging, knight is hanging.
Piece and 2 pawns, right? Yeah. It's a lot of material and a completely winning position.
And just no check, no actual attack on the black king.
the thing is, like, for the moment, the bishop at a6 and the rook on a8 is, they are out of place. So if only you would have an idea, you know, so...
If there was a light square bishop for white, then things would be different, maybe.
But...
okay, you do have a check, actually. You have queen c2 check, but it's not very worth it check, because there's queen d3. I can easily block it.
Of course, and it's not easy to continue.
And Ten has only 50 seconds on her clock.
So that's the position.
Between
on the
the
board.
3 games we have, I don't know which one's going to end first. They're all reaching their end right now.
So less than 40 seconds left, let's see.
Yeah, because in the game of Humpy Koneru, we do have that queen takes d6.
Okay, she went for rook
Maybe
d6.
that's the game that's going to finish first.
Yeah, we'll see. I think Ten will try a few more tricks, and then she'll resign because she's down too much material.
You cannot take queen d6 because then you have queen e4 and queen a8. Let's just show this very quickly. There's maybe you're not winning here, but who knows? Maybe there is c2 coming, but you can still. You know, but and what after
Honestly,
c2?
I think black might still be fine.
I think black is still winning.
So
bishop.
then queen d1.
Queen f3 only move, right?
Okay, queen f3.
You take on h6.
Yes.
You take on f7. It's probably still winning for black.
Yes, and simply bishop g7, yes,
Right.
and with all the threats on the white king.
Yeah.
So white cannot save herself in this position. So after rook d6, should you take bishop d6? Like, if you want to avoid the complications, so bishop d6 is
I don't know if
possible.
I need to avoid those complications. But yeah, bishop takes d6 makes sense too.
So, well, I can make one last threat. You know, I want to take on g7, of course. So you can... if you play bishop e5, but you can always check.
I always like g6, no?
No, but wait, we forget that we also have...
Yeah, we can take
you
with
know,
the check and then start attacking.
We have an attack, so yes, cb2 is probably winning immediately because...
Then rook b8 check, bishop
course.
e5. We have a lot of pieces to attack that king.
We were so concerned about our defense that we forget that one check, and this is it. We are allowed to attack, you know, Katerina.
Absolutely. I mean, that's why we have all the pawns kind of nearby the white king. So we will have at least 4 decisive games, because Alice Lee looks like she's winning, Koneru Humpy is winning, Alina Kashlinskaya is winning, and Bibisara Assaubayeva already won.
So Humpy is winning already? Like, okay, I don't know. Tell me which game to
let's stay with
choose.
this game to see. Alina is trying to make sure that you do not want to mess up the game at the end, right? If you have a winning position, it's still kind of difficult to win the game. So she has 5 minutes. She wants to make sure she's not going to miss one move that could change the result of the game. But it looks like she is holding strong.
We've all been there. We've all done that.
Several times.
I start to feel like Yasser, it's like I feel he's like a kid, just...
And we have a resignation. So Koneru
Analyzing.
Humpy won against Nana Dzagnidze. Congratulations. First her win in this tournament.
That was
with
the
white
most
pieces.
chaotic game we had today.
Both players had chances to win.
Back and forth, yes, absolutely.
So let's have a look at the game and how it finished. So knight f6 was played, knight f6.
So we are in the game now of Humpy Koneru and Nana Dzagnidze.
Bishop c4, sacrificing the bishop, but we know that this idea was on the air because you have to play queen d6, so queen d6 was played, then king f7, knight e5, and winning the queen on c4. And
the bishop took
bishop
it.
e5.
Now putting more pressure on that pinned knight on f6.
So you have to take on e5, king g6.
Now it looks like because there is also queen takes g5 right now. And if we take a look, queen takes g5, there is just nowhere
because
really
if
to
you go on f7, then we will take on f6.
Or even,
if you
d7.
go here, then I think anything wins.
Queen
here,
h6
yes?
and
then
queen g6
g6
checkmate.
mate. Yes. It's a beautiful checkmate.
Okay, beautiful ending. So let's go back to the game.
I think it's called the epaulette because when you have both rooks,
I think so.
Yes. Okay, so let's have a look at the game between
Zhongyi.
Zhongyi. Okay,
Just
well,
to see the ending, because I think we will see again resignation in this position.
Oh, Nana actually failed to make a move. Of course, the position was completely lost, but
she lost on time.
Yeah, she lost on time. So rook d6 was played, and Alina is still thinking.
Yeah, she can take with either piece, and it's -5. On screen, we have Alice against Nino, and that game also, Alice is putting final touches.
And by the way, look at clock.
But she just made the 40th move.
Oh, okay. Otherwise, I would be like 40 minutes against 25 seconds. That's unbelievable.
Yeah, Nino's about to make her last move, 40th move,
and she has 18 seconds to do that.
Actually, that was my question, because I thought, what if Nino plays rook a1? She takes all those squares from your king. So how would you continue here? Just go for the h-pawn, as you've said?
Different moves. White can make a waiting move, rook f6, because if you move the rook, then my king is free again, right? Let's say rook f6, or you can play rook a2, that's fine, and I'll just play h4 or g5. h4, g5, and I'm creating a second passer, and you just can't keep up with both. Since king is cut off now, once I play g5, h5, and g6, your rook cannot catch both of my pawns, so it's just winning.
And you can never find a way with the king to try to catch the pawn, because...
That's why rook f6 is a strong
that's
move.
a very strong move.
It's cutting the king off completely.
The king off.
It's not necessary. There are other ways to win, but rook f6 is a very clean way to win.
But if you go there, let's say the move that you suggested earlier, not rook f6, but if you go simply for the h-pawn, rook h6 here, how is black supposed to hold here?
No, it's still winning, but you mean if we trade h7 for a6? Yeah, it's still winning for white, but maybe it might take a little longer. You still play rook f7 and then start pushing the pawns. Yeah, it's still winning.
But that gives maybe away the huge advantage that Alice has.
Yeah, because here, it will take time. You can't push so easily because now black rook is active, versus we can have that other position where I'm creating a passer and your rook still stays passive.
And let's go back to the game of Zhongyi against Alina Kashlinskaya, because we have a bunch of moves that happened, and it looks like this is the end, because white just doesn't have any more attacking choices.
But I feel that those players, they don't forget that they can take on b2, and Alina took on b2.
So Alina took with the bishop. Now that's the check. Now king b1, because of course the king, if white captures the pawn, then everything just opens on the king.
And queen f5 check and queen f7.
Yeah, we are taking the knight, but also we are forcing the white king to capture the pawn on b2, which after white captures, king takes b2. Let's do that.
Yes,
King takes b2.
that.
We have even c3 move, which is super strong.
Oh.
Because it's a discovered attack on the king.
Of course, yes. And then you take your...
And the queen.
Queen, okay. That's it.
And we see a handshake. Well, congratulations to Alina Kashlinskaya. Really strong start. Taking the top seat of the event with black pieces in a beautiful game.
And especially we know how important it is to have more white pieces, you know, in these strong events. So clinching a victory with the black pieces, you know. Now you have 4 black, 4 whites, and you're on +1.
Yeah. And we have Yasser, who is with Koneru Humpy. Yasser, over to you.
Thank you. And what a round we have. Boy, explosive start. Humpy, congratulations.
Thank you.
Very, very nice. Tell us what happened.
Yeah, it's quite a complex game. I think when she played this king e7, the position turned out to be suddenly very interesting because there are several positions where she wanted to capture the knight on g5 and give away the rook, but with the counterplay.
Right.
So it was very tricky. At some points, I wanted to sacrifice a piece somewhere, but I couldn't really work out directly.
Right.
So yeah, but I felt in the game she could have played queen d5 instead of rook df8.
Okay.
With the idea of queen h5.
Right, to trade.
Yeah. I felt black was having quite a decent play. It's a double-edged position. But once she played this rook f8, I felt I was having a counter chances. Like always my plan was to somewhere give away, play knight e5 and demolish this position, like to have this king in the center.
Exactly.
So for me, material doesn't matter because I was already in a situation where I need to play for activity.
Exactly.
So I gave up the b2 pawn and rook d1 because knight c3, I'm going to take rook d7, queen d7, bishop c5. So yeah, g5 is again, I didn't actually check g5, but I felt, I believe bishop d3 is strong move because I need to run away from this knight c3 threat to keep counter chances because bishop d3, gf4, I go queen h4.
Okay.
So in the game, yeah.
When did you feel like, okay, in this moment I'm winning,
Definitely after knight f6, bishop c4.
Yes.
That's where I felt because it was important to play knight f6 b4 because bishop c4, knight e4 is the problem.
Right.
But whereas in the knight f6 line, when I take this c4, knight e4, bishop g5, I get my queen to b8.
Right.
So that square is important. So once I got bishop c4, I felt I was like clearly better.
The computer was very complimentary of your move knight f6. It thought it was the most exact move, and you went on to win the game nicely. A great start. Plus, you get the added bonus that the highest seed loses as well. What does this win mean for you? It's early days.
Just
but
round one. So
right.
I think, many decisive results today, and I think everybody is a tough opponent here.
True.
Every game matters.
At this exact moment, we're thinking there's going to be 4 out of 5 games that are decisive. Does that surprise you?
Maybe not. Maybe we are playing more fighting chess.
I think so. I think fighting chess is exactly what we're seeing. Congratulations and good luck on the remaining games.
Thank you.
Back to you in studio.
Thank you, Yasser, and congratulations to Koneru Humpy. Really great game, really exciting games. And yes, we see a lot of fighting chess. So let's take a look at the game between Alice Lee and Nino Batsiashvili to see how it is going. If it is going still in Alice's favor.
Katerina, I wanted first of all to talk a little bit about the interview which we just saw, and I wanted to say that it was such a honest interview, because when we are watching those classical events and men are interviewed after the game and they've seen it all, you know, they're just admitting, you know, they've seen it all, they calculated it all, and it was such a pleasure for me to observe one of the top players in the world admitting that, okay, I wanted to sacrifice, I've checked all the lines, but somehow I couldn't make it work. That's why I went for another continuation, and then, still doubting herself, although the game was incredibly complicated, and chess is hard. And actually admitting this, the chess is hard, but it's a struggle, and that's exactly what we witnessed today. So thank you, Humpy. That was such a wonderful interview, emotionally. So I liked it very much, and let's get back to Alice's game.
Yeah, by the way, Alice played rook f6, the best move in the position. She's cutting off Black's king from catching one of the kingside pawns now that she's gonna make a pass pawn, So after rook f6, I don't see how Black can even fight back. Maybe king d3. Let's try king d3, e4, e3, right? That's like the only idea. But here she can go g5, and you don't even have e4, because I can simply take on f4, and this is a winning endgame.
And after e3, I have rook f3, right? Just rook f3.
Why can't I take?
Because
That's
I want
also
the pawn
winning,
for
right?
free.
Good point. Yeah, why not? Of course, rook f3 is easier. Yeah, so maybe f3 now. Maybe Nino needs to try to trade
transpose
f-pawn.
it? Yes.
Right.
But I don't even have to take. I can go king g3, right?
You could.
Kind of go for some Zugzwang where I'm gonna...
So you're not worried about rook g1?
No. So I don't think you can take the
I have
pawn.
to, I have
King
to go
h4.
back. Yeah, I have to
Because
go
I
back.
always have a7, a8, right?
Right, and I think they reached move 40, so Nino's going to think here for a while, but she doesn't have a way to survive this after rook f6. But we do have Yasser with another one of the winners today.
Is commentating like with them, or is just another?
Exactly, she is commentating. Hello, and we're with Alina. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Wow, Black against the #1 seed. Tell us what happened.
I don't know, honestly. Yeah.
First of all, deep breath.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think the game was quite decent from my side. I was happy with how I played. I think Tan played a bit slowly. I mean, how she prepared this g4, she probably should have played sharper g4
earlier.
A couple of moves earlier. Otherwise, I just got some very dangerous counterplay. So, I mean, when the position became messy, I think I was already on top. So probably she should have played just g4 earlier without h3 or rook h1.
You came out of the opening really with the 2 bishops and a very safe king. So at that moment, were you feeling good about your position?
Yeah, I was kind of surprised that she played c4 and allowed me to take one of her bishops. Especially, I think she should have kept the bishop on d3. I thought it's more important than on e3. So I felt that I should be doing okay. I wasn't so sure that my king was safe because, I had this in the air that something like g4 or g5 will come at some point. But yeah, with 2 bishops, I definitely feel more comfortable.
Later in the game, when it's so tense and every move counts, you played, in my opinion, a really fantastic move, rook d6. That just covers h6. It makes everything very nice and protecting. At that moment, did you feel you were winning, rook d6?
Well, of course, I understood that my position is completely winning, but on the other hand, we had not so much time, and Precisely. I have experience of losing, of not converting winning position, let's put it like this.
Join the line.
Yeah, so, so I knew that I just should stay focused till the clock is stopped.
Exactly. And rook d6, you felt...
Yeah, rook d6 I liked maybe, I mean, I'm sure it's not the only move because I have like 3 pawns, she has only 1 thread, but anyway, with every move she will create threads, so I like that rook d6, I put 1 more piece into defense.
Precisely,
so, yeah.
That's what I like. You start the tournament, Black pieces, #1 seed, you win. How are you feeling?
So far good.
Right.
No, but honestly, today I'm very happy because I never won against Tan. I think neither in Blitz or Rapid, but this I should be checked. But definitely not classical games. So it's a good start for me. I'm happy with the game, and also I'm happy because I'm here with my mother and my son, who is 1 year old, and we have a deal that if I win a game, I can buy him a toy.
Wow! So everybody's happy.
To buy him today a toy.
So everybody's happy.
Yeah.
Oh, fantastic! Well, I'll let you go and celebrate. Congratulations!
Thank you.
Absolutely. Back to you in studio.
Thank you for the interview, Yasser, and congratulations to Alina. Really great game, and as we see, everybody is happy in that family now.
Yes, and we should not forget that a lot of chess players are also mothers, and how difficult it is actually to play a tournament and to leave your child behind. So this is a wonderful also initiative. We have this during the Olympiads as well. So that players can come with their children and, well, sometimes their mother, or sometimes to provide them with an opportunity so their children are taken care of and they can concentrate on their career. Yes, of course. So, well, Alina, for the moment, she has only one child. You know, I was wondering, you know, how are you doing this if you're winning and you have 4 kids, you know, running after you, and you have to buy 4 toys after every round.
Well, while Nino is thinking in this game, I'll give you a little bit of update in Harika's game against Carissa. So when we last looked at it, we said that after h6, Black's going to hold this, everything's closed. Yes, Carissa's worse, but she can hold it. Well, a lot has happened since then. First, they were both in time trouble, I believe, before they reached move 40. So there's some inaccuracies made. Apparently, bishop d6 is bad because specifically for this reason. Harika's rook got to f5. And here was, I think, a critical moment. There was somewhere in this position where she could have played rook d5. And it provokes Black to play c5, which changes the pawn structure. And here, queen f5 is good. And now, apparently, if you just take, even though it looks like not much has changed, the computer says this is winning, like completely winning for white. Oh, I guess there's some e5 ideas.
Some e5 maybe.
I see.
You activated your rooks. Now the b6 pawn. You know, that's, I think, the major change in this position.
Exactly.
Yes.
This is a weakness, and the knight can get to that pawn. Absolutely. So it looks like a fortress, but Black is just too passive here. Instead, and this is move 42, so Harika did have already extra time, but she played king h3, just an improvement in the position. But now if Carissa played c6, you no longer have rook d5. And that was absolutely crucial for white to get the advantage. Instead, Carissa played just king g8, queen f2, so neither of them really maybe appreciate the strength of rook d5 and queen f5. And here we see c5, which was, we already talked about it. c5 is a weakening move because now in every endgame you have to watch out for that b6 pawn. The knight will eventually get to b6. So this looks like it'll be a very long game, and Carissa will suffer a lot here.
But Nazi, isn't it now a different story? Because if you go queen, pardon me, rook d5 now.
Okay.
If I go just bishop e5.
So now I don't have queen
trade
f5,
the rooks.
Right? Yes, I don't have queen f5 anymore, so I can't do rook d5 and all that idea immediately, but I can make a lot of improving moves. I think she just made a move. Let's check. She did play rook d5. Now both bishop e5 and bishop c7 looks like a good option. And
what if I play queen f3? I like your
right
move.
here. You have to change your plans a little bit. Not queen f5, but queen f3, and maybe Black can take and hold this.
Just queen d6 or queen f7.
Queen f7. But at the same time, you can't play rook d8. You know, this pawn on d5 is not a weak pawn, so because the bishop on e5 is in the air, so what can you do here? But maybe you can wait. Can you wait here?
Yeah, I think you have to just stand and make some moves back and forth with your queen. But I think eventually white improves position enough. The king is somehow going to computer's taking the king all the way to the queen side.
But this is a very interesting idea. Can we illustrate it? Let's say.
King G2, let's say you're just standing, king f1. I don't know. I'm not making terrible moves, right? King d1.
It doesn't matter. We're just making the point. Yes.
Queen c7 and king d. Doesn't want to go that way. King d1.
But let's say.
And okay, I made it all the way to c1.
Yes, you made it all the way to.
And let's go to b1.
b1.
Sure. Okay, we achieved that.
What now?
What now? After all that walk, see, it gives almost +2, and we know that this engine is not the strongest. It just keeps maneuvering. Queen g2, queen e4. I don't know where the breakthrough is. I do see eventually there is some
G5.
And what about Nazi if we go like knight h4, knight h5? Just move the king or something.
For some reason it doesn't like it because of b5 and a4, some counterplay for black.
Oh, now that the king is on b1, of course.
So why did we do all this?
Because if we could get the knight to f5 and push pawn to d6, then I thought we are starting to get more squares for our pieces, especially the queen.
Right, but here black does have some counterplay.
But maybe if you leave the h4 to h4, then I can play rook d8. And what are you doing with your pawn? Maybe I am in time. I will play rook d8, queen d5. So if you play knight f5, I can play.
Wait, I'm lost. Where?
No. If you go rook king h4. Knight h4. Can I play rook d8? Yes. Knight f5.
Yeah, I guess I can just go back, but okay.
And then king h7. So of course I don't want to.
Okay, now d6 maybe?
To play knight e7. And what can I do
queen
here?
e4. You have to be careful here. I think you end up in a worse endgame. Again, it's because of the pawn on b6. So Carissa voluntarily playing c5 was a mistake, or at least an inaccuracy that still gives Harika chances because of that weak pawn on b6. But this is going to be a long game.
Thank you, Nazi.
Yeah. And a lot of games finished, so let's take a look at results. A lot of players who are by rating weaker actually managed to win this game. So first, Alina Kashlinskaya with black pieces against the returning Cairns Cup champion Zhongyi. She won. Humpy Koneru won against Nana Dzagnidze, the #1 of Georgia. Bibisara Assaubayeva won against Mariya Muzychuk, the former women's world champion. And we have 2 games remaining. Alice Lee against Nino Batsiashvili and Carissa with Harika Dronavalli.
So I wanted to tell you that Humpy Koneru has won the Cairns Cup already once. So she's actually looking for her second win. And she starts with a victory. What a victory it is. Yes, chess is hard. It was such a complicated game. But she managed to beat Nana Dzagnidze, one of the best players in the world.
Yeah, and wasn't Humpy just playing in Norway chess?
Yes, she was.
She must be so tired, right? But great start, yeah, straight from Norway to the US, the jet lag and everything, and yet she played a very interesting game and defeated one of the strongest competitors, Nana. And you're right, Almira, after you've won the tournament once, you believe that you can do it again.
Of course.
Yeah.
So now we have the position between Alice Lee and Nino Batsiashvili. And Nino, she made her move after about 15 minutes. She played rook a2. And now Alice is thinking, we were suggesting maybe she can push her pawns and go g5, h4, and create another fast pawn. And that's exactly what she's doing, pushing the pawn and to create another passer.
What I like about Alice is that she's staying fully focused, not showing any emotions during the game. She knows that she's winning, but as Alina said during her interview, like I wanted to be sure that, you know, the clock is not stopped yet. So she is making the best moves and she's fully concentrated. She wants to clinch the victory.
And her idea is to go h4, h5, right? Then to go g6.
h4, h5, and then g6.
And we have 2 pawns that are running.
Yes, and you need, that's why you need to play h4, h5, of course, because, well, you
because the difference would be, let's say rook a1. Black plays rook a1 here. Let's
rook
just
a1.
pretend. And now if white goes g6 with the idea to have a passer with the h-pawn, then black captures.
Then you want to play
white
f3?
captures, or king f5. Suddenly the king can become a little bit more active. It's probably still winning for white, I don't know. But we are giving a break for that black king to come closer and be a bit annoying. That's why we don't want this, and we want the other pawn to support the passer with g6.
The thing is, I thought that maybe here you can play f3. But okay, then you have rook g4 check, because, you know, I thought that I could go after this pawn. Maybe you're still winning here.
But instead of rook f1, here king f5 is still a draw.
Here it's still a draw? Oh, after f3?
Yeah, so g6 was a mistake, absolutely,
okay.
yeah. White has to play h4, yeah.
Okay, so h4 is the right plan, the right path for victory, so
I think we're going to take a short break, because these games players are still thinking for some time, and then we're going to see the resolution afterwards. What do you say?
Well, I'm very happy about it.
All right, see you everybody after this break.
10 years, one legacy. The Grand Chess Tour marks a decade of mastery where only the strongest chess minds carve their names into history. Each piece has its role, like soldiers in a grand army, with commanders to lead them into the tour's 10th year and a prize fund of $1.6 million. The Grand Chess Tour starts in Warsaw with the Superbet Rapid and Blitz Poland, immediately followed by the Superbet Chess Classic Romania in Bucharest, then off to Zagreb for the Super United Rapid and Blitz Croatia, followed by back-to-back events in St. Louis, Missouri with the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz and the Sinquefield Cup. And the culmination of the grand finale in the city of Sao Paulo, Brazil, will determine the 2025 Grand Chess Tour champion. Fight with every ounce of strength for victory. This isn't just a moment. This is history.
Corporate Chess League started in 2018, and we started it because we wanted to get the corporations around St. Louis to get together, casually play chess, and network together. So each corporation has their own team. They bring 4 to 6 people every week, and they play over the board in-person chess.
In our team, for all of us to be here, we don't see each other throughout our week. We work in different departments in different areas. So yeah, I think it's a good thing to hang out with your other peers at the club.
So what myself and my coworkers get out of playing in the Corporate Chess League is camaraderie, getting to hang out with people from work, from different departments, getting to meet people from other companies, learn what they do, and obviously just enjoy the game of chess that we all love.
We have about 10 teams right now. We average 10 to 12 teams every year. So if your corporation is interested, or if you work for a corporation and you're trying to get a team, all you need to do is go to our website, stlouischessclub.org, and all the information is there.
You know Q Boutique at the World Chess Hall of Fame has the region's best selection of chess sets. But this store is so much more. Discover our masterfully curated selection of unique jewelry, clever kids games that nurture critical thinking and creativity, quirky greeting cards, books for all ages, and a wide variety of locally made goods. Find just what you're looking for at Q Boutique at the World Chess Hall of Fame.
If you love playing chess and want to put your skills to the test, the St. Louis Chess Club welcomes you to our monthly open tournaments. This is your chance to compete in a 5-round Swiss system tournament with 2 sections: Open, which is FIDE rated, and Under 1800. Feel the thrill of competition as you contend for a share of $4,200 in prizes every month. To learn more and to register, please visit stlouischessclub.org.
Ladies, are you looking for something fun to do? Do you want to make new friends and broaden your horizons? Ladies' Night is the premier all-female chess event in St. Louis. Every Wednesday night, you can meet and play with new people while learning one of the world's most popular games from a certified woman grandmaster. Plus, St. Louis Chess Club members can attend for free. Whatever your age or skill level, you're welcome at Ladies' Night.
Don't miss the 9th annual Strategy Across the Board Gala, Master of the Arts. Enjoy fine dining and world-class musical entertainment, all while helping to support chess education, cultural exhibits, and public programming at the St. Louis Chess Club and World Chess Hall of Fame and Galleries. Strategy Across the Board, Master of the Arts, is Saturday, August 16th at the Chase Park Plaza Hotel. For sponsorship or ticket information, or to make a gift, please visit stlouischessclub.org.
We just had our grand opening of Paws and Pawns Exploring Animal Chess Sets. This show contains over 50 chess sets, sculptures, photographs, and other artwork exploring the connection between chess and the natural world. We have sets and boards that date from the late 19th century all the way up to the present. You get to see a little bit of how artists have reinterpreted familiar chess pieces using the imagery of the animal world. The World Chess Hall of Fame's collection has over 800 chess sets, and as we were going through this collection, I noticed so many different ways that people integrated animals into these artistic chess sets, and it just seemed a natural fit to make a whole show of it. We reached out to some really wonderful lenders, including from Chess Collectors International and some great artists, and we even reached out to local artist Justin King to create a giant T-Rex especially for this exhibit. At the opening, people really enjoyed seeing their favorite animal in the show, whether it was something in the Cats vs. Dogs chess set section or the set that we have from the local artist Sophie Bender. And that is a woodburn chess set that has different animals engraved on each square. We also have really wonderful, elaborate chess sets from the artist Laura Sturtz. One has kind of creepy crawly creatures, chess bugs. And then we have another one that looks at the beauty of sea life, and so there are manatees, walruses, and other things. If you'd like to learn more about this exhibition, you can go to the World Chess Hall of Fame's website at worldchesshof.org or check out our social media channels.
Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for coming. This is a wonderful day. Normally you do this at the culmination of an event, but this is midterm, and I hate to, interrupt things too much.
We are just honored to be part of this expansion project, and just to expand on Rice, what you've already grounded here in St. Louis. Everyone knows now St. Louis as the place for chess. So to see the club expanding, that's so exciting.
There is a steel beam behind Andy over here, and I think we'd like to start off by having that signed before we can get it erected sometime in the near future.
Writing a book?
Yeah.
My name is Sophie Binder. I am originally from France, and I have been doing all kinds of art. It goes from sketching to watercolor to commissions, but one part of art that has evolved in the past maybe 10 years for me is wood burning. Something I had never touched before, and then I started to really get into it. So wood burning first translates really well for me because I've always been a line person. I work with lines, and then I am the child of a woodworker, a cabinet maker. So it's like I'm channeling my dad through working with wood, and I started to explore board games, and wood burning is the perfect medium for this because it's so permanent, but it's also very unforgiving, which is the reason why I like the medium, I think. I like watercolor because it's unforgiving. When I sketch with a pen, not with a pencil. I never use erasers, so wood burning is actually perfect for me. So, and I started to do games. I started with a French game called the Jeu de Loi, the Goose Game. And then it was a Christmas that I spent here in St. Louis. I was away from my family, and I thought, oh, I'm gonna make a chessboard. And it turned out kind of the perfect medium for it. To me, chess, it is a slow game. It's a game that requires patience, and wood burning is absolutely like that.
Welcome back to day one of the Cairns Cup and round one, and we have already 3 games that finished. So let's take a look at the results. Zhongyi, she lost to Alina Kashlinskaya. Humpy Koneru won against Nana Dzagnidze, and Bibisara Assaubayeva, she won against Mariya Muzychuk.
So 3 decisive games so far, and the round is not over yet. I think that we are looking for another victory.
Yeah, we have 2 more exciting games, and it looks like Alice Lee is also pushing for a victory here. So let's take a look at her game.
Nino is regretting a few decisions, which she has taken in their game, but Rook C8 was definitely a dubious move.
So, and Alice actually here, she played H4, so we can refresh this board.
Yeah, we have a few moves, E4 and Rook F5 check.
No,
first E4, okay, so Nino is going for some counter-attacking chances. Rook F5 check, forcing the king to decide. If you're going to go up anywhere on the 4th rank, let's say King E4,
King D4. Maybe.
King D4, then I'm going to capture Rook takes F4, and I'm pinning the pawn. So you have no kind of future with that, but I'm giving up the pawn on A6.
So, but what else can you do here?
So if you go back to, let's say, King E6.
But then the thing is that you cannot even take on A6 because you will have the Rook F6.
Right, but I want to go E3.
So Rook E4
and then
check.
Rook E4. And taking, let's say, I don't know where do you go.
Yeah, no, this is worse. All right, so instead of King E6, can I go King D6? So if I go King D6,
the same
I
thing.
give you the pawn, and then I go E3.
But then the pawn on F2 is protected. You always have Rook E4 in case you play E2, because the king is not on D5.
Right, and the problem is the rook cannot easily capture, the black rook cannot easily capture on A6, because there is Rook F6 pin, or skewer, actually.
So here simply King G3 is enough. We have 2 healthy extra pawns, right?
Yes.
Well,
and the king is cut.
Yes.
So that's why your king is so much closer, and the king cannot cross the F file. So this rook is cut in everything. So
I really like this move. If we go to the current position that Alice made, this Rook F5 check. I think that must be a very accurate move, right, Nazi?
Very
what do you think?
yes. I mean, Rook F4 was winning too, but Rook F5 is so much better because of all the lines you just showed.
So Rook F5.
So for example,
waiting
taking on F4, Rook A6, then giving a check and going Rook F6 was also winning, but this is clearer. Yeah.
Okay, so that's the position on the board. Nino is still thinking.
She's entering second time trouble, kind of. She's down to 8 minutes.
But this position is hopeless. And you're absolutely right. Alice is playing with sort of like with such precision, like a surgeon. She's executing her opponent, and well, she might as well go and accomplish her grandmaster now in this event.
We hope she does.
Yes, we have to remind our audience that both American players, they have to accomplish grandmaster norms in order to get the grandmaster title. And we were talking about this with Jeannie Cairns Sinquefield, that there is a Cairns Queens Award.
Yeah, which is $100,000 for any American female player who achieves the grandmaster title. For the upcoming 4 years. Who knows if it's going to be renewed, but so far it was announced for 5 years last year. So 4 more years this offer is active.
The ultimate chess title. I feel like the ultimate chess wisdom comes with this.
Until they invent a new one, right? Super GM.
Because we are starting to think that there should be another title, right? Because Grandmaster you achieve when you get 2,500, when you pass that mark. But you have a lot of players over 2,700 already, which is...
Even 2,800.
Even 28,
right? Yeah.
So maybe there should be something above 2,750 or where you really highlight the best players. And Nazi, what about the other game between Harika Dronavalli and Carissa?
Yes, while they're thinking, I'll update you on the other game. When we left it, we said that it's going to be a long game, Carissa's going to suffer for a while, but looks like after the queen trade, which was not a good decision for Harika, maybe things will be even easier for Carissa. She had to make one accurate move here after Rook F5. For example, if she goes simply Rook E8, then White's idea is G5. And you don't want to allow this because Of course, you can take with the pawn. Bishop is hanging. If you take with the h-pawn, there is knight e5, and looks like this endgame is winning. Whether you take with the pawn or with the rook, this is a completely winning endgame. So she found and played the best move, king f7. Now if you go g5, of course, I'm just going to take, and the difference is that in this pawn endgame, I'm not losing anymore because I have king f6 right on time with the tempo. So
somehow black is not winning here, even though yes, I think so.
Yeah, because black cannot break through, right?
Because you cannot play g6, right?
Yes,
g6 would be
h6.
h6, and actually white is the one who's winning. Because
this
king
is
f7,
like endgame.
king f7, I go even king g4.
Honestly, even king h3 is winning, which is interesting. Yeah, king g4, king f6, h7, and how is white?
Because now I'm going to get the e5.
And I'm close enough to the g-pawn as well, and e-pawn would be winning. So now after king f7, Harika played king g2, but now she can just go back and forth, rook e8, rook e6, and this is just the draw. It says triple zeros. I mean, she can still try, maybe move the knight all the way to c4, but I'll meet that with bishop c7. As long as black is not too passive and I don't allow you knight c4, rook d5, rook d7, it'll be a draw.
This looks like a very nice fortress for black.
Yeah, Carissa is definitely surviving this game now. She was in much bigger trouble earlier. So this is maybe the best position she's had in a long time.
Yeah. So a lot of decisive games in this round, but this game is heading for a draw.
And we have some new moves in the game between Alice Lee and Nino Batsiashvili. Maybe we can jump there.
Yes, let's have a look.
Because king d6 happened, as we were looking at. Rook captured the pawn on f4. And now it's black's turn. Remember, black cannot capture the pawn on a6, because if you do that, there is a skewer. Rook f6, game over. Which means, yep, that's a beautiful rook. Which means you can try to play e3. That was one move we suggested. We can play even king f1 here, right? Or
king f1, king g3, let's say. It's the matter of taste at this point. I was thinking that you could even play a7, give up the pawn and take on e3.
But Nino, she played king e5.
So let's update our game, and king e5 was played. She still wants to play e3, and you no longer have like rook e4.
But maybe you can go rook f7 now. Did we go rook f7 or rook f6? Because rook f7, I like just getting another pawn for free.
Now she wants to play e3. And you need this rook behind the king, yes? So just in case after e2, you need to put your rook on the e file. So maybe rook
here
f7.
I would just go king f1.
King f1.
But I think, can we move instead of rook f6, go rook f7?
Yes, I like the...
Because I like just targeting the pawn on h7.
So rook f7.
So king e5 first.
Sorry, king e5 and rook, wait a second, and rook f7.
Now probably e3 anyway.
Yes, but here
king f1.
You can even check.
Oh, that would be the best. Yes. Okay, so we can just go check rook e7 and capture the pawn on e3. Another nice skewer.
I apologize. I need to take some
water. So Nazi, I'm going to throw it to you.
Yes.
What can you tell us here? Rook f7 the best move, or rook f6 is better?
You know, they're equally great. So both of them are over +4 and completely winning. Yes, I can show you that here. White can play rook f7. If you take, were you considering e3?
We thought rook e7 now, and we're just going to get that pawn.
Yes.
After e3, right?
Yes.
Actually, don't have to worry about it. You can play king g3.
That's why after e2 you still have rook
e7. Because after e2, we can play f4 check. That's, I think, important.
But why would we risk this? I would never go for these crazy risks. I would just go here, take the pawn.
Yeah, you still have to be a bit careful, right? We don't want to lose too many pawns, but I guess you play this check and then just, okay, this should be very easy to win 3 versus 1, right? And so is rook f6, e3, and right, if you don't want to allow this, then rook f7 is better, but both are completely winning. We do see a move.
Can I go? Okay.
She's played rook f7, and rook a6 is on the board, and now h5 is by far the best move. Rook h7 is good enough as well, so is rook e7, then take on h7. It's actually hard to mess it up for white, but h5 is the most accurate. And so far, Alice has been making the most accurate moves.
So what's wrong if I capture the pawn?
Nothing's wrong, of course.
So I allow the king to get closer, right? That's I understand.
That's the only difference, right? King f5, and then you have to maybe watch out for king g4 at
Can
some
I go
point.
rook h6?
Yes, you can, and you should. That's the best move. Rook drops, let's say, back to a2, and now you're ready to go g6. So if e3, it's too slow, right? g7 simply wins. e2, and probably just, we can have two queens, but it's going to be a quick mate. Also, rook on a2 is hanging, unfortunately, but there's a mate here, right? King e4. I mean, honestly, this needs to be calculated, but you know it's winning because you're the one checking.
You don't need to mate. You can play queen e6 and take the queen, and then...
Okay, that's more than enough, absolutely.
It's more than enough, of course.
So after rook h7, king f5, yeah, after rook h6, g6, maybe king f6 is the better option. And here, the only winning move now is h5. Because king g3 is already... Oh, it's because king g7, right? Pawn is just hanging.
Because we lose the pawn.
So we play h5, e3. Okay, this is a little bit worrisome, right?
But
this is a counterplay.
Rook h8.
Only winning, only winning move. Rook h8, e2.
Rook e8,
Rook f8 only winning move, because if rook e8, rook
No.
a5, this is a draw.
This is such an interesting idea. I always like to find, you know, the ways that you can not win.
Mess it up.
Yes, mess it up.
I always find these ways in my games.
So first rook f8 and rook e8 is a draw. That's unbelievable.
Yeah, because after rook a5, I guess we're losing both of these pawns, so you have to start with the check. King g7, right? Has to go there, and now why is this winning? How am I not losing both pawns? This is so strange.
Okay,
I guess there's rook e6. That's the difference? Wow, because when king goes on f6, we couldn't defend the g6.
But it's a wonderful pawn endgame, just in case. Let's show it, you know, let's take on g6 and why, you know, then you simply
important
go...
move, king g4 for the opposition.
Key squares. And let's take a look where were Alice's chances pre-tournament based on our statisticians. So we see Alice Lee, the last 2.3% to win this tournament pre-tournament, but she's going to win her first game, and those chances are gonna increase. And who picked Alice in this?
I did because of this injustice. She can't be at 2%.
And because you like the colors, you know, that's the jacket that you're wearing.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, if she starts with a win, but today's been a crazy day, right? We'll have 4 decisive results. I was going to say she starts with a win, she's already leading, but there'll be 4 leaders, 4 co-leaders. And I'm sure at least some of them are playing each other tomorrow.
They have to.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll have a look at the pairings. And once again, Humpy said in her interview that when Yasser asked her about ladies' events, she said, well, I guess they were playing fighting chess. You know, that's very important. I think it's one of the most important criteria.
Yeah, when I follow women's tournaments, there's always more decisive games because we do play more fighting chess and it's more fun to watch.
I also feel like we, as women, they don't have that many great tournaments to measure up, so they don't want to waste those opportunities by making a draws because it's, you know, a few tournaments a year they play.
Yes, and this tournament is offers a unique opportunity to the American players to measure up to the best players in the world because, let's face it, well, I've been there, I've played those events, and there are very few events where you're actually invited. So now if you're not qualified for the Grand Prix events, now you also have the Grand Suisse. And we played against each other, by the way, in the European Championship. True. So this is it. Okay, you have the national championship, but in some countries, you know, those tournaments are not that strong. So where are you going, you know, to prove yourself? So this is a unique opportunity. And I remember when I came to St. Louis for the first time, we were working on the first Cairns Cup, you know, and back then, you know, no one knew if this tournament is going to become traditional. Is it going to be this annual ritual that everyone is going to look forward to? And here we are.
Yes. This is the 5th edition, and we only missed 2 years because of COVID. Otherwise, it would have been just annual event. And we have last 2 games, but nothing is much happening there. I think we can predict that Alice Lee is going to win her game against Nino Batsiashvili, and I think Harika Dronavalli is trying really hard to squeeze something out of her position against Carissa, but probably Carissa is going to hold.
Oh my God.
Seems that way, yeah.
I remember one of my games that I played against Harika, you know, it's like, and one phrase comes to my mind. I think they use it during Roland Garros, you know, that, and we know how tennis is a very physical sport, and you never know how long the match will last. We never know how long the game will last because we have an extra 30 seconds. So the victory belongs to the most tenacious. And I think if I would pick one word to qualify Harika, that she's a very tenacious player and she plays very long games. And she's trying to squeeze water out of stone like Magnus does. So I am not sure that this game is going to
I know her as a
soon.
player too, because we face each other at the World Youth tournaments, the girls under, I think, 14, 16, 18, World Junior girls. She was always winning every event. So she's a very strong player.
What's your score against her? Because she's one of those few female players that I have terrible score against. I've never defeated her.
I think
she's a very tough opponent for me.
I think I drew her twice, once at World Girls Junior Championship and somewhere else, but it was the last round and she always needed just a draw to clinch the gold medal. So I was just like, okay, let's make a draw.
So they were very accomplished players already, you know,
Absolutely.
before they became professional players, and all those junior events are very important landmark, yes, in your career.
Absolutely. So it gives you so much confidence when you win. Like, that's why I kept playing, because I won a couple of them and it was so motivating that I kept playing chess. And we know, I believe Nino has won some of them as well. Probably every player in this event has won the junior girls events. Harika, I played her in World Junior, and yeah, she won that one too. And we do have some moves here.
We have some moves, yes. So Alice, she captured the pawn on h7, and Nino played king f5. So what is our follow-up? We were looking at rook h6 here. So if you go rook h6, you cannot really capture the rook, because if rook captures, pawn captures, and this is completely lost pawn endgame. We may lose that pawn after king g6, but we go king g3, and this is just winning. King f4, and Alice just made that move. So Alice played the move rook h6. Yeah, and we have the key squares. We have just a pawn that's running.
Everything. So
here rook h6, and now it's up to Nino what she wants to do.
We might get that position that we're analyzing where she has to play the rook f8 check before she goes rook e8. Yeah.
So that started with rook a2 here.
Yes.
Let's see.
Then rook f6, I believe.
I think we went g6 right away.
G6 first.
G6. That was
then
the
king
move.
f6.
Then king f6.
h5.
h5. e3.
e3. Rook
h7.
No, rook h8.
Or rook h8. Okay.
It's important to secure the e.
Oh, true, because otherwise e2 actually, that pawn is running into a queen.
So e2, and here it was very important to play rook f8 check, and not the move, you know, that I wanted to make immediately, rook e8, and like, you know, shaking hands. But after rook e8, it is actually a draw, because, you know, you can take both of those pawns, you can play rook a5, threatening the pawn on h5, and you also have this rook g5 check, just in case.
So there will be some required precision still from Alice. The good thing for Alice is that she has 24 minutes on the clock, while Nino has only 4 minutes. So 20 minutes advantage in a pawn endgame, in a rook endgame.
Well, that's a draw, just in case. I wanted to illustrate it.
So we have the next move. Nino played rook a2.
It's a very interesting trap.
So is really g6 the only move to make here? So if I go rook f6 check, let's give it a try.
Rook f6.
You go king g4, I assume. I start running g6. Let's go. Because if you take the pawn on h4, then g7 and game over, right?
Yes. Let's just illustrate it.
g7, and then if you go back to rook a8, just rook f8.
Rook f8.
Thank you very much. Game over.
Okay, so let's get back. So rook f6 once again. Rook g4.
G6.
G6, of course, and
and if you start with like rook A7, I don't think it's gonna help you because I still have rook F7.
But I think that since now my king is on G4, maybe you can no longer play H5, so maybe you can start with rook A8. So if you play,
but I thought I'm gonna go G6,
G7, and then rook G8.
But now rook G6.
Rook
this
G6.
should be a winning endgame, right?
Let's try.
I go king F2, king F1.
King F1.
Rook G3.
King H6.
King E2.
Yes, and we are still getting this endgame, yes? So I can... Okay, let me try to do something, I don't know,
King
crazy.
E3. I'm just gonna... You move the rook, I give up the pawn.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that every pawn endgame is winning for white, right?
No, I wanted to create some stalemate position, but for this I need you to take on E4, so then I can give check, then play king G8. So how am I supposed to do this? Wait a second. I don't have enough tempi here because I have to play king H6. Yes, I have to make a move here. Yes, white is completely winning here. So let's get back to the initial position. Alice is still thinking.
So for me, rook F6 looks like a very natural move.
Rook F6, king G4.
And G6. Looks like the pawn is really fast.
What if you can play king E5 here? Okay, rook F6, let's try king E5.
By the way, I'm hearing that Carissa blundered, so maybe let's wait for this game and we're going to throw it to Nazi, and Nazi, show us what's happening there.
Wow, well, we're talking about how it was a draw unless white got that G5 move. Well, let's take a look after king E6. Now G5 works again. Because obviously we can take with the F pawn, and if you take with the H pawn, knight takes E5, and we have this very favorable endgame. Again, if we have active rook, better pawn structure, better king, this is completely winning. Again, it's all about that pawn on B6. So if Harika now doesn't miss this opportunity after G5, black's best option is to not touch the pawn and let's say drop back, bishop D6. Wow, this is surprising. Winning move is G6? But why are we closing things up again?
I thought you were going to capture on H6. And
Right,
then
that's
knight
what I thought.
H4, knight G6.
I think that's good too, but I'm guessing after G6, maybe knight then goes to F5 and somehow it's still winning. I would need a deeper analysis to show exactly how it's winning, but let's take a look. What if we take and go knight H4? This looks like a huge improvement compared to what we had, right? Let's say rook G7, knight G6. And then we still have a lot of maneuvering to do to improve the position.
But the thing is, here you can never play bishop b5, of course, because you will take,
Always
and
take.
then, yes, those
Right.
endgames are very unpleasant, probably
Yeah.
completely losing. So that's exactly the story I told you before, you know.
Yeah.
Harika can play another 100 moves, you know, and exhaust her opponent.
But any other move but king E6 was fine, because then G5 wouldn't have been working. King G8, king F8, king E8, all good, but king E6 gets a question mark. So it's definitely now or never type of moment. Did she play yet? No, she's thinking, right? She has 21 minutes.
21 minutes, and how important it is. Like
She has to try this.
Yes, but to be careful, you know, when Carissa played king e6, I think she forgot, you know, that the only winning idea here is to play g5, you know. What is the nature of our mistakes? You know, it's like, we think, okay, nothing works here.
Yeah, G5 wasn't working for the last 5 moves, why would it work now? And then suddenly it does again. What if, so if I go king D7,
I'll take on h6.
yeah,
I think it's a
and
human
same thing,
move,
right?
yes.
The knight gets here, and we can't say for sure it's winning, but white now again has some chances. It's not a dead draw like it was before.
Because there are weaknesses now, and we can slowly try to exploit them.
Yeah, now there's at least 2 weaknesses, right? While before it was just b6 that we couldn't get to.
And there is really no target for black pieces.
No.
So we can just move around, and black has to just sit and wait.
Absolutely, yes. The open G file, black cannot take advantage of because we can always quickly cover it up. My question is, where should the rook go? Because surprisingly, this is not winning at the moment because I think the king is badly placed. When we play rook f8, rook f7 just draws. So if king wasn't here, then rook f8 is probably just winning.
So I think we just push the king up, if we can go back to that variation.
Remind me, which line was that? King d7, take knight h4?
Yes, rook g here, here. Now I go king f3.
Okay.
And if you move the bishop backwards, I'm going to improve my rook. Or what do you want to do?
Let's see.
So I want to go rook d8, rook d5.
Rook d5, sure. Let's say I'm standing. See now.
And now rook
no,
d8.
This is
now
terrible.
rook d8.
This is,
Oh, there's
I can't move it. So now I have to stand and move with the rook. I can't move the bishop anymore. But how do we improve though? Like, we already maximized all our pieces. Knight's perfect, rook's perfect, king's as good as it can get.
Well, we can improve our knight. So what if we go knight h4?
You're allowing rook g1, rook g3. This is,
Rook g3, rook h3.
Yeah,
A lot
I wanted
of
the knight to
counterplay.
go to f5, but no, I cannot allow your rook to be this active.
So maybe it's still not that clear, even though king e6 does allow g5, and that shouldn't have never happened. Maybe Carissa can still hold.
But can we explore this line when computer plays g6? Because I'm very curious to see
why
what
this
is
is winning, right?
what is the idea behind
And let's say
this
we never
move
play
g6?
bishop e5,
Yes.
obviously, because the rook endgame is lost. Let's say we're just standing.
I think
so. Rook goes to d5 and knight's going to f5. So g7 is a real
Because we're going to
weakness.
once sacrifice, I think, on h6 and just put g7 or something like that.
Yes, but for the moment the rooks are on the board, so let's.
What do you do?
Let's wait. I think.
Just make a move, because after I come here, it's a double attack.
Should I put my rook on the 7th?
So maybe rook e8 was a terrible move. Let's stay here. Rook d7, rook d5.
Like rook somewhere.
Bishop e7.
Ah, bishop e7 even.
Yeah, we can play this, because apparently if we take, then it's easy to hold, right? So okay, rook f5. I go back. Even this is tough.
So let's go knight h4.
Let's say I'm standing. King somewhere.
King somewhere, yep.
Okay.
Then rook somewhere, rook f3, rook whatever.
Yeah, I think black is making the only moves, by the way.
Knight f5.
Knight f5, king goes to f8.
I had the crazy
it's a
idea
fortress.
when if you exchange rooks and then bring the king to the queen side and play b4 and then king b3, king c4, just in case with your knight on f5.
Well, that might be winning.
Yes, so I don't know. She might try a few ideas in this endgame. Okay, we have to see if she plays
she still
g5
hasn't played
first.
g5, yeah, but that's her best chance for sure. If she misses this opportunity, and let's take a look, she's about to play it. She's not sure.
No, still thinking. So meanwhile, before the players make a move, let's take a look at the pairings for tomorrow, for round 2. Because this is a round robin, so it doesn't matter how the players play, they already have known opponents for each round. So tomorrow, Nana Dzagnidze against Bibisara Assaubayeva, Mariya Muzychuk playing Alice Lee, Alina Kashlinskaya playing Carissa, Zhongyi against Humpy Koneru, and Nino Batsiashvili against Harika Dronavalli.
Zhongyi is doubling white. Katerina, what do you think? Humpy just won her game. Will she?
I think Zhongyi would just try to kind of hold on.
Oh, you think so?
I think just like you start badly, you want to make sure you don't start with 2 zeros with white pieces. At least that will be probably my approach, but she's, the world champion challenger, so she may have different opinions.
And
so those are the 2 last rounds.
Carissa is
games
looking
remaining.
so tiny, just you feel like it's David against Goliath.
Carissa and Alice look so tiny, right?
Yes, they're. Well, Carissa is suffering. Sometimes you feel this, that your position is not easy, so you have to defend, but you have this physical feeling, so it's just you're holding to every pound.
And by the way, Harika did play the move g5, as we were suggesting, whereas Nazi was showing us the best move in the position.
And the thing is...
And here we have rook f6. Sorry to jump here, but we were looking at maybe rook somewhere else being a better move.
No, g6 or rook f6, and then rook f6 was played.
And king e5.
Which avoids...
So we have Alice's board, but we don't have Alice and Nino on the screen. We can switch
diabolical trap. No, maybe let's get back to this game where g5 was played. Oh, sorry. Because there are a lot of action.
So let's pick a game. Which do you want to?
But we have 2 games actually, so like we have one on the board and we have actually in the analysis. But what I wanted to say that g5 might not be winning, but the shock of seeing this move on the board can completely throw off Carissa. Carissa is my daughter, you know. So it's like I'm allowed, you know, to make a mistake of her game, you know.
And she's running low on the clock as well.
Yeah, Carissa has only 6 minutes on the clock, while Harika has 17 minutes. 10 minutes advantage in, you know, second time control. Players are getting extremely tired. So having more time is helpful.
So the victory belongs to the most tenacious. Let's see, you know, how do you squeeze water out of stone? 6 minutes.
No, I think it's clear that black cannot capture the pawn because that's just horrible end game. So now I think Carissa is considering whether to move the bishop back or which kind of waiting move to do.
But the thing is, players are tired, and Harika, what she was doing before, first of all, she was trying to put Carissa in a situation where she would forget about this G5 idea.
Mm-hmm.
Now that it happened on the board, she's facing one of the toughest decisions in this game, you know, so because she thought that there were no dangerous ideas. Okay, now.
So maybe let's take a look again. If we say it's not good move, but if pawn captures, the h-pawn captures on g5, Harika is playing to capture the bishop, takes, rook captures on g5. Now we allowed the black rook to be active, suddenly rook f7 check, let's say. That's fine, gives one check, we go king g2 or e2.
Well, I would go, it's an interesting, I would go to e2, today I want to be closer.
Sounds good. And now white's idea is to play rook g6 and just capture the pawn on b6. And the problem is black really cannot block it because the rook needs to keep defending the pawn on g7, which is also under attack. And we have a move. So Carissa played bishop c7.
Okay, bishop c7. I think that we analyzed this line. And actually here I think, Nazi, that we tried g6, no?
Yes, Nazi was saying that's the best move by computer, but for me it doesn't look like the most
natural
move. Like I would capture on h6 and go knight h4 and just hope I can create something there. Because I'm worried the more we close the position, the less option we will have actually to target the weaknesses. Also, the pawn on g6, if we push it, actually takes away a square for our knight. Because right now I want to transfer the knight there.
I cannot try something. Okay, let's see. Because I wanted to find out what happens. Let's say you play bishop e5 here. What I wanted is to trade rooks. How can we do so? I want to put the rook on the g file and then to get to this pawn if it's possible. Because how will you be able to balance both my kings on g4 and then... Okay, let's try something.
Okay.
I will play king e2. You're going to wait.
Yes, rook g8.
Rook g8. So let's say... no, rook. Sorry, rook. I wanted to play rook f2.
Okay, I will go bishop c7.
Bishop c7, then... okay, king rook g2. So
okay, some discovered attack, so king f7.
Okay, now I want to play king f3.
Okay, bishop d6.
Bishop d6. And let's say that I am playing... but maybe you can play rook g5.
Yes, that's what I want to do. I want to just...
Because I think that rook g2 is not very precise.
And now if you go knight f5, I will just retreat, probably bishop f8.
Knight f5 and bishop f8.
It still looks ugly. But
yeah.
Okay,
but
we have more moves. By the way...
how are you taking here? I'm not so sure. I think it's...
probably h-pawn.
The h-pawn.
But
now
we
I
have
the passer,
a lot of moves actually happening. Yeah, white is definitely pushing. Maybe it's even winning now for white. But Harika did play this g6 move. She decided to close the position.
g6, okay.
Quite quickly. Then Carissa responded with rook d7.
So unfortunately for the commentators, this game is going to to last for a while, and she's going. I think she's looking to exhaust her opponent.
I mean, it looks like Harika is playing just the best computer, the engine idea.
It is hard to exhaust the young players. Very hard.
Yes,
but she will try to put her in time pressure, and then mistakes happen, of course.
So rook d7 was played, and
So maybe do we want to transfer the knight to c4? Now let's go like knight d2 and knight c4.
What do you do? Bishop e5, or let's say.
Okay, knight c4.
Knight c4.
I don't know what I'm gonna do with the knight there, but it looks pretty.
Very pretty. Bishop c7 back.
Yes,
maybe.
bishop c7 back.
We have some e5 break and rook f8.
So if I go king f3, I just want to see what
you need to protect the rook at
first.
some point. Yes.
Yeah.
So king f3. Let's say, what are we supposed to do here? Should I wait? Rook d8. Let's say king g4.
King g4.
Rook d7.
Let's try e5.
e5. But okay.
Wait right away. And rook f8. Rook e7.
What
And
did I
now
achieve
king
with rook
f3.
f8?
King f3, king e4.
That's pretty. Very pretty. Rook f7.
I'm trying. Like, I don't know
I
what
like
I'm
this.
supposed to do here, but you know, let's say. Okay, if you take, king if I'm just in time to play king e6 here.
Yeah, even king f6, maybe go after my pawn on h5.
Like, but then you have to calculate because I can take on e5 and maybe, I don't know. Nazi knows exactly what to do, I think, no?
I'm still figuring it out. I'm getting some help, and I heard some idea for white here that knight f3 was a good move, yes, and then king e2.
Oh, king e2.
And then I heard c3, but that cannot be right.
To give up a pawn?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm getting some help with...
But maybe king d2 and then
king
c3.
d2, then
yes.
c3. Okay, that makes more sense.
Okay, and open up the
okay,
center.
so let's make some moves. Let's say rook d8, king d2, rook d7, and c3. And looks like black has to take, because if you let me take, then d4 pawn is really weak.
But then my idea, you know, this king finally gets to c4 and b5.
This is just game over, right?
Yeah.
How do you stop it? And knight controls d4 square. Oh, you're actually playing d4, knight takes d4 as well. And
so can you...
We missed this idea, yes. And
Harika
just played king e2.
Bishop b5. Then
In that position?
Yes, let's say, because maybe you cannot take on c3.
Right here. Bishop e5, let's have a look. Knight e5 looks winning. Do you take on c3 first? Tough question, right?
But
actually,
why,
f takes c loses to c4. Just completely loses to c4. So you do have to take here first.
Wait, why does it lose?
Because the b6 pawn, I suppose.
So can you just, the c4, can we just go back there for a second?
Yep.
I'm exhausted too, so
How do you
I understand it's like king
both
d6.
pawns?
What's the
Rook
problem?
f8.
You always play
King can come in.
Oh, the king will come in.
Right king can actually come.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's why it's winning. And if you don't do that, where we're here, right? Looks like it's winning after king c4, rook d4. But let's go to Alice's game, because I think that game's about to end.
So rook f6 was played. Then. Well, this was a very interesting game. Alice played a very precise game since the very beginning. She neutralized her opponent's preparation. c5 was a very unusual move. Nino tried to surprise Alice, and let's have a look. Pieces have been exchanged, and in this moment, yes, we have to get to the position where Nino made the crucial mistake. So rook c8 was a very important mistake. Alice won the pawn, and
now she's enjoying a really nice endgame with extra pawn.
And is about to win this endgame. And a4 was such a beautiful move. Then b4, pushing her pawns, creating a passer. Rook b5, that's...
Very precise play.
That's a very precise play. And here, rook f6 was played once again.
And g5, really strong move, trying to get another passer on the king side.
And now we are just waiting for the handshake, because Nino has no ideas left. She's down 2.5 pawns, I'll say.
We are expecting here for Alice to play what? Rook f7?
Rook f7, f takes e. Any of these moves are winning, but rook f7 probably easiest.
Yes, let's
Wait,
see.
rook f7, e2.
G7?
Oh, g7 still. This is probably going to be our fourth decisive game in this event. And maybe we're going to see all decisive games if Harika is going to find the best plan for her. So the question is, what if we just capture the pawn? Because I'm sure Alice is just looking at that. If I capture the pawn, still having the idea of rook f7, you probably need to play rook g7, right? Go after that pawn. But now I think I go rook f6 and it's still winning, right? Because after rook f6, you have to capture on h4. I go king f3 and this is a winning endgame.
Yes, and king f4,
King
king
f4,
f5, of course. And you can never take on g6, of course.
Now it's also really nice, instead of rook f6, this is winning, but instead of rook f6, if we can back up just a few moves, you can play rook f3 here.
Okay. You can take on g6.
King h4 and rook g3 just cut the king
I like
off.
that.
That's
That's
also
even
very
simpler. So we are not ever going to allow the king to go anywhere.
You start pushing.
The rook cannot go anywhere, otherwise the pawn pushes.
And then you just push your e-pawn.
Yeah. Okay, so let's go back to the position that is right now.
Nino is checking something, you know.
And
she's
it looks like
glancing at the board. But
Alice just recaptured the pawn. 3 extra pawns. That's a good start.
By the way, we don't have to change, but Harika didn't find that idea. She went to the other side with the king.
Okay.
So it's still unclear how that game's going to end.
Here Nino went rook g7 to attack the pawn.
And
now we have rook f3 or rook f6. Both moves winning, but I feel like rook f3 is more precise, and I think Alice is considering that move.
Alice can also play rook f4 check.
Sure, why not?
Works too.
It's like, okay. Just saying that I think that...
But normally you would
victory
play
is
rook
not-
f6 very quickly to defend the pawn and play for a win. But since Alice stopped here, I feel like she is looking for other options, maybe more accurate than rook f6.
And on the other board, Carissa is still defending a very unpleasant position. But she's very tenacious as well.
Absolutely.
So let's have a look. I think that Alice...
Just let's give Alice like 30 more seconds. Whether she's going
make
to
a
find
move.
this. I mean, find this rook f3. I really like it since Nazi showed it. But of course, rook f6 is winning too. Probably rook f4
Let's
as
just
well.
show it on the board. But the problem is there are so many options. And probably every move wins. Can we find the move which doesn't win here? Let's see. Like we did.
Probably
I'm
e4.
good at that. Rook g8.
No.
E4 doesn't win, I think.
Yeah.
Or yes, c4. Then you you simply
because now I'm
take
going to play
on
rook
g6.
takes g6, and then I'm going to go probably something like rook e6. And
Yeah, if you play e5, rook e6, and it doesn't look winning anymore. Yeah.
Okay, so e4 doesn't win here. What else? But every rook move wins. I think rook f4, and she goes for rook
on
f3.
the board.
She goes for the most beautiful
Wonderful
move.
play. King h4, and now rook
Now rook
g3
g3.
clinches the victory.
And I think we will see a handshake now.
This is like rook endgame masterclass by Alice.
You know, we talked about her having some issues with
In the past.
rook end games in the past, but now she's saying she's showing how she just mastered
When
it.
she was even younger.
She did her homework. It's very important to study endgames, of course, because 1 pound is sufficient, yes, to win the game, but you need to know a lot of theoretical positions.
But that's the thing, when you see a player working hard, you see that they're struggling in certain endgames, and suddenly you see they don't. So you see they really made a progress in that direction.
Any stalemates here? Almira, do we have any way to create a stalemate here?
Well, I after king f5, I do not know how to avoid mates, you know, so rook g8 has to be played.
So rook g8, you're going to push the pawn, g7.
King h7.
King h7. And e4. Let's go.
Not king f5.
Or king f5, yeah.
I mean, there's also rook h3.
You can yes, exactly. You can play
But
rook
rook h3 just king g6. I'm not going to capture the pawn. So I think let's go king f5 or e4.
Yeah, I would play king f5.
Nino is having a
F5.
conversation with herself because she's
there's
constantly
just nothing to do.
is thinking about the move I think that she missed in her game, but it's too late already.
You cannot capture the pawn because the exchanging rooks is just going to go into
Yes, we can show this variation,
winning
of
endgame.
course, yes. And your king is already on
Yeah,
e6.
just king e6. I'm going to go to king d7, and then there's a red carpet for
or
the
you
pawn.
push your pawn first, and then of course. I think Nino.
And if you move the rook away anywhere on the 8th rank, I'm just going to push the pawn forward to still force the rook trade. No, I'm just going to play g8.
Oh, sorry. I just.
I mean, everything works.
Yes, so rook b8 was
okay, let's see.
Maybe in order to avoid king g8, so it's important. Yes, she goes for g8, of course.
We force the rook trade,
the
and
queen is on the board.
Winning pawn in the game. Let's see if we're going to see it till the end.
I think after king e6, we'll see resignation. Or king g6.
Oh, new score sheets. So it's move 40. So now.
Move 60, right?
Or 60, actually.
61, yeah.
Because it's usually the score sheets are 40 moves, but I know here there are 60 moves.
Final move, king.
King e6.
e6.
She goes for this.
On the board.
Move. And
resignation.
Yes,
Congratulations to Alice Lee. What a great start for the tournament, winning with white pieces. A very elegant game, I would say.
It's our 4th decisive game in this round.
4 out of 4.
Yes, 4 out of 4. And it was not a very sharp game.
No.
It started with a sharp move c5, but then Alice forced a few exchanges. Remember this move, bishop b5? Actually, I liked it, even though it allowed black to equalize, but there were still a few questions to be asked. And then Nino played rook hc8, which this move was simply blundering a pawn.
Yeah.
And then Alice played very well.
So we have last game that's going on, which is Harika Dronavalli against Carissa. Nazi, you want to take a look at that? What's happening there?
Right, I think we're back to a position we had like 5-6 moves ago, because Harika hasn't decided yet to do this breakthrough with c3. I mean, she has the luxury of making a bunch of moves, going back, and then play c3, right? Because it would take 50 moves to force a draw, right? So we left about here, right, when she played king e2. And as you can see, after bishop g3, she went the wrong direction. So if she goes here, king d2, and starts playing c3, as we already know, white is winning that way. But after king f1, she went completely the other direction. Maybe she was hoping for that e5 break that we're considering, right? Because she brought the king all the way to g4. But, wow, I just saw that there's b4 option. I don't know if it's winning, but it's a move.
But it was always there, I told you. You remember before is always an
so
idea
if c
that
takes,
you have to consider.
Right, first if a take a5 and then we take rook c5, we're getting the pawn back, and it looks like white has very good chances here. And if you take with the c pawn, I'm playing rook b5. And if you go rook b8, black is extremely passive here. I don't know how to improve. I'm still struggling here with improvement, but maybe now knight goes somewhere to attack the d4 pawn. And
but bishop e5?
Bishop e5, okay, let's have a look. Knight f3.
Rook b7.
Okay. We can take on e5, but I can apparently go on knight h4. Oh, what if I bring the king all the way? Like Almira's idea that you mentioned before. Because it says +2. It is definitely winning. Just going to take a while.
In those endgames, it's very important, by the way, to have those imaginary positions. Actually, what if you do everything and the very unusual idea sometimes clinches the victory? Yeah. So like I thought, okay, what can I do? b4 and then either bring your king to c4. It might not work. By the way, c3 with the same idea, just creating a weakness on d4 and then bring in your king. And here, because your rook is Black's rook is overloaded. It has to protect the pawn on g7 and the pawn on b6, and this knight is so powerful.
Yeah, we have 3 weaknesses here in Black's position, and even though Black's up a pawn, it says +2 completely winning. But let's catch up with the players. So knight d2 was played. I see another questionable move from Carissa here. Rook d7 got a question mark. Now after knight f5, it says it's winning again, even though we haven't done any breakthroughs on the queen side. So let's figure this out. Why is this so winning?
Maybe computer considers that this is a significant improvement in your
well,
position.
I think we have now the idea is just to go king h4, rook g2, and capture on h6. And how do you stop it?
Wow, that's beautiful. Okay, so let's say I'm making some random moves. So
you
king,
put the
king
rook
moves,
on the...
rook g2, and that's it.
There's no take on h6, and
you win either g7 if I move the rook, or you take on h6 and play.
Because the problem is you cannot just, the king cannot help, the bishop cannot help.
But in this position, I suggest you keep your bishop on f8, because you have to do something.
So this has happened. So let's say if we play rook g2, bishop goes to f8. Okay, then how do we break through? Now I think we'll still need c3 somewhere.
I think we need the king to be improved there, so I agree. But now your bishop is really stuck. You can never improve it. You cannot improve the rook. So I just go with the king.
Just start marching the king on this side, king d2 and c3. Yeah, this seems now pretty straightforward.
Yeah, and we have a lot of games that finished. So let's review the results of round 1. We have Zhongyi, who lost against Alina Kashlinskaya. Humpy Koneru won against Nana Dzagnidze. Bibisara Assaubayeva won against Mariya Muzychuk. That was a especially nice game in this round. Everybody should check out a lot of crazy tactics happening. Then honestly, she won in a rook endgame against Nino Batsiashvili.
So 4 decisive games so far, and 1 game is still in progress. Nazi, please remind us about this 50-move rule. You know, what actually should happen? Because you can claim a draw unless...
If position doesn't change, in the sense that nothing gets exchanged and no pawns move, and you shuffle for 50 moves, then you can claim a draw. And because you have such a close position where pawns are not moving and no one's exchanging anything, if you wait that many moves, then yeah, Carissa could claim a draw.
So how many moves do they have so far without any exchange and pawn move?
I think g6 was the last pawn move, right? So on move 56, we are very far from that. We're on move 69, so it's 13 moves in.
So she can make 49 moves and then play c3, then another 49 moves and then play b4.
I hope she doesn't torture us like that, but she could.
And look, Carissa, she has only 3 minutes on the clock, and there's no time she's gonna get at all because she already reached move 40, so she received extra 30 minutes. So she's gonna be under time pressure for the rest of her game.
So did Harika.
Yes, Harika, she has 12 minutes, so also not that many minutes, but still nice advantage compared to Carissa's 3 minutes. And we have Yasser, who is with Alice Lee. Yasser, over to you.
Thank you so much, Kate. Indeed, Alice, congratulations.
Yes, thank you.
What happened? We were thrilling to your victory, and your rook ending was a masterclass.
Yeah, I feel like out of the opening we got like a very equal position.
Right.
Like we just like traded queens. And I think she was like looking to put pressure on me because she had like some bishop before. She was trying to like ruin my pawn structure. But I don't think she sensed that after like the exchanges, there was some danger because actually with my rook on c3, I have some pressure on the c file.
Right.
So,
and you won a pawn.
Yeah. Then after that, I'm not sure. It was probably still objectively drawn. I think my decision to go rook c1, rook b1 was critical. I'm not sure if it was good. Otherwise, but I feel like otherwise it'd at least objectively be a draw if I take her pawn on a7 and she wins a pawn on b2.
Agreed. So rook c1, rook b1 gave you the chances that you needed.
Yeah, it was still like very difficult. Like she found like some very tenacious defense. Like I thought like I was 1 or 2 moves away from winning for a while, but then every time she just like kept finding a defense, and then I was like, okay, now I have to like keep calculating.
Right. When did you think, okay, I'm across the finish line? Not quite. I mean, I still got to sign the score sheets, but when did you think you were winning?
It was actually like I wasn't so like I thought for a while I was winning. I think when I played rook f6,
after time control, I realized that I'm just pushing the pawns.
Right.
But then somehow when I won her h7 pawn, I still had to calculate a lot.
Right. There was some tricks.
Play. I'm not sure, like, even now, I played, I think, when I played rook h8, then I was confident that after e3, then I have like rook f8, and I should be winning there.
Exactly.
But I thought, like, what if she goes back, like rook h6? And like now I have to recalculate. I think my rook's probably better on f8 than on, on h8 than on h7. But yeah, I think I'd still have to like do some work if she just went back.
Nice job. Congratulations. 4 decisive games out of the first round. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I think it just shows that like everybody here is like playing fighting chess, and there's not going to be really any quick draws. And of course, like there's a no draw rule, so everybody's just like playing to like kill.
And the defending champion, 10, goes down with the white pieces. That opens up the door for all of her challenges, including you, by the way. How do you feel about that?
I'm not really thinking about winning the tournament now. Yeah, but I'll just like try to play the best that I can for each game, and hopefully, I mean, we'll see what happens in the later rounds.
Throughout the show, the ladies have been talking about your possibly getting a GM norm. Do you know how many points you will need to score to get a GM norm?
Yeah, I think I need 6 out of 9, so that's +3.
+3.
I won a game, so I need +2 in the next 8 rounds. But of course, like playing against these ladies is like very difficult.
You take it one at a time. Alice, congratulations, and keep up the good work.
Thank you.
And also, as I pass it back to yourselves, ladies, you're doing a great job. You don't need me. Keep up the good work.
Thank you, Yasser. We always appreciate your compliments, and congratulations to Alice. Really great game and nice kind of technique in the rook endgame as well.
Yes, coming from us, and especially I wanted to say that was sort of a Soviet chess school, you know, endgame, very well played, you know. Alice, like, impressed me a lot.
Yeah, really kind of smooth, right? You get a pawn, and still rook endgames are extremely difficult to win with extra pawn, but I think she took a really great route. But you see that she thought she's winning, then it got complicated, and we saw that it's even complicated at the end. So a lot of precision is required in the rook endgames.
I feel that Harika is trying to hypnotize Carissa, you know? It's like you're looking at the snake, you know, you cannot move, you know? She's trying everything there, and...
I see that she's eyeing that sacrifice knight take h6. And also you can see that Carissa, she's already now having only 2 minutes and 13 seconds. So she's slowly kind of dropping time, which once she's under 1 minute, it's just going to be really difficult not to blunder. Maybe that's the moment when Harika is going to go for that c3 idea.
Mm-hmm. So I think that rook d7 was just played. Let's have a look at this position. So how can you improve once again? So your opponent will not be aware. Will you go for knight h6?
I would
c3?
go rook g1, force the bishop to go to f8, and then transfer the king to c3. But I would only know that because I know that that's the best continuation. Unclear if I had this idea in the game were I to play it.
She could also start right away with rook c1 and c3.
Yes, that was another option, of course. I thought about it, but then rook c1, maybe then you can play bishop b5, and now rook g1 is winning, yes?
Okay, yes, so I tricked you now.
Yes.
We tricked the bishop,
You
right?
cannot keep the bishop on both diagonals, so you have to stay on d6 and f8. Actually, rook c1 is a nice idea. It's a nice touch.
Yeah.
So what did she play, Harika?
She's still thinking, but actually now, since you mentioned it, I like rook c1. Just seeing like, what do you want to do? I thought that I really want to recapture with the king in case that happens. So that's the only reason why I like the rook to continue being on the g file.
So maybe let's push the analysis a little bit farther. Let's say you can not keep your bishop on e5, so you will play c3. Say, so you take, and we take with the rook. Okay, so I can bring my bishop back here. Yes.
Yeah, I go probably king e3.
And we have to be
threatening
very
d4,
careful.
right?
So maybe bishop e5 and rook
c1.
Okay, let me try rook c2. You know, you never know because of those bishop f4 checks at some point. So rook c2, and yes.
Still the same idea, rook g2.
So you have to play bishop d6. Can I play d4 here immediately, or it's a bit premature?
Looks good.
I think that's our plan, right? To crash the center.
So knight d4 is coming with check, and then you can invade and play rook c6. Maybe we can we wait here? Okay, what am I supposed to do here? Yes, but then you can play. I don't know. Can you play d5?
Yeah, I think I would push because now I really want to get my knight to c4, and I think, especially if you go king e5, then okay, if I get my knight to c4, that's a checkmate. So now I just need to reroute the knight there, knight h4.
Yes, but first knight h4, knight f3. You know, is a very big.
No, I'm going to go to g2.
Okay, so knight h4, of course, this is.
But okay, we have already
position.
a few more moves on the board.
Let's
so
update the board.
So Harika, she went to rook g1 instead. Carissa had to move back with the bishop and king f4. So she's looking at that e5 idea, which we also considered, maybe to give up the pawn and then go king e4. But do we like to give up
Carissa
pawns?
could give check now, right? Bishop d6, and you shouldn't take, so you just go back. It's repetition, I guess.
No, but why can I take?
Because then how do you win?
So if I go here, takes, how do you take?
With the rook.
Yes.
And now I go rook e1. Now I want to push e5.
Maybe rook d8.
Yes, I just retreat and I can play f5.
Oh, you play f5. So I play e5. You play f5 and that's it.
You close the position completely and there is no way.
Right. Okay, so I cannot do that.
And you just have to keep on playing rook e1, rook
this
e2,
is just
of course.
This is just that draw.
Okay, so that's the position on the board.
So in bishop d6, we have to retreat. I agree.
But then
and Carissa just made the move. Bishop
but
d6.
you have to spend time on bishop d6. You see, so she will play king f3.
Maybe Harika's playing in e5, but that's not a good idea. After bishop d6, the trick is after e5, bishop takes, king e4, and we're still threatening knight h6, right? But according to the engine, that's not winning at all. Black can play just bishop c7, and on knight h6,
we just don't capture.
e5.
Yeah, we just don't capture the knight,
and black would be winning.
Oh, black is even winning here. Okay,
because
it's
we're
amazing.
losing h5 pawn, yeah.
And the rook is activated. Okay, king g4.
Okay. Let's refresh the position. King g4.
Bishop f8.
Bishop f8. They're going to repeat this. Of course, she has to try c3. We know it. You know, there is.
But maybe now I go king f3. It's like a little bit.
The triangle, right?
Triangling, yep.
It's a very nice geometrical.
Now you have to play like
yes,
rook c7 or something.
Okay, but now rook c7 is inviting rook c1 because knight d4 is coming with check, so you have to play rook c1 here. I feel that there's not much that you can do here.
I think Harika is realizing that c3 is the only way to, like the only push, the only change in the position you can do by pushing the c3. And she's not risking anything, right? If it's a draw, it's draw even after c3. She's not giving extra activity to black pieces.
She played king g4.
And now she played king f3 back.
Yeah, as long as she sees the c3 idea, as we talked about, she can make 45 moves and then play c3, yeah. She needs to go rook c1, yeah, that's the key.
Can I go just king e2, king d2? I could do that too, right?
King f4?
Oh, now the king is actually active. Got it. The king was always on e6, but...
So rook c1. Well, you're down to 2 minutes and then 1 minute, you know, and your opponent is not making any crucial transformations, you know. There is a point where you will need to go to the bathroom. You don't think about this, but then, you know, when you run into the bathroom, you have 1.5 minutes on the clock, then she's playing c3. Yes.
Yeah, Harika's a very experienced player, so I think she's doing this on purpose. Well, maybe she has some other ideas that we're not seeing yet.
No, I think she wants to go king e2. She's just stopping the black king from invading via f4.
So she wants to do it with the king on d2, then play c3.
So king here.
Because yeah, if you think about it now, black pieces don't move at all. The bishop doesn't move, king can go further, and rook has to stay where it is on the 7th rank. So yeah, completely paralyzed black's pieces.
So we are expecting king e6, rook c7.
Okay, let's try something. Yes, king e6 here, then
King
king
e2.
e2. Say rook c7,
King d2.
king d2, rook d7,
c3.
and c3. It's a wonderful idea, and I love bringing the king even more than bringing the rook to the c file, because I really want to play king c4, king b5, and then the rook is protecting the pawns. So what do you do here? This?
No, I thought black will try not to capture.
Okay.
Because my hope for black is if white captures, let's say black goes whatever, king e5. Let's play king e5. You capture on d4, maybe not immediately, but let's say you capture immediately.
And then you open your bishop. Yes.
I'm gonna open my bishop b4, maybe rook to c7. So white is probably gonna like decide when white wants to capture. But this is like the hope that I have for black, because if I capture myself on c3, then there is no hope, I think. Okay, so we have a few moves. Rook b7.
Let's update the position.
King e2, marching with that king to d2 to support the pawn break with c3.
And you cannot get rid of this weak pawn, you know, like if you push b5 here.
I just take, and remember, you cannot recapture with the rook because I have knight take h6. This trick is always there.
It's always in the air, so you have to give up your bishop, of course.
And now you're going to lose the pawn on h6, and this is just a horrible endgame.
Okay, so Carissa has to wait. She's condemned to wait in this position, and I think this is one of the most difficult parts in being a chess player. I think some just can't do this, and they're looking for an active defense, but there is nothing to do in this position. You really have to wait with your rook on the 7th rank.
And sometimes passive defense is enough to hold the draw, but in this case, she knows that it still won't be enough, and she has to just sit there and suffer. Which is, yeah.
So we have rook d7, king d1.
Okay, she goes
maybe to b2.
To b2.
Which does make sense with the idea after maybe white captures on d4, you want the king to be on b2 instead of d2. Carissa is playing fast, so she keeps her time above 2 minutes, and I think that's important because once that drops, it's going to be difficult to make moves. Okay, knight h4. So we are transferring the knight to f3, forcing the king away from e5, and maybe then planning the c3. Because then we are putting a lot of pressure on the d4 pawn, not only with the pawn after c3, but also with the knight.
Why is the king on d1 and not d2? Because even if you want to go to b2, you can do it via d2, right?
Just to avoid checks, I feel.
Just to be on the white squares.
It's very important.
Actually, there was a moment when knight was on f5, every single white piece was on white square. So I think she's just enjoying the symmetry.
And that's one of the rules, kind of when you play against a bishop. You want to place your pieces on the opposite color so you never risk any skewers or pins.
And Harika is also getting very tired. Don't forget, her head can disconnect as well. So
it looks like though she's now on track. So rook on f5, she's pushing the knight back to f3, and then she's going to be playing c3.
But she needs to play bishop d6. And what do you think?
Yeah, but after bishop d6, immediately c3 is good enough.
So immediately c3. Bishop b7 was played.
I'm not sure why she switched the knight and rook's position, because knight was good on f5.
I think she just wanted to make sure the king can never cross to f4.
Maybe. But now black bishop is slightly more free. Yeah, I think she's just trying everything before pushing c3, right?
So I told you 49 moves, we will get them, and then c3 is going to be pushed, and we will be here for a while.
I think she can go c3 right now, right? Takes on king c2.
And I think that's what she's considering right now. So c3, if you capture king c2, I'm just going to recapture it a little bit later, but still in time.
So let's say bishop d6 here, king c3.
You could include knight f3 maybe and not allow bishop e5.
Okay, so first we're including knight f3 here. Yes.
Because if you play bishop e5 now, I'm going to capture, and that should be a horrible endgame.
Yeah, so bishop e5, knight e5, t takes e5, yes. And
there are two weaknesses, g7, b6,
and yes,
even
rook
e5.
f8.
Yeah.
Even though your king is not coming from this side, but now you have all those squares available, you know, you have these squares. Your rook is going to be torn. You cannot keep the rook on d6 because then I will play rook f7.
Yep.
Yeah, there's too many weak squares here. Actually, I think that Harika is enjoying this moment. You know, she's dancing around. Yes, she's well. You need your opponent to waltz. Yes, so, but unfortunately, your opponent is not enjoying it that much.
It's good that you know you are the one pushing for win. That's always very calming. And she's playing. No, she's playing king e2. She doesn't really want to play the c3. Wow.
Okay,
let's refresh, because if you don't go for that c3 idea, what idea do you have? Then maybe she goes back to like knight g2, knight f4.
But then I will play bishop d6. Then I can take on f4, you know, as long as I do not trade minor pieces.
And
on
if we
e5.
transfer the white knight to c4, it was already there. 10 moves ago, it was already there, and it didn't bring any fruits.
Should we look for any threefold repetitions, by the way? This is also an option. We never know, because I have no idea where the pieces were 30 moves ago.
So we have the game of Harika Dronavalli playing Carissa, and in the opening, it looks like Carissa was slightly under pressure. Harika was really pushing on the king side, but right now it got into the position where Harika has the advantage. She has better pieces. She's trying to push somewhere, and the correct way to push is with c3. But Harika is trying different ways. She's avoiding that plan, and so far it looks like she cannot break through. So we are just waiting if she's going to go for it, or if maybe this will be a draw.
Yeah, the way it's going with the king on f3, maybe she doesn't understand that c3 is actually a winning breakthrough, right? Because it's not just c3, she has to follow up with d4. Maybe that's what she's missing at the moment.
But even if you don't think about playing d4, I feel like you know you are getting this road via the light square c4, b5.
Maybe she's concerned that she's also opening up Carissa's rook, right? And d3 pawn then will always be hanging.
The thing is, she was twice already with the king on the king's side,
yeah.
right? And remember, she had rook on g1, knight on f5, then she flipped back, then she flipped back, she went to the king to the queen side. Like, she's not making any progress on the king side. I understand that she wants to confuse Carissa somewhere, but the only confusion she can create is with that knight take h6.
Yeah, I think Carissa's feeling more and more confident. She's making moves quickly. Maybe she saw c3 and now she realizes Harika hasn't seen it yet, and she feels more confident that she can save this.
The thing is, Harika was probably waiting for her opponent to blunder. But here she needs to create those possibilities herself. So c3, of course, is the only move which can lead her to victory.
Oh, I have an idea. What if I go rook d5 now? Or maybe that's a horrible idea. Probably it's losing.
I thought you were going to say b4, because I'm still looking at those b4 ideas.
I thought rook d5. If you capture, I capture.
Yes, so you want...
King captures, knight f5. Now I have two tricks. First of all, I can capture on g7. Second of all, I can capture on h6.
Okay, but now we cannot protect, yes, on g7. So maybe let's
so you can go king e5. Oh, you can capture the rook and go king e5.
And sorry.
But after that move, I thought I'm going to go king g4. Now you have to go bishop d6. I go knight f5. You have to go bishop f8 and d6. And I think that should be winning.
King e6?
King e6.
King f. Oh, I don't have king f4.
No. So close.
You need one more move here. Yes.
No, this is so sad. I thought I have king f4.
Wait, but you have king f3.
No, I'm going to lose the...
Yes, king. No, but it's like, you know, when you're so tired, you forget that you have this move, of course, and black is winning. Yes. So.
All these great... Because if I had king f4, by the way, king f4 I cannot do now, because if king f4 happens, bishop captures d6 with check, which is a problem. I don't see it's a check, which is like the second time during this show that I missed a check. Otherwise, I thought the knight takes g7, and it's beautiful for white. Yeah, so if I don't have the rook d5, I don't see what we have here. And Harika is to 7 minutes right now.
Okay, let me check something. Rook d5, rook d5, d6, king. No, not king d5.
e6. You have to play king e5.
King e5. There is no other way, yes, to improve your pieces.
Yeah, it's almost like Zugzwang. We have to play king g4.
Yes, king g4, bishop d6. Yes,
just not enough.
unfortunately. Okay, let me try something. Bit in the style of old masters. I want to play here. Let's say you have to keep your bishop
Well,
here.
do I?
I don't know. Like
I go bishop g3. I want
bishop
to be...
g3. So I wanted to play knight g2.
Okay, then I go bishop c7.
Okay, bishop c7. And then knight e4, you have to play bishop e5. And I don't have a move.
You don't have a waiting move.
Yes, okay. Knight c4.
Okay.
It's still not losing, of course, but then bishop d8.
Bishop d8, yep.
Is there any way? Yes, and then you just simply keep your bishop here.
Still kind of cool to see that white is pawned down and like not really worried because it's a blocked position and the knight is doing an amazing job. Okay, we have a move in the game. So what did Harika come up with?
Wait a second, I just
want... do you have something else?
She's playing very passive.
Second, yes, because Harika is not improving her position, so I want to...
Well, actually some big changes. We should go there.
Okay, let's go there because Carissa has an opportunity to trade light pieces.
Yeah, this is now a draw if she takes on f4.
Yeah, we just take, yeah.
Yes, so let's take. How do you take?
I mean, how do you improve?
Like she wants to play e5.
d8.
But if you go d5, so I go rook d8, you play e5, and I play rook f8, right? Oh, no, I cannot do that. Maybe I cannot do that. Because
no,
after
e5,
rook
f8
f8...
is winning.
Rook d5
Oh,
is
rook
win-win.
d5.
Yes, because you're taking here with check. Okay, you cannot do this.
By the way,
Maybe
I saw that if you play d5, just show it, white to play
E5?
d5. E5, yes.
e5?
Now, if I thought first we go rook f8 with similar idea, but this is actually bad because now king e4, and now it's black who is kind of pinned.
But I had an idea.
But yeah, rook d5 is just much better for black, and that's
I had an
winning.
idea here. So what if I play king g4 here?
Okay, just rook d6.
Rook d6. And if you play e5...
I still have rook d5, right?
No, but I will take on f6, no?
Yes, that's a nice trick.
Oh,
yes,
that's a nice
that's why I
trick.
played king g4. So that was my idea. But then if you take, then I can play...
So first, if I take the rook, let's take a look. Now you don't have to play f7, but you capture in g7, which is the very sneaky move, and you're going to promote a queen.
So rook d6 is a bad move. Black should play any other move like rook b8 or something because you're not threatening e5. Yeah.
Yes, but okay, let's see. You're playing rook b8, yes, then e5. So if you take, you claim that after rook f7, I'm not winning?
No, I'm not taking. I can't take. e5, rook f8.
Rook f8. Okay, this is a very important
Now we can't go back to e4 with the king.
So it's important.
And if you go king f4, then I'm going to capture with a check, yeah.
So if king f4, of course, let's show it. Then it's a check. I can't do this. And Carissa plays it. Bishop f4 is a very important move. She trades her bishop against this powerful knight, and I still can't understand how Harika made this move. Knight f4.
It looks like this knight f4 move is just a big mistake because knight f4, Carissa captured. Now Harika recaptures with a king, and now there's just no way to break in. Now do not play, what was it, rook d6? That's the only move
we need the king on g4 first. So rook d8, king g4, and now you can't play rook d6, but everything else is fine.
Now Harika could blunder and play e5 because rook d5, you could miss that.
Yes.
You could.
King f3, triangulating.
And we're about to have the only draw in today's round.
But maybe now she wants to come here and to play c3, but you can always take with the rook.
You got rid of your knights.
Yes,
that
of
was the
course.
advantage. Yeah. So
We were saying it's a blocked position. In blocked positions, you prefer knight over a bishop. But now when the minor pieces are out, this should be smooth sailing into a draw for Carissa.
very important save for Carissa, of course. First game with the black pieces. And we know she's playing for the GM norm. So, you know, those half points are so important. Twice I came just half point behind for making a GM norm. So, yeah, saving this game could result
be crucial, yes,
yeah,
at the end of the tournament, of course. So let's see what was played. No, we're still waiting for a move.
No, now I think it's...
Now she goes...
It's hopeless.
King G3.
King G3.
I think they're just going to find a through repetition, right?
Carissa is going to play back, rook d8, king f4, rook d6.
I wonder if Carissa saw c3 and knew that she was lost. Probably, right? Because you could see her whole demeanor changed when Harika did not play c3 and went on the other side.
I mean, even if you don't know if it's winning or losing, you see it's uncomfortable for you because you see it opens another avenue where your pawns can be targeted, your weaknesses can be targeted.
So she was relieved, you know.
Absolutely.
You can feel this pressure, and then your body posture changed. Okay,
The players are already playing for 5.5 hours, you know, so they are exhausted.
How about the commentators?
So what?
E5. Here we tried this already, yes, with the king on g4.
But rook's on d7, so you could try e5 and rook f8.
Rook f1.
I don't think she won.
No. She played
She's
rook
going to do any
f1.
breakthroughs.
But just a second. What was the difference? We tried it here.
You have rook f8.
We no longer have...
Rook f8 for
yes,
black.
rook f8, of course. So are you forced to take now?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're forced to take because you cannot defend
So
the
this
pawn.
was something. It's not winning, but it's still something.
Yeah, that's interesting. So e5 is still in the air. And
well, it was. Now that rook is on f1.
Yes. No, but I mean, if you're not aware that the rook has to be on d8 in order to play rook f8 to parry this threat. So let's see. Carissa played rook f8 now, after rook f1, rook f8. But they might as well repeat this.
I think they will repeat because once Carissa goes back with the king to the center, king e5, she's going to get checked and she's going to move back.
So let's say rook f5, rook d7, and here she can play e5. You have to take, and rook f8. So this is her last chance to improve something. Okay, I'm threatening rook b8. How are you supposed to defend this position?
It's actually not easy. Black has to play rook d5, which is an unnatural move. Very unnatural.
And if you are playing something like
rook e7 or something?
Yes, rook e7.
King f3. So I'm getting my king
and
on e4.
You're bringing your king to e4.
That
and
looks
then
very
rook to
unpleasant.
b8 and...
Okay, so there is an idea. Somehow I'm wondering why she's not playing those ideas. I know, of course, how difficult it is to make those moves under pressure and
after 5.5
after
hours.
5.5 hours, and also jet lag.
Yes.
You know, this is a very long game for someone who probably didn't sleep well. So we have to be very sensitive about all those things.
Okay, let's refresh the board just for a
This
second to see what's here immediately. Okay, so...
Doesn't look like Harika's giving up hope, you know?
That's the thing. Like,
Yeah.
I was expecting that once the minor pieces got exchanged, like she was like, okay, what to do? Let's make a 3/4 repetition. But maybe she is eyeing that e5 push. I think c3 push doesn't make sense anymore. It's only helping black, right? Creating the weaknesses on d3, maybe b3. So the only hope now for white is to push e5
I think
when
she might
it's
do it
possible.
right now, even in this position.
Even here it is possible.
Which is not as good as it was before when we were getting rook f8. But yeah, she can play e5.
Yes, because now you have rook e1. Yes,
Rook
so
E1 and then
rook
king
E1.
F5. Yes.
Yes, let's say king D6.
And again, white's
how
not risking
strong is
anything
this?
at all.
But how strong is it if I go
It's
now
still a
rook
draw.
D7?
It's still a draw.
Because rook D7, rook E6.
King C7.
No, king D5.
Now, if you go rook D7, rook E6 check, and then rook E8.
I want to go king D5 here.
King D5.
Oh,
She's played
E5
E5.
on the board. So she's not here for a draw. She is fighting with this really nice pawn break.
But I feel that, I can take here. Like rook B6, because this pawn is
Rook
always
E7?
Rook E7. I also have some rook E5 checks.
We have counterplay now. Rook E2 is possible. I don't know.
Okay, let's try.
Okay, rook E5.
King G4.
Rook G5.
Well, I
Are you
will-
going to H4?
Yes, I will, because I am holding on to this pawn. So rook B7
Yeah, this
is
is
coming
tricky.
next.
This is very tricky.
I don't agree. Here, like, you have to be very careful because your rook has to stay on the 7.
Can I go F5, F4, or it's too
I think
slow?
it's too slow because rook
Your rook
captures
will-
on A5.
But now I'm going here.
No, why don't you
yes,
capture
okay.
A5?
I I don't know. Yes, everything is possible.
Just
yes,
capture.
you're
You have
right.
another.
want to cure.
It's not like I care about the pawn, but I care I'm creating a passed pawn on A4.
Another passed pawn. Of course.
Yeah.
No, you have to be very careful.
Because
here.
I'm fast with going rook A7, rook F7.
So F takes E in the
Okay,
current
so let's
position is a
refresh.
mistake. She can't take with the pawn right because rook F7 and looks like black's in a lot of trouble after that. So she has to either take with the king or play rook D5 in this position.
But why here rook F8 is no longer a possibility? Because in the other line, rook F8.
Oh, it is. It's still a possibility.
Okay, I think so. That's the most precise.
Probably
move.
safe, the safest.
But here I go rook F5.
King E7 and I'm just standing.
So if rook F5.
But king E7, I thought I go king F4 now. Is that a
F
draw?
takes E and rook takes F5.
Okay, she captured with the pawn.
That's a mistake. Now white has some chances again.
I will just illustrate this position. And let's get back to the game.
So E4 and probably capturing with the pawn, not the greatest idea. So now white has this active rook on F8.
Oh, this happened to me so many times, those rook end games, especially against Harika. This is the same,
trauma is right here.
Yes, the same scenario. The only thing is just like I'm watching here, hopelessly, but I am not playing this game. But yes, I've seen this so many
I
times.
think the only move that's not losing is rook D5. Everything else, the engine says plus 1.5.
What about some E4? Is that just hopeless?
Yeah, E4 is losing to D takes E and
So
just
D
says win.
takes, D3?
But once again, I will
Rook
play...
E8 and...
rook E8,
rook
first.
E8. Okay, that's strong.
Less than a minute now for Carissa.
Yes, so here rook E8 and king D6, and then you can take.
Yeah, because the funny part is you cannot go to F6 with the king. You just move back.
Just a second.
Because if you go here, rook
That's a
E8,
beautiful maze.
Yes,
king
yes,
F6,
E5.
and E5 checkmate. How many times do you manage to checkmate with the pawn?
In a rook end game, right?
Yeah. All right,
beautiful.
let's
Yes,
refresh. Let's see what
that's
happens.
the position on the board.
And Carissa, 25 seconds on her clock. And only move that's holding, as Nazi said, is rook D5.
But then, like rook D5, what is the idea? Is that you have to play rook D6 when white plays...
So if you go rook B8, black plays E4.
Ah,
so
E4
this
here.
is not easy at all. I think she's playing E4. Yeah,
Okay,
this is
she-
lost. This is just lost now.
E4 on the board.
So she goes for an active defense here.
Yes.
It's the first time when she could do it, and she went for E4, but unfortunately here it's a blunder. So E4 is on the board, and now we can simply
That's the thing,
take,
it happens in the game. Once you are defending for so long, for Carissa, it's almost like for 4 hours that she's been defending. Once you get a chance to have an active play, you go for it, but very often that's the way.
Yeah, eventually
to
you
blunder.
are impatient and you just want to make one active move, and that's the mistake. And now it's completely over, +3.
D3 is on the board, and now we know that...
They're following our line, D3 on the
Yes.
board, rook E8 check,
Rook
and that's
E8
it.
check.
Wow,
I mean, it's so easy to miss. It's so easy to miss that king f6 is not possible.
Yeah.
Like I think she just missed that e5 is a checkmate.
Wow, commentators.
And when I was looking at this variation, I missed it too. I have to admit. That's why I was suggesting like sacrificing the pawn and go to d3 because I was expecting king f6 here, and I have active play. But once you realize there's no king f6, you understand you're in trouble.
So we kind of got everything wrong. We said after the knight and bishop came up, it's a dead draw now. Harika's not going to break through. That's when she breaks through, and here we are.
So we had a position where Harika played knight f4. She traded minor pieces, and we were expecting this game to go into a draw for players to maybe do 3-4 repetition. But Harika found this really nice breakthrough. She sacrificed the pawn, and it looks like Carissa just blundered. She wanted to go for active counterplay, activate her rook, but it just brought more trouble. And this should be a win for Harika.
Yeah, now she has a healthy extra pawn. Active rook, active king. This is completely hopeless. Wow.
Rook c check.
I'm a little bit shocked because I was not expecting this after the minor piece trade.
It's a very important check, so the king is going to the 7th rank, and then you can play
probably rook g8, so I can always capture with check.
Of course. And king d6, then you can play king f5 and e5.
No, this is like what, +3, or this is just
plus
over?
6.
Plus 6, wow,
yeah.
okay.
So 5 decisive games.
Wow. But what a turnaround. Like, we were not expecting Harika to just go for it. I mean, I was not expecting her to go for e5.
No, but we were looking that this was the only idea, yes?
Yeah.
So you had to try this one. c3 was no longer working, so we tried several positions where e5 was possible, and I think that once again Carissa forgot that, you know,
she relaxed maybe.
No, but how many times did she do it in the game? g5, you know, she allowed it, yes, in the game. That was one of the
breaks, yeah.
Yes, breaks, and a very important critical moment, and then she forgot about this one. And
but it's just also difficult to keep defending for so long. But you are right. She gives a few options always to improve for white, and it's just much easier. Also because Carissa has this time pressure, so Harika was always kind of looking to take advantage of it because Carissa was under pressure for a really long time. And now rook g8, king c6. We are expecting just king f4. I mean f5.
King f5, yes, of course, and. This
king f4.
King f4.
And Harika, she had an 8% chance based on the pre-tournament statistics to win this event. But with this first win in the first round, I'm sure her chance is also going to increase.
Well, she proved them wrong. You know, so did Alice.
Do we have 4 white wins if this ends in a win?
Yes, we have.
And then 1 black, right?
Kashlinskaya, who won a really nice game against Zhongyi in, what was it, French or Caro-Kann? French, okay.
Caro-Kann did not do well today. That was the miniature by Bibisara.
Am I allowed to make those jokes, you know, Caro-Kann?
Yes.
It's a new opening, you know, where everything backfired. And
Caro-Kann, yes.
And b5 was just played on the board.
Yeah, everything's winning. You can play rook c8. You can take on b5 and just push e5. But I would play rook c8, right?
You can also go like king e3. Just defend the pawn on e3.
Sure.
There's the difference, you know, between king f5 and king f4, because I was thinking, okay, what is the difference between those two moves? And you can actually bring your king closer, so even
because once you bring the king to e3, you can go with rook f8, rook f7, because remember you are pawn up. So this time with bringing rook to f7, if you could just show the arrows, you are threatening to trade the rooks, which you are super happy about since you have extra pawn in the endgame.
And you can also push this extra pawn, of course, at some moment. And
I mean, this is heartbreaking for Carissa. She defended so well for so long, and Harika didn't find the right breakthrough with c3. But then e5 at the wrong moment worked. So once they check this game with the engine, they will both be unhappy.
But the thing is, this is what those tournaments are about. What I wanted to emphasize, that your opponents are testing everything. So for so many hours, so you are on a test, and those games, every game is a very tough one. I don't know if the tournament dynamics is probably different during the US championships, you know, and other, but the closed events, they have this specificity that if you lose and then your opponents, they smell blood, you know, so
they will pick you
they
as
will
target
pick you,
and
of
everyone will
course.
play against you. Yes, that's a horrible spot to be in for sure. But I mean, Carissa's not at risk of that because we're going to have 5 people at -1, right?
Yeah.
That's wow.
And we
Who would
see
have
Harika
predicted
here going
5
king
decisive
e3,
results in round 1.
just guarding the pawn on d3, and then, yeah, transferring her rook to f7. And unfortunately for Carissa, she has no kind of break with her pawns or improving her king. She's just going to wait. She may even resign soon.
The hardest part, I think, for Carissa is it's one thing to lose, but to lose after almost 6 hours of play, and then you have to come next day and pretend it never happened and play a new game. That's very difficult.
That's one. Once again, this is something which is so different in chess compared to the other sports, that you have to rise again and to play another tournament. But just forget about this game, and this is going to be a tournament of 8 games. But how difficult it is to find sleep after such a defeat. You know, you have to prepare for another, I don't know how many hours, and you get another world-class opponent.
That's another thing. In an open tournament, after you lose, at least you have a weaker opponent next round, but not here, right? Everyone's a grandmaster.
Yeah, and one thing I like about tennis events is, you know, you lose a game, you're out, and good, you can relax. And if you are doing good, you're just going to continue. But in chess, no, even if you do terribly, you're just going to continue suffering and suffering. Chess is hard.
That's how important it is to be resilient.
Yes, absolutely. And I mean, Carissa's very young, so I wouldn't be surprised if she comes tomorrow, and I'm guessing she has the white pieces and she just goes for a win and does win. And then she's back in the tournament, right?
Also, her expectations for this tournament is she's facing the best players in the world. So it is about still honing some experience and, of course, looking at the possibility of the GM norm, but still getting experience and just improving.
Well, taking
you win
it
or
one
you
game
learn,
at
right?
a time, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, when you play in a beautiful environment, you win the tournament. It's such a beautiful tournament. But then if you're not doing so great, then like beautiful castle. Yes.
Yeah.
And rook f8, looking at that rook f7 move.
Yeah, rook's coming to f7 next end.
So maybe Carissa can try rook e5 for some active counter chances, saying, you know, go ahead, take the pawn on
But I
g7.
can first play rook f5 and then rook f7. I can win a tempo. You know?
You win a tempo, but I'm still going to probably go like rook e6
king
now.
d6, or is it completely
Here?
King d6, yeah.
King d6.
Maybe it's not that
No,
long.
this should be winning.
Can I force
No,
you?
let's just take the rook.
King f4, king f4.
King
ends
f4,
it, yeah.
yes.
I would just take the rook.
Without calculating, you're sure?
Yeah, it's on. I have to win this.
I like king f4, you know you.
You take the pawn, you play king f3, and you have to
You're
win.
improving your position a little bit, and you.
And 17 seconds for Carissa.
It's completely
King e6,
hopeless.
king
that
e6.
she's still
Maybe after rook f7,
finds
she's going to
king
play
d6.
rook e5, right?
So she's waiting for rook f7. But
So
then
Harika could start with king f4 as well, because she doesn't have to defend d3 pawn anymore.
She can
But
also
here,
start with
maybe-
rook a8.
Yes, let's just show at least
Honestly,
like
she could do anything, yeah.
what can happen just in case if you take on f7, of course. So maybe
Yeah, king f5
king
and still
f5. And
wins
then
the game.
you're pushing the pawn. Okay, so that's the position, the current position on the board, and Harika is still thinking.
Would you play king f4, rook f5, rook
I
d,
like
even
king-
rook d8 check, it's really good.
Yes, I like king f4, but I feel that she can even play rook f5. Okay, rook
So rook
d8
d8
was on the
check.
board.
I think she's going to go rook d, if you go king e6, rook d5, right? And just,
Or maybe rook
Yeah.
a8.
Mhm.
I'm just going to capture one of those pawns.
Then maybe she doesn't want to allow, like, I don't know, king
Yeah,
f6,
there's
king
zero
g5.
counterplay.
Yes. It's important. Somehow, I feel that Harika, even though she's completely winning, she's managing to make prophylactic moves. You know, like king e3. You're depriving your opponent of hope.
Absolutely, very
Any
solid
counterplay,
player.
of course, and then improving her
c7.
pieces. Okay, king c7, and now maybe rook d5.
Yeah, rook d5, and I would even play d4 afterwards, and then just start pushing the extra pawn.
Okay.
And winning the a5 pawn as well.
Usually you're depriving, Carissa, of playing rook e5 and rook f5 now.
Nice technique.
King d6 will be played once again.
Maybe just d4, right?
Yeah, I like d4. Just improving the king.
So yes, king d6 is on the board, and now you can play d4. C takes d4 and king d4, bringing your king to the center.
And wanting to capture that pawn on a5. Still threatening rook f7 when I want to.
Yes, there are a lot of threats in this position.
Wow, 5 decisive results.
Yes,
what a start to the tournament.
Victory here.
Can they keep this up?
Well, as I've said in the beginning, it's a very tough rule, no draws allowed. We've played a few times in the French Championship, and the games are very long.
Yeah, we always have that rule here in St. Louis for every event. So every US Championship I've played had that rule, and I hate that rule.
You do? I
do.
like it.
No.
Just you don't have to worry about somebody annoying you with draw offers. You don't have to think about you offering a draw. You just play.
Well, the only time I would consider offering a draw is if it's actually a draw. So that's why I don't even think about it.
Right.
So I hate when you have actually a dead draw and you still have to find some kind of repetition. That's why. But you're right. Sometimes out of the opening, if black equalizes, sometimes white offers a draw right away. But this way we get fights, and then we see eventually someone's going to make a mistake.
And it forges character.
Yeah.
It's so important that you will have to play till the very end, find, well, defensive resources, beautiful ideas, try everything.
And you can always make a mistake, right? Even if it's kind of drawish, you both know it, and suddenly somebody blunders.
Yeah.
Well,
I think as an audience, when I watch tournaments, I like this rule, but as a player, I don't like it.
Yes, what do you have to do, to force, to force us to play, till the very end. And it's also, of course, more interesting for our audience.
Yes, absolutely.
I don't know, like, if you're watching us from work, for 6 hours already, thank you so much for keeping us company. No, but you can't get fired for this, I hope, because you can always have the Excel sheet, to cover in the broadcast, and then, when your boss is coming.
A small window in the corner,
yes,
right?
you just...
or just listen.
So now we are expecting rook b6, right? We force the king to go even further away.
Yes, and then we just keep pushing our king and pawn. Yeah, this is a very passive setup for black. Down a pawn, worse king, worse rook. It's completely.
So what do we do now?
lost.
King c5, e5.
Oh,
all of the above.
Everything. Yes, you can even play king d5, rook d7, then king e5. Let's see.
I think black is running out of moves right after this, because if you move the rook, then rook b7 and game over.
And
she went rook c7. Okay.
So now we go rook b5.
But then
you go back rook a7.
Rook
and now king f5.
Do we want king on f5?
I thought we do, because we want to push the pawn. No?
King f5 and then just e5, right? Yeah, it is Zugzwang for black, because black wants to keep the king on e7, rook on a7, and you just can't.
Also, after I get my king to f5, I want to transfer my rook to b8 and g8.
Nice. Oh, that's nice.
And it's very important also to deprive your opponent of any checks on the 5th rank. Yes, so rook c5, rook h5, you're bringing your king closer. Yes, this is the position, of course. And king f5 was played, so and
now rook
you
b8.
always have e5 then, when rook c5
Or
is
we can
played.
go now rook b8 and rook g8.
Rook b8, let's show this with
this
the
arrow.
Well,
it's black to move first, so it's some move.
Yes,
just
I
here,
wanted
here,
to show
and
the arrows.
there's just nothing to.
And you can protect the well, if your rook is on the 7th, you can still play king d6, but then e5,
I'm gonna push
of
the pawn.
course. Yes.
There's also rook f8, rook f7. The old idea is still there.
The only thing is now to try for the Zugzwang. Something like, king f8, then give up the rook somewhere on the e file. No, but
Do you
we
mean
have
the
king
stalemate?
G8. Stalemate, sorry.
Sorry,
yeah.
yes. No, I understand.
What did I
this.
say?
Yeah.
I'm tired too.
It's like, I thought that, okay, let's see.
No, but it's impossible. The king
how
doesn't
can
have-
you...
I always have king
Ah.
G8.
Yes.
Anything wrong with king E6?
Oh, king e6 is also
Yeah.
yes, a
I
very
want to
strong
walk in there with the
continuation. But let me... Do we have an idea here? No, there's no stalemates. Okay,
No.
so... So Carissa is still thinking.
The problem is she just has no active counterplay. Like she cannot activate the rook. Even sacrificing another pawn, activating the rook, there's just no activation. You just lose another pawn.
Wait a second. Okay, let's try this. Rook a6. So
Check.
you're going here. Let's say maybe I have
If I go E5?
E5, yeah, let's go.
some
Vamos.
idea.
Then after
Oh.
rook c6, I'm going to do something like rook f7 check, move back.
Yes, but rook
Yeah, I
f7 is
can go
getting me a
rook-
bit closer.
I
maybe
can go rook
to
b8,
it.
rook g8 now. I don't need rook
yes,
f7
rook
anymore.
b8.
No, but
yes,
I
rook
want the
g8.
checkmate there. So king g8, now I go rook a7. I'm threatening a checkmate, and then I'm going to get a pawn.
Yes, I have to come back, and you take on e5. Yes.
But nothing's happening like that because Carissa played rook, king d6, e5, yeah.
And next move, rook b8, right? Oh, king c6.
Then maybe e6.
Or king e6, yeah.
Ooh, or king. I mean, a lot of great options.
The way you can also
Just
go rook
push
b8 and rook
Yes.
f8, rook f7. That's
I think
your
everything
idea.
works here. But I don't think I would push e6 because e6, king
I
e6.
like king e6
King
more,
e6 I like. I probably prefer rook b8 though, but king e6 is a nice move.
And that's actually, I think that tomorrow you have the playoffs in the NBA, so it's a very important moment to start the tournament today. You know, so we, even if you're embarked on an intergalactic, I don't know, travel, you have to watch the Cairns Cup. I hope you did, because what else could we do? We have all the games that are decisive.
Yeah.
We've been doing great job, I hope. Yasser was helping us.
We trust Yasser.
Yes.
so.
What else? What else can we do here?
Yeah,
you know, so-
everything's going as good as it could be going.
So if you're not watching the Cairns Cup, you know, you have
You're
no
missing out.
excuse, you know. If I see you tomorrow, you're going to be grounded.
And we see a handshake. Very great end for Harika Dronavalli and very sad for Carissa, who was holding on to a draw for a really long time. But after almost 6 hours, it is White who won the game.
And it's
How many moves did they play? They passed 100, right?
118 moves.
Oof, that's a long game. Yeah, because we have tournaments sometimes we never see a game that passes 100 moves. And we start round one with that, so.
Oh, that's...
You see, it's going to be a fighting tournament. You know, once we thought that maybe the girls are heading into a drawish, and again, we were wrong. Harika showed like, no, I'm still here for the fight. So 5 decisive games in this round, very unexpected. A lot of really unexpected results because the underdogs actually won their games.
Except for this one, right?
Except this one and then one more, Humpy against Dzagnidze. I think those are 2 only. So let's take a look at the results. So we see Humpy, Koneru, Bibisara, Assaubayeva, Harika Dronavalli, Alina, Kashlinskaya, and Alice. They all won their first game and they're tied for the first place.
5 players are tied for the last place.
No, for the 6th place.
Oh, for the 6th place. Ah, that's how you...
That's how we look at that.
Yes, we look at that. Yes, the glass is always half full.
Very curious to see who's playing who tomorrow. But after today, whose game did you like the most? Like of the players that won, who won the most confidently, let's say?
I think Alina Kashlinskaya won really straightforwardly, like positionally, and then we saw, of course,
Against top seed
Assaubayeva,
also.
Bibisara, who won kind of tactically against Mariya Muzychuk, but Mariya maybe gambled a bit,
Right.
whereas I felt like Alina Kashlinskaya just
Outplayed completely with the black
top
pieces.
seed. Yeah.
Yeah.
And let's take a look what tomorrow looks like. Round 2 in the Cairns Cup, Dzagnidze playing Bibisara Assaubayeva, Mariya Muzychuk against Alice, Alina Kashlinskaya against Carissa, Zhongyi against Humpy Koneru, and Nino Batsiashvili against Harika Dronavalli.
Because none of the players with 1 point is playing anyone with a 1 point. Wow, that's incredible. So we could have tomorrow people go 2 out of 2 and others go 0 out of 2.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, that would be something. I don't think I've seen that before in a close tournament.
Or we can have all players tied for first place.
That's true as well.
Very
They could all
unlikely.
jump back.
And
Let's
those are
see.
our picks. How happy are we?
I'm very happy. So
I'm not very happy.
So
Well,
is Almira.
But I picked a very strong player. Nevertheless, you know, it was a very objective analysis. Yes, of
But the Yasser and
results.
Daro, they are very happy too. No,
they're
actually,
not.
they're not happy. Sorry.
We are very tired at this moment. You know,
So let's get rid of it. I don't like looking at it.
All right, it's an early lead. It's only round 1.
It's
There's
round
still
1, yeah.
8 more rounds to go, so you guys can catch up for sure.
But great starts for Alice Lee, also because, again, we are not only looking at the tournament, but also her chance to get the Grandmaster title, because there are already 8 players having the highest title in chess, Grandmaster, and only Carissa and Alice Lee have the chance here to earn it.
And this shows how strong this tournament is. You have a chance to make a Grandmaster norm in a ladies event, and this is a very rare feature.
Absolutely. I believe when Anna Zatonsky won this event a couple years ago, she made a GM norm.
True.
Yeah.
That's true.
And Ginny talked about it earlier. She passed 2,500 a long time ago, so she already has 1 GM norm. So she needs to play those closed invitational tournaments. And if she makes 2 more GM norms, we'll have a second player winning.
But I think she has definitely 2 GM norms, because I think she's missing only last one.
Really?
Because
Okay,
I think
so
she's
even
super
better.
close, what she was telling me. So it wouldn't be, I think, 2 GM norms.
I remember she played such a great tournament many years ago and beating Boris Gelfand. So I wonder if this was the event, of course, where she scored another Grandmaster norm.
That's in Gibraltar, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I was watching that. That was very impressive. Yeah.
So I'm pretty sure that
She made it. She must have made a GM norm there.
So I
yeah.
talked about my favorite games. What about you ladies? Nazi, what was your favorite game in this event?
I mean, undeniably, Kashlinskaya just dominated today. Bibisara's game was beautiful and quick and tactical, but it feels like we didn't even get to see her play because Mariya made a mistake so early, right? So if I had to pick a favorite right now after today's game, Alina played the best game. Alice did win, outplayed her opponent in the rook end game, but we already know that Nino made more than a couple of mistakes, right? Koneru Dzagnidze was the most chaotic game. That could
Anybody
have
could have won
anyway.
that.
But the thing is, like, now that you've picked this game, I would definitely pick the game between Humpy Koneru and Anna Dzagnidze, because I know myself how difficult it is to play those positions, and especially when things are getting messy. You know, you've been winning what you thought, or the opening phase went your way, then your opponent defended stubbornly, and it was not easy to find this king e7 idea. Then things got messy once again, and Humpy admitted it, how difficult it was, you know, to navigate those muddy waters, and she was still on the top. You know, I think that this is such a proof that she's in great shape in this
Yeah,
event.
she showed great resilience today because, yeah, her game kept going back and forth, and at that time you can definitely fumble and make mistakes, but no, she kept the pressure. And I think what didn't work out for Nana was the clock. She was always lower on the clock, and in that messy position, eventually Koneru outplayed her.
Yeah, maybe can we take a look at the pie chart to see how happy are we about the predictions pre-tournament with the players? Because already we saw Alice Lee only 2.3% chances to win the tournament. By the way, this is based on 15,000 tournament simulations. But she won a game. Kashlinskaya, Alina, 5.4%. She won a game as well. Then who won a game?
The two players, Alice and Alina, in the last two, yes, they definitely jumped.
We're gonna see their chances definitely improving after round 1. But then
Bibisara is improving her
Harika
chances.
as well,
yeah, Humpy Koneru leading with the chances, 22.2%, winning the tournament, and she won the first round.
So I'm guessing after today, Koneru is a big favorite.
And then probably Bibisara, Assaubayeva, second. And then maybe Alice Lee is getting somewhere to the middle.
I hope it's more than 5% tomorrow, because, I mean, we know how this works, right? They simulated 15,000 tournaments. But we know how chess is. It takes one tournament. If you're in a great form and your opponents are not, that's it. You can
That's the thing. If you have an opponent, you would lose, 9 out of 10. But this tournament is the one win that you have. That's all that makes the difference.
But I think it's so important also to have those statistics available because this is what makes this a professional broadcast.
Yes, and let's go to Yasser. He is with the winner, Harika.
Thank you. And Harika, perseverance paid off. Tell us your perspective. What happened?
I think in the opening I got like slightly preferable position. But at some point when I took bishop d4, cd4, h5, I thought it's better. After black move h6, it feels like white should be just better. But she kept defending really well. She kept finding resources really well. So it's been a task to convert this position.
Oh, absolutely. And when did you feel, okay, at last I've got a winning position?
When I got this, when she played d3 and like I got rook e8 and okay, pawn. This is where I was, because until then even nf4 I wasn't sure if this ending is winning.
Exactly.
Because I realized e5, rook d5 and it's not there anymore. So I thought it's just like maybe I blended something in
Exactly. We actually thought when the minor piece came off, bishop takes f4, her chances of a draw were really, really high. But your break e5, you still wanted to try to win, and it paid off.
So basically the problem was when I played knight f4, it's like I could have played more moves with knight.
Right.
But I wasn't sure if after g6 we will make 50 moves. It was crazy. I just couldn't understand anything on the board. Like, so I thought like, okay, let me try. I thought I'm getting e5, but then I realized e5, rook d5 is there.
Exactly.
And
easy to miss.
Yeah, I was almost thought like it's going to be a draw, but I thought e5 is very interesting try. Luckily, when she gave me this chance, I played e5, and I think it's not so easy to play from black.
True that. 5 victories from 5 games. Surprise for you?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just concentrating on my game. I'm not seeing much, but yeah, it's nice to see some fighting chess in the tournament.
Harika, you played a very, very long game. I'm going to let you get back to the hotel, but our congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, good luck in the rest of the tournament. Back to you in studio.
Thank you so much, Yasser, and congratulations to Harika for a really long game, but a great win. Ladies, what a day.
I hope every day is like this, right? 5 decisive games. Yeah, this was amazing.
Perfect. Thank you so much for watching, and we hope to have more exciting chess. So tune in tomorrow. Bye, everyone. See you tomorrow.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.